Hello, hello, hello. I am here a little later than usual, but oh, hang on. I hate this. Wow. There we go. A little later than usual, but I don't have a curfew today. I can stay as long as I want to stay. Hey, Daniel Barry and Ninja Kitty. It was good to see you. I'm sorry you can't stay. But yes, we have noticed your absence. So I'm off the next 2 days, so I'll be able to do some daytime streams. Probably at the same time as Benjamin, but I'll be out a lot earlier. The next couple of days. Probably my old 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific time slot. All right, let's get this thing going. It's just open panel. Um, I tried to. What happened is I got home from work, and I said I'm gonna try to take a nap, but it didn't work. And I figured if I take a nap, then I'll have the energy to stream longer. But if I try to stream earlier, I'm gonna end up getting tired and having to end the stream. And so I thought a nap would help fix that. But here I am. I feel good. I got my coffee. Got my chatters. Nice blend of a blend of tops. I like that. That's that's always nice to have. All right, I gotta see. I'm not even. You got me started, and I'm not even 2 minutes in. All right, let's see. What am I trying to do? Focus, focus, focus. All right, news. Let's start there. That's always a good place to start. I know that it's the same stuff from yesterday. The war plans got leaked. Um, Israel and Gaza. Oh, J.D. Vance is going to Greenland, and the Danish Prime Minister is saying, "No, we don't want you here. Don't come." And J.D. is like, "I'm going anyway. You don't tell me what to do. You don't run America." And Trump signed an order requiring proof of citizenship in order to vote. We'll see how that goes. And there's another protester that they're trying to deport. So it looks like that's the news that I see on my end anyway. Let me check Twitter. Oh, I had one little tweet I wanted to share. It's we talk a lot on here about epistemology, truth, fact versus belief, truth versus opinion. How do we know the truth of things? And there's a tweet from Trigve, who's actually been on here before. We did a couple of streams together. He says there are things to aim for in any test involving interpretation and different perspectives, which is pretty much 99% of the conversations that happen on here or on social media, I would say. And these are the things he lists: neutral framing, definitional precision, falsification testing, delayed theoretical associations, which is like don't jump to, not so much conclusions, but don't jump to any one particular lens or frame for looking at it, which kind of goes back to that neutral framing, and a willingness to refine your conclusion. He says this may not be the gold standard, but it's at least the silver, and that's definitely what I aim for here. All right, I think that's all the tweets I got. A Dominican woman previously reported for fentanyl trafficking was seen in tears as federal officer arrested her in Philadelphia last week. My heart is breaking. She's crying, y'all. She was dealing fentanyl, and now they're deporting her. And the news is that she's in tears. Oh my God, is this her? All right, let's see if this Let's take a look at her. I don't see any tears. Is that tears? It's hard to tell anything. Let's see if this tickles your sympathy bone, because it's probably about the only bone it's going to tickle. Look at her. How tragic. She's getting arrested. Is this a fupa? Is this... She looks reversed. All right, I'm sorry for doing this to y'all. I didn't realize that was there. This is... Y'all deserve better. I should not have put that up there. I'm just trying to find news stories. And that's pretty much it for the tweets. So I'll keep it, my normal routine. I keep it going until we get a panel or until I run out of monologue. Half an hour, 45 minutes, sometimes an hour. I don't have a lot to say today because I did 9 days straight, and today is my Friday. I finally get a day off tomorrow, and so my brain is kind of just coasting. But I'm really, really, really liking the job, and I'm enjoying being back in the workforce, which I left 5 years ago. Oh, it's about March. Okay, March of 2020. So 5 years later, here we are. Almost exactly 5 years. And when I left, I said, I'm never going back. There's all this technology. I can do things on social media. I can peer support remotely. I don't have to work in those offices that I keep getting fired from. I never imagined I would be back in the workforce. But I am, and I appreciate the opportunity. I really do. It took me a while to even find the job. But jobs are out there, opportunities are out there. The free market works. Everybody wants to make money. And I love that this country and other countries provide ways for the average, ordinary person like me, or not average, not ordinary person, to do so. Which that entrenches me even further in my conviction that you if you're not getting what you want out of life, you are your own greatest barrier. A lot of it's attitude, mindset, but also drive, willingness to put in the effort, etc. There's ways to make almost any kind of life happen if you want it bad enough and you can envision the pathway there, set some goals for yourself, and get up and do it. A lot of it's heads that we get in our head, we get in our own way by getting in our head. Yeah, it took me a while too. It did. And if you had told me even a year ago that I would be doing what I'm doing now, I wouldn't take you seriously. I'd say, oh, no, not me. That's not for me. I'm not about to do that. It's I like the routine of it. I like contributing to society. I like helping to keep civilization going. I like doing my part. I really do. Society only works if we keep it going. It's not something that just generates itself. And if you're not doing anything to help keep society going and all you're doing is you're a free rider. All you're doing is getting a benefit from society, but you're not actually helping to keep society going. Hey, Schiff, good vibes to you too. Oh, you're the second person that's given me a compliment on my flannel. Usually I get this draws negative feedback. It's too grandma, but it's nice to hear good things about it for a change. I like it. It's J.C. Penney brand, which I love. Eddie Bauer and J.C. Penney, my two favorite stores. Yeah, isn't that. Oh, thank you. That's I don't even know what to do with that. It's so opposite the reaction I usually get. I like it too. What's not? It's plaid. I live in the Pacific Northwest. I'm Gen X. We kind of invented that fashion trend. Autumnal tonight. The people in the 50s wore plaid too, though. What is autumnal night? It's not even autumn. It's vernal. It is spring. Tonight, today was a sunny, nice day. Hey, Helena. It was beautiful. Today was the first day where I feel like spring might possibly be here. And then we got news that there's a big windstorm coming and it could even hail. But I have faith that spring's going to get here pretty quickly. The colors. Are you British? You don't sound British. Oh, hell no. What's up, y'all? It really does feel like a Friday for me. I'm ready to party. I'm ready to get cut loose, get loose, get the groove on. Gotta cut it up, foot loose. Friday nights growing up, when you were younger, before you could go out to bars, it was about getting dressed up and cruising the strip, like riding around your car all night and honking at people. The whole town, they had this main drag. The whole town would just drive up and down the street, all the cars and trucks. And then when you got older, it was the night to go to the club. And the club didn't get oh, okay, I get it now. I am wearing autumnal colors. This is more springy if I get rid of the autumn. Spring into spring. Now we're back to autumn. And growing up, the club didn't open it opened like 9 or something, but nobody got there before 11. If you got to the club before 11, you were a nerd. 11:30, midnight was like the peak hour when people were starting to file in. And the thing is, it closed at 2. It only stayed open a couple of hours. I mean, it closed at 2, but okay, let me redo that. They had to stop serving alcohol at 2, but it didn't necessarily close at 2. Hey, Angeline. What's up? Happy Friday/Tuesday. And then they would sometimes leave the bar open and you could dance, but they just wouldn't serve drinks anymore. And then sometimes they would close it, but you could hang out in the parking lot out front, like for hours and hours and hours until the sun came up. So just because 2 o'clock came around didn't really end the party. But that was Louisiana. When I was living in San Francisco and up here in Seattle, man, when 2 o'clock hits, they are sweeping you out the door. They don't play. There is no grace period at all. It is get the hell out. Why are you not happy? What's going on? Does baking cookies make you happy? I used to bake cookies for fun. Growing up, I didn't even eat them. I just enjoyed, it was something to do. It was like a chemistry experiment or something. And I would use the recipe on the side of the box of baking soda, which to this day, to me, makes the best cookies. The Arm& Hammer baking soda. They had a recipe for chocolate chip cookies. It was like sugar and butter, a little bit of baking soda. I think a pinch of salt. Do y'all know what a punch is? I learned that the other day. A pinch is like you take a little bit with your finger and a punch is it's like a handful. You take a handful and you throw it in like a fist, like you punch it into the dough or whatever you're cooking. Cookies make everything better. I remember they had the mall had that chocolate chip cookie company, and you could get the giant cookies. And on your birthday, you could get a big giant chocolate cookie cake with ice, like your name was written on it in icing. And I had a few of those because I don't really like cake, and so the chocolate chip cookie cake was perfect. And then the other cookie I like is the peanut butter cookies, and you make the little lines in them with the fork. Those good. Cadbury cream egg cake bars. That sounds very fancy, very rich, very decadent, and very delicious. In fact, I want to look one up. Cadbury cream egg cake bars. Cadbury cream egg cake bars. What the hell? What? What? Dude, what is this? Hang on. Y'all gotta see this. Hey, Dirt. How you been? What's up? Oh, I love flan. 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 I love it. Look, this is. Wait, which one's the bar? None of this looks like. Okay, this is it. Wait. Cake bar. Which one is it? Is it this? Is it something you make or you buy? Is it this one? Cream egg. There's so many pictures of different things. I can't tell which one is the one he's eating. I'm sure it's not all of these fancy cakes. Oh, you buy them? Yeah, I like the flan. And what's the other thing? The one with the kind of hard shell, the creme brulee. Love creme. This is back when I used to eat all that. I don't eat any of that anymore. And bread pudding. And I am a bread pudding connoisseur. And the thing for me that makes the bread pudding is the sauce that you drizzle over it. The rum sauce or the bourbon sauce or the liquor, the whiskey sauce. And New Orleans has some really good bread pudding, but I'll tell you where I had some of the best bread pudding of my life, and that was the Golden Nugget Hotel in downtown Las Vegas. It's one of the like lower end casinos, but they have a nice buffet, or they did when I was living there. It's the one with the giant gold nugget in it. They have like this glass case with this gold nugget about this big. You can stand and take pictures in front of. Man, that bread pudding on their buffet was out of this world. And unfortunately, it stayed in Vegas because I've never had it again. Well, what are we gonna do tonight? Oh, okay. So let's see. So it's like a candy bar with. It looks like nugget here. I will. How do I do this? There we go. I will show you a picture of the Cadbury cream egg cream cake bar thing. It looks like nugget with the little egg, Cadbury egg filling on top of it, and then they dip it in chocolate. Well, I hope you enjoy it. It's. I'm a hedonist. That I support indulging in the finest of pleasures. Five in the pack. Wow. We were talking the other day about obesity and people sitting around eating junk food, getting fat. No, I'm not saying that about any of you. I'm just remembering the free associating, really. I didn't like a lot of junk food growing up. My weakness was and still is potato chips. I could eat a whole giant bag of potato chips in like one day if I let myself. It's the flavor, that salt and that grease and that crunch, kind of like McDonald's fries. That salty, greasy. I love salt and grease. I like some chocolate, but I don't eat chocolate anymore at all. I haven't had chocolate in years. Some people get there's like a chemical or something they get endorphins from it, or there's something in chocolate that gives you a little high, but I don't get that from it. Yeah, I remember for Easter I would like the white chocolate Easter bunnies the best. I like white chocolate a lot better. Although I like really dark chocolate too. That's my favorite. Like when I do get chocolate, I would get the really dark. I'd look for the darkest I could find. The I don't know. I don't pay attention to the brands, but they had. I know. I remember they had some that was like wildlife. It had wildlife on them, and I think they were from South America. My favorite healthy snacks? That's a good question. I like carrots. I like celery. I like apples. Fruit. One thing I used to eat as a snack was frozen blueberries. You buy the frozen packs of blueberries, and I would just pour some in a little cup and eat them with a spoon, or sometimes I would put a tablespoon of yogurt on top and eat that. And it was cold. It was like icy. It was like like icy, like ice popsicle, ice milk, ice, not ice milk. Yeah, I guess ice popsicle because they were frozen, so it had a crunch to them, and it was real cold when you bite into them. And then, of course, growing up, we had the ice cream man, frozen mango. That sounds good. Milksicles. My favorite ones were they had the normal popsicles, which were like red, orange, and purple, but then they had the cream kind. They had like banana, cream, coconut, That box was my favorite. And then of course the pudding pops. Oh my god. Especially the vanilla pudding pops. But when we went to my dad's, we'd go like every few weekends to my dad's house, and they lived in the city. And the ice cream man would come, and they'd give us. Back then, they could give you coins, just like a few quarters or nickels or dimes, and you could get something from the ice cream man. Now you probably need a debit card, and it's probably $5. But there was all kind of ice cream man stuff. They had the push-ups and the Nutty Buddies. That's the ones I always liked. Was the Nutter Butters, Nutty Buddies, whatever they were called, the cones with in the waffle cone. And of course we had the Otter Pops, which you would buy liquid, and then you put them in the freezer, and they would turn frozen, and then you would eat them. You would slowly work them out of the pack. Hey, Kane, what's is it? What day are you on? Is it? Do you work 5 days? I just did a 9 day stretch. So I'm wondering if you work, if you get like regular days off, or if they overwork you. Nutter but Nutter Butters are the cookies, aren't they? The little ones that they're shaped like peanuts. They have like the peanut filling. And then what is a Nutty Buddy? Nutty Buddy. Other than the people that hang out on here. Nutty bars. Oh, I used to love those. The little Debbie. Okay, these are Nutty Buddies. I totally forgot about these. And we had those little cakes with the chocolate and the rice Krispies in them. But y'all remember these? They were Little Debbie. I used to love these. But then there's an ice cream cone, and let's see, Nutter Butter, I think is the cookie. How did these products even succeed? Yeah, this is Nutter Butters, with all the names being so similar. These were good too. But then there was an ice cream cone. I thought it was called a Nutty Buddy. Yeah, it is called a Nutty Buddy. Well, then what the hell is the Little Debbie thing? This is what I know as a Nutty Buddy. But then there's two different things. Oh, Nutty Bars. Well, wait, this says Nutty Buddy. So how can there be two products called a Nutty Buddy which are completely different? One is frozen with ice cream in it, and one is not. It's just wafers dipped in chocolate. This is crazy. Oh, hello, Masad. 12 whoa, 12 days in a row, and then you get 2 days off, and I was complaining about my 9 days. I'll shut up now. Kane, how do they even get away with that? Did you agree to that when you took the job? Like you knew going in it was going to be 12. I remember growing up, the my dad worked shift work. So he'd be like 2 weeks on and then he'd get a week off or something like that, but not no 2 days. That sounds a lot like shift work, except without the long break in the middle of the shifts. I thought the 9 days was going to be a chat, but I hardly felt it at all. It was not as hard as I pictured it when I looked at the schedule. I hardly noticed it at all. I am getting old. I am. I have that AGE.
How'd it
Hey,
do you?
what's up?
Oh, not much, man. I just saw you were streaming, so I figured I'd hop up for a little bit. What's up with you?
Oh, nothing. I this is my it's my Friday, so I can
Yeah, relax.
do a later stream.
Oh yeah, that's right. Um, that's great, man. I needed somewhere to be because I'm having a bad day, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, what's going on?
My mom's in. I don't know how much longer she's gonna live. She's in the hospital in the what's the ICU? I guess you call it.
Yeah.
I think.
Did she make it out and then end up back in, or have they kept her this
Yeah,
whole time?
yeah. She had to go straight back because her oxygen was so low. When my sister checked it the other day, and yeah, I'm just trying to prepare for the inevitable. It is what it is. Life gives and takes away.
It's yeah, it's I've never lost a parent, but I've lost a loved one.
Yeah,
And
this will be my first. I don't think my dad's gonna die first. I think my mom's gonna go first. But
that's how it was with Mike though toward the end. It was constant trips in and out of the hospital. Like he'd be out for a couple of days and then he'd be right back in.
yeah, did he? Can I ask? Did he have cancer of some sort? Or
No, he had a really rare blood disease
okay,
and eventually ended up in the ICU is where he died. They had him in like a normal hospital room and he took a turn for the worse, so they had to transfer him to the ICU and
yeah, and
that was it.
yeah, my mom's not making too much sense either. I think her oxygen's like just really scrambled her brains because I don't know, like she went a whole night with the oxygen thing off her face. And my sister checked it and it was real bad. So that's why she had to go in. So there's all a myriad of other things going on with her too. So that it's just like not, yeah, it's not looking good, man. I'm sorry. I don't mean to bum you out.
No, this is a tense and intense moment.
Yeah, man. I feel welcome here. I appreciate your time, man.
Have you been talking to her at all? Is she able to
Well, that's the
communicate?
thing, man. Like what happened when I finally got her number. I called it, and all of a sudden she kept hitting the dial keys, the number buttons, and I don't know what the hell was wrong with her. I don't know if she some kind of phone issue. I don't know. But then like she wasn't making any sense, and I had to say, "I love you, mom. I'll talk to you
Oh.
tomorrow." Yeah, that's what it is.
Are there family members up there with her?
My sister is the main person that goes to see her. My dad, he's not doing too well himself with his
Oh no.
vertebrae all screwed up, and he can't really walk that well either. And so my sister pulls the weight with my mom and goes to see her at the hospital. And tomorrow I'm supposed to go with my brother in a wheelchair. I'll have to be. Uh,
You're gonna go try to see her?
yeah, because
Oh, good.
my
Good.
brother he made it like pretty clear. Like I was not awake when he told me this, so it kind of just really pissed me off. He said, "Jim, you got to come with me to see mom because this will probably be the last time we get to talk to her." I'm like, "Mark, do you have to say this?" I'm like, "Jesus, yeah." So it got me thinking. All I haven't stopped thinking, and so I have to go see her tomorrow. There's no doubt, despite what issues may arise with my issues.
It's good that y'all can all be there. Yeah, I don't have any regret in the long run if you're able to see her at all. You're gonna get that closure and you won't have that sense
Yeah,
of.
man, like exactly. I would not be able to live with myself. I haven't seen her since like before COVID, pretty much. I was over there once
Oh wow.
on the 20th, once one time, and that was the last time I saw her. Except, well, okay, if you want to consider like what we're doing, but like Skype, it's worse. We like the you can't she can't hear a damn thing as it is, so it's really hard to talk to her. Um, I'm sorry, man. I'm a bummer.
No, that's this is this is one of those moments.
You know, I felt like, I just my mental health. I figured this is the channel to go to because, you know,
It is a mental health channel, or supposed
yeah.
to be.
I mean, I'm not crazy. I just can't stop thinking. It's just
Yeah, well, grief is heavy. That's one of those life
it is
stressors that it it takes its own unpredictable course. You never really know how it's gonna affect you till
exactly.
it hits.
And like I don't know if it was you I told, but I was grieving for my mom. Like I was going through this time when I was getting emotional about her. I knew she was gonna die because she was smoking 2.5 packs a day. I knew eventually it was gonna happen, and it took a long time. But I was grieving like all that time, just thinking about that she's gonna die from this. And it's just like this psychological, I don't know what you call that. It's like just pr- proto grieving. I don't know. It's crazy, but like she made the decision she needed to make, and that's how it goes.
How old is she?
80, and my
Oh,
dad's 79. Um, they met in high school, stayed together all the time. They got separated once, but man, like yeah, dude, they had some drunken splatters, like fights when they were about my age and a little younger. And it kept going actually too. Well, I gotta say, I hate Pentecostal church, and I hate the place that I was taken to. But I gotta tell you, it straightened her out for a while. She didn't drink anymore, and yeah, and my sister didn't carry that torch of drinking. She's the only person in my family that didn't drink, or well, my older brother, because he has a mental retardation. It's just
oh,
he's my oldest brother. He was born like what happened with him is my mom and dad went to India with the Peace Corps in the late '60s because mom was scared that my dad was going to have to go to Vietnam, and so she got dysentery out there, and they put her on this medicine, this antibiotic or something, and she didn't know she was pregnant, and lo and behold, he was born with a mental and physical retardation that has no name. There's no name for what he has. It might appear to be something, but it's not. It just has no name. It's the craziest fucking thing, dude. Everybody in my family has some weird thing, dude. I've got the MS. He's got that. My older sister was only the only weird thing about my older sister. She was born without like she didn't develop wisdom teeth in her as she got older. And my brother was born without a ventricle or whatever in his heart. And
how many were there? Are there total?
well, all right. So now there's four. There was five. I had a sister named Blanche. Well, I can't really dox her. Really, she's gone.
Oh,
Yeah, she died 3 days before I was born. If you can imagine that.
oh, so you never did get to know her.
No, I never met her, but like I know it. It played a big toll on my mother, and I think it really screwed her parenting skills up with me and my little brother. But I was the burden to bear out right after my sister died, and she was paranoid about everything, I couldn't do anything. I was basically like boxed up. I just wanted to go down to the park, Mom. It's right down the street, couple doors down. Now you can't go there alone. Oh, okay, Mom. But that wears off once you get teenage years and you rebel and you get into punk rock and you just like say fuck it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I did. I never did either. Wisdom teeth.
Really?
Mm-mm.
Wow, man. That's rare, dude, isn't it? Like,
I don't know. I know, like growing up, there was a lot of people that had to have their wisdom teeth taken out. So I always assumed that eventually it would happen to me too, but it never did.
oh wow, man, you are blessed, dude.
But
Like,
also, I had braces, and they had to pull some teeth to put the braces on. So it might have pulling those teeth might have made room where,
so they didn't develop or something.
yeah, something like that. Like maybe that had something to do with it.
Yeah. That's excellent. Like, I remember all the pain I had from just one of them. It was so fucking bad. It was on my upper right one. It was real, real bad. I remember that, and they gave me these clove things, like a clove packet. Have you ever heard of that?
Uh-uh.
It's like this clove packet that you put inside the hole where they just took out the tooth, and it numbs the pain.
Oh,
It's a real natural thing. It works, but it ain't the end all be all. There's still gonna be pain there. But yeah, dude, I had one out, and I was like, all right, fuck it, take the other three out, because I don't want to go through this again.
I think it's called wisdom teeth because they come in later, like when you're older.
Yeah, maybe that could be it. Yeah,
You know, I can ask the AI.
that's what I'm thinking. But it's not like they come in when you're like wise. You can be a completely. I mean, I think they come
Yeah,
in.
even idiots can have wisdom teeth.
Yeah, moron teeth. What's up,
The
Mikey?
the age
Hey
of
man,
17 to 25, a time when people are considered to be gaining wisdom.
There you go.
So yeah, they just come in later in life. That's how they got their name. Hey Mike, what's up?
how are you? Bmar, I just wanted to let you know, man. Bmar, I just want to let you know we love you, man, and I'm sorry you're going through all this. I just wanted to kind of reach out and just tell you I'm sorry you're going through this. You're a great guy, man. You really are, and you bring a lot of joy to the channel and probably people around you.
I
I love
appreciate
your,
that.
I love the music videos of you, rocking the accordion and doing your thing. So you have a great spirit, man. And I'm sorry that you're in this situation that you're in. All I can tell you is that as low as you may feel, which you have every right to, people care about you, man. People care about you. We care about you. Just wanted to let you know
I truly appreciate that, Mike. I appreciate that. Especially now, it's yeah, it almost got got me misty eyed. uh,
You're our one and only busker. You're the only busker that I
Yeah, you're
know.
the only busker
Yeah, yeah.
that we
oh
know.
man,
I don't know any other buskers.
there were a few buskers down where we used to busk, but like, I mean, people really seemed to like me down there. It was like really crazy. Like, especially because they're all drunk too. I mean, like by the
Yeah,
end of the night, they're throwing like bill after bill in the box.
yeah.
$20 bills. I've got a 50 one time.
Damn, any tips?
Lots of
It's
it.
dr-
Lots of
Y'all
candy.
drink. Drink
But
more.
but we got drinks brought out to us from the bar that we sat in front of Bertha's. That place that I
Like
shouldn't.
from just
Yeah,
random people, they would buy you drinks in the
yeah.
bar.
Friends from that bar that know us from playing there all the time. Or that it's gone now, as I told you that it's long gone after the BLM bullshit. Um,
Be more, be
yeah.
more. Doesn't accordion music or is highly influenced by polka? Am I
Yeah.
wrong?
Well, it depends on the. I mean, yeah, obviously, because the Germans were very influenced by polka. I think they created it, right, or the Polish created polka, right, or something. And the Germans would play polkas, but like so would other people. But the Cajuns played more of a hard style stuff, man. It's just hard to explain. The sound of the Cajun accordion is way different than every other accordion.
Polka is Czech, actually. Or Bohemia
There you go.
at the time, which is part of the Czech Republic.
I always
Mm.
thought it was Polish.
And it's
Just
a
because
Czech
of,
So,
word, polka. It
so,
means half step.
okay,
mhm.
now that's good. I didn't know that. Wow.
So Busker, you're a Bohemian.
1844.
You're a Bohemian, which means you're a
Yeah,
highly intelligent art lover. You're a Bohemian.
yeah. Cheers,
So,
brother. You know what's funny is the Baltimore beer is National Bohemian. Natty Bo.
Oh, no.
Natty Bo. I remember
what's
I drank cases of that when I was younger. God.
is that the best beer you've ever had? Is that the best your
Mm,
favorite beer of all time?
no way. The Guinness from like the 90s that I remember, it changed. But the Guinness from the 90s was my favorite of all time.
Mm.
And then I knew when I saw an ad on television for Guinness, it was going to change, and certainly it did. After
Sure.
1999, the recipe changed. It was like completely, the extra stout was gross. Uh, especially when they brewed it in Canada. That was their second bad move. They put the extra stout in Canada until they took it back. And the draft in the cans used to taste pretty decent, but now it just tastes like metal.
Hmm.
Uh,
Ooh.
it's not like
I
Who
it
wants
got
to
used to
drink that?
be.
mhm.
90s. Sorry, go
I
ahead.
got hooked up. No, you're fine. Sorry, I mean to cut you off. And Jeff, I rewatch a lot of streams. Apparently, I have a lag, so I sound like I'm cutting people off, but I have a lag on my end, so I do apologize, gentlemen. I
Well, that
apologize.
Oh,
happens.
you wait. You rewatch the stream? I mean, you go back and
Yeah,
watch them? Oh, wow.
always, always. It's called antler watching. I'm watching the antlers.
Are you learning anything? Are you
Hey,
noticing Pat?
Yes,
Because I only see them as they happen, and then I don't go back to them. Are you noticing anything that
yes,
we
I
might be
am.
missing?
Yes, it's a case study, and you learn things that are good and things that are bad, and you kind of reevaluate, behaviors of everybody involved, not just yourself, but everyone involved, and you're able to kind of see, all right, this is where I want to be. This is not where. This is what I'm going to talk about. This is not what I want to talk about. So I think you do reevaluate and rewatching yourself. I don't think is like you're trying to be a narcissist. I think it's good to watch your actions third party, even though you're the second party, to watch it in a third party to reevaluate how you conducted yourself. That's all I'm trying to say.
I used to do that early on, but I kind of gave that up.
Yeah, I did it early on too when I started streaming, and then once I kind of got a sense of how I came across,
Yeah.
I didn't do it anymore.
And
Hey, Dino, welcome.
I could be wrong, but I think be more. Hopefully, you're feeling better already. And I know you're kind of in a rut right now, so hopefully you can feel the love in the room and feel better because
I
no,
took
The
you're
panel
in a
love.
really bad. You feel the love, dude. We love this dude, but I mean, I just think that you feel you're down because life is kicking you right now, man. But dude, you got so much fight to fight, so
well,
much more to fight.
I gotta say,
Yeah,
Mike, since you came in the room and started talking, I've been feeling better. I gotta say, been
good,
better than I have
good.
most of the
Goodness.
day. Just being on here with you guys, it just feels good to be with company. Because nobody is available to talk to me on the phone at the moment. So, what
That's
do
Be
you?
what
more.
helped me when I was going through my grief is being around other people, like having
Yeah.
a community and just not being isolated.
Absolutely, because isolation can become uh, degradation of the
Hmm.
mind.
It's true.
Yeah, 'cause you're alone with your emotions, the big deep emotions, and your head starts. You're alone with your head, with your thoughts too.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think the
And
biggest thing, and it's funny because people will pay all this money. People will pay all this money for therapy, right? We'll pay all this
yeah,
money for for healthcare, for therapy, all this. But literally, the therapy that you need is just talking to a few friends and just talking to you through life experiences and just kind of giving you their point of view and just being there while you. I hate the word vent. People always say venting, but it's you just letting people know how you feel, And I
Yeah, yeah.
think just
So
having people but be more having people just listen and actually care and become invested. I think it's great
I
because
appreciate
we separate ourselves from everything else. We want to wallow in our own misery, and I think sometimes when you open up, which is the heart, a man. It's so difficult for a man to open up and say, "This is what I'm going through," because we're all supposed to be macho, big swinging. You know what? Nothing's going to hurt me. But you know what? We're just as vulnerable as anybody else. That's it. We're
exactly
vulnerable as well.
all human being, and you know,
Yeah.
and when it happens, it's life. It right now I'm like people would say like when somebody dies, you often hear people say the first thing they feel is numb, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of how I feel. Like there's really no like real harsh emotions going on,
Mm-hmm.
but when she's gone, and I think maybe a few days after she's gone, that's probably gonna kick in, man. Shit, man. She taught me all through high school. She homeschooled me because I got kicked out of middle school for burning the bathroom
Oh,
paper.
right. I remember that story.
But like
Mm-hmm.
I learned a lot
Yeah.
about English and music. Math is not my strong point. She helped
So
me squeak through.
do you think, be more, do you think you got your musical energy from your mom or your dad? Where do you think you got that musical gene from? Like do you think it was like your mom or your dad that inspired you to be a musician?
Well, they both were musicians. They don't play music anymore, it seems like. But my mom definitely doesn't. She played piano and for and even in church and stuff, and she was sung in chorus and all that. And my, her grandfather played a harmonica like he was obsessed with it. Like I'm
Mm-hmm.
obsessed with Cajun accordions because they have reeds just like a harmonica, except they're much bigger. And yeah, so my dad, he has a sister who plays Irish. Well, she's dead now. She played Irish music and like Kaylee Irish music, not like the pub music.
Mm-hmm.
I can do the pub music, but some of that Kaylee stuff's just too complex. But yeah, like there's definitely music in the family. My dad, he played bass when he was a teenager, and then he started playing guitar, just acoustic guitar, just to muck around with it. And I started playing the guitar upside down because I'm left-handed, and I thought, well, I guess to make a chord, I'm gonna have to
Mm-hmm.
play them upside down because I only have a right-handed guitar. So that's how I learned the accordion too. I played one upside down, thinking it was the right, pushing the bellows with my right arm when I should be playing with my hand,
Yeah.
and pushing the bellows. So I had this Italian dude. He ran the Maryland Accordion Club. Who told me, he's like, "Man, you're playing pretty good, but I gotta tell you, you gotta turn it right side up because one day you're gonna really regret it because you're playing upside down and it's really not the way to do it. You're
Do,
doing a good job that way, but like that, he was the greatest dude, um, Joe. Uh,
and be more, do you feel like in life you're the happiest ever when you're playing music? Like that is your total expression. You are the happiest. You feel elated when you're playing music. Because I've seen videos of you playing and you seem like you're so happy ripping that
oh yeah,
accordion.
yeah, dude. Everything's like kind of gone now. Nobody play music with anymore. My nephew never comes around because he's always busy. But whatever, you know, that's the way life goes. My
Okay.
dad's too messed
Mhm.
up to play music guitar anymore.
Well, be more, go to every single bar, pub, cafe, everywhere possibly you can get to, and just see if anyone has live music night. any kind of live music, because I'm
Oh,
telling
dude,
you,
no. I'm
if
not.
you,
I'm not doing live shit no more. That's done.
well,
I mean,
that's up
busking
to
was
you.
fun. Like
Yeah.
I was doing live stuff before that. A lot of live stuff, like with the Irish band. We had
Sure.
lots of gigs through Pennsylvania and Maryland, and I just once I was done, once the MS like kicked in, I was bad enough when I was in the band, and there was some problems with my legs and my eyes, and everything was messed up. And I'm not going to be sitting in a wheelchair playing my accordion, so huh,
Oh.
that doesn't work. Yeah, man. I mean, maybe somebody could pick me up out of the thing and put me in a chair, so that's kind of embarrassing. I just don't. And plus, the bathroom issues with the bladder, neurogenic bladder is like a complete clusterfuck casserole. It's a mess, but whatever. I try to truck on, brother.
I just think,
You
I
do.
mean, I
You do
mean,
truck.
I might be an optimist. I might be an optimist. I think you have more busking to go. So like you do what you got to do, bro. Like I said, we care about you. We want you the best for you. We, as in the channel and all the people that care about you. You've shared so much about your story, your journey, what you go through. So we respect that. We really do. Dude, I respect you. And, you know,
Uh,
you've been through a lot in your life, and you're open about it. So we have love for you on that. But I think there's more busking still left in you. So whatever you do, we're behind you. We're behind you, man. I just
no,
wanted you to know that there are people that do care
I
about.
appreciate
Yeah.
that. All I know is that what happened down in Fells Point, I'm never going back down there again because people are getting mugged in the daytime. It's been going on since the George Floyd bullshit, and everybody was angry at everybody and just for no reason. A bunch of white people, mostly leftist stuff. And like,
Well,
sorry, go ahead.
would you hire Jeff as your personal protection, like your
What am
personal
I gonna do?
bodyguard? Like,
Well, I mean,
like,
it's
can you
it's
imagine? Can you imagine? Let me ask anyone listening. Can you imagine a group of people trying to attack Busker and Jeff galloping at them with his antlers on? I would,
Leave him
I would
alone.
run. I would
uh,
personally run away
dude,
from Jeff.
I,
The many do.
I don't know. Well, I don't know. I honestly, and a lot of places are closed down there. And even if I did go down there, which I wouldn't, I don't think I'd be welcome.
Hmm.
I just have this feeling.
You don't think what?
I don't think I'd be welcome to busk anywhere at this.
What? After would they remember you?
No, I'm talking about just like the shit's really hitting the fan down in Fells. Like I keep hearing of
Oh.
all kinds of crime.
So not even just you.
Um, well, I mean, what do you mean? Not even just me. What?
Like nobody would be welcome.
Uh, oh yeah. Everybody. I mean, like that's my guess. I mean, I haven't. When you go down there, it's rare to see buskers, but you would see them back in the day. You know, that's the way I saw it, right? Every once in a while, and then you try and stay out of the other buskers' way. You know, so you're not like overlapping. So, but I can't imagine that anything good's going on down there now. But, you know, who knows? Maybe Trump will rebuild it gold.
I think the bottom line, Busker, is that, if you feel like, you're not afraid and you really have nothing to lose, go back down there, dude. Give it a shot. You might blow up down there. They might be needing some busking down there. Just give it a shot, man.
Dude, you don't know MS, dude. I have fatigue. My brain is dead most of the day, and I can't move hardly at all. I mean, I can move around the house like a spider monkey, but downstairs I need a rollator. Outside, I need to be in a wheelchair. So
Mm.
parking down there, and then getting this stuff. I mean, somebody would have to get out of the car with me in the wheelchair, and I'd have to play in the wheelchair, and you can't do that with an accordion because you got the two arms in the way. You need a real seat to sit
Yeah.
in. And when I sit in a real seat nowadays, my nervous system's so fucked up that I try to balance myself, and then I tip over. It's just there's some kind of like I'm a slug. It's
Yeah.
going and I'm
Equilibrium.
skinny as fuck.
Equilibrium.
I'm I'm
Yeah.
you, I'm skinny as fuck too. That's a 120 some pounds probably. I haven't been weighed in a while, but I'm
Wow.
assuming it's probably gonna be the trying to get back some muscle mass. That's the big thing, man. I'm trying to so hard. Uh, Neurological atrophy is in the way.
Keynes wanted to know if you made decent money busking.
Yeah, I mean, oh, dude, like I say that I have a bunch of change left over. I have all the change left, but the bills I spent all that. But yeah, there was like at least over $1,000 with uh, years of busking. Um, and we didn't do it in the winter time. Just springtime, if it was good, or fall. But the thing is, man, the weather's it kept getting. It was raining just about. It fucked up 2019, and then of course the Koof did 2020. So no going down there because the Koof and the. But you could go out and protest George Floyd. That's no problem. You can get everybody sick, but who cares? Mandate all this bullshit and then let everybody go out and like sardines and scream through their masks. Uh, I can't breathe. Well, you have a mask on, so why? It's kind of it's so ironically funny just to see these people yelling,
That's what they were chanting
"Yeah, I
because of
can't
George
breathe."
Floyd.
Yeah, because of George Floyd, and they all got the masks on. There's a mask. They're marching. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Well, take the fucking mask off. Take the fucking mask off. Retards. I'm sorry, dude. It just got kind of weird. This past 5 years has been a jumbled mess.
An excuse for what? Not lost. Did you see the videos? There was a lot of um, rioting and property damage all across the country. It's
A
not an
big,
Yeah.
a
excuse.
Okay.
This
big.
this shit actually happened.
I'm gonna jump in. I'm sorry, Jeff. I don't mean to jump into Cerrone mode, but my son, I'm gonna say this, and I don't give a fuck who clips this or whatever. But my son actually lived in Baltimore. He's a
Really?
government contractor. He lived in Baltimore, and yes, it was all hell breaking loose in Baltimore
Yeah.
through the riots. So not laws. You don't know what the f you're talking about. It was literally like Beirut there. It was that
It was like
bad.
that in Seattle and
Yeah,
Portland and other
yeah.
cities.
So don't discredit what B More is saying is 100% true because my son would contact me and my ex and say this is just insane living here. It's
Yeah.
insane. And the police had no control over it. They're calling the National Guard in. So, out of respect to Jeff, I'm not going to get nasty, but not laws. Mr. Canada, you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to Baltimore. Okay? You're talking about Baltimore from a man who lives in Baltimore while you're sitting in a frozen Canadian town. So, sir, with all due respect, shut your mouth. B More knows because he lives there. And yes, I will back B More up on his story because my son was like, Dad, this is craziness. It was like Iraq. Go ahead, B More.
Yeah, man, like you just took the words out of my mouth there, and it got crazy, and it continued to be crazy. And then bars shut down. Like I was surprised that it took Bertha's as long to shut down as it did, but it finally got cut down after 2 years after the and then and all that stuff. So that's all gone, and then the place right next to it we played in front of also, the Brick Oven Pizza, that's gone. So that was right next door across the little side street off of Broadway Avenue, the big street. And the other places just didn't want us playing there, at least the last time we went, but a long, long, long time ago. In front of Maggie Moo's was an ice cream shop. We used to love to play in front of there, and the young teenagers loved us playing there. But this manager told us to get the fuck out. So we're like, oh shit. So at first we sat in the middle of the square. There's a big square in this Broadway Avenue. There's two streets on the side of this big square and platform type thing with brick. And we would sit there and play until we decided to go over to Bertha's. And then, man, they loved us there and never looked back until we couldn't look back. Until, yeah. Um, yeah, I miss
Wait,
Buck.
Kane, Alan, are you saying that they busk on YouTube? They busk remotely? Alan says there's quite a few UK buskers on YouTube making a decent income. Some even get picked up by record labels.
Well,
Oh, part of it is his audio. Like he can't
yeah.
figure out the technology to make the music
Well,
come
it's
through StreamYard.
it's like this laptop is old and refurbished, and it has a CD-ROM drive, so it's old as you know, and it makes a noise. And it also does not pick up audio right through StreamYard. It just the accordion, it doesn't like it at all. And I can understand because it's a lot of reeds going at once. It's a lot of steel reeds at once.
Yeah, so the series The Wire, which is I think one of the best series ever made
Yeah,
next to The Sopranos,
Baltimore. Yeah,
showcases the crime and corruption in Baltimore, and that was over 20 years ago.
I
So
know, right?
imagine
I know.
imagine what B. Moore was saying about the truth of how it was during the riots. So if you're telling me it was that bad 20 something years ago, everything B. Moore is saying is 100% legit.
No, that's
Baltimore,
just right-wing propaganda. It didn't really
right.
happen.
Oh no, it didn't. It did. Yeah, yeah. All of the burning and the looting, that was all AI, Jeff. It was all AI. It was all fake. And Jeff, I'm not attacking you. I'm joking with you. But yeah, it's literally people acting a fool and the police not giving a crap because they can't control the chaos. When the
No,
police get overrun, or the military gets overrun, they retreat, right? They run away from the threat. And
yeah.
that's what happened in Baltimore. When all of the riots happened, B. Moore is right. Literally, it was like a war zone, and a complete war zone. That's
Well,
what it was like. B. Moore, am I right or wrong?
no, you're right. And people continued to get mugged down there, and nobody used to. I mean, it used to be a party town, Fells Point. Now it's just like ghost town, I'm thinking, because people are getting mugged down there and attacked. So, and even women. So that's not good.
I hope President Trump. I hope President Trump's next target is to clean up Baltimore. Clean up Baltimore. No,
Does
you
he have
think
any
Jeff?
casinos down there
Yeah,
or any
no,
real estate?
No,
unfortunately,
no.
he
Oh,
doesn't have
But
any.
Baltimore at one point was a shipping magnet, like the ports
It
in
was.
Baltimore and the steel trade. Baltimore was one of the most profitable union-based companies or based jobs. Like if you were on the docks of Baltimore or you worked
Yeah,
in the steel plants.
like Domino Sugar was right.
Mhm.
You could be in Fells Point and see Domino Sugar right from Fells Point. If you go in this little area you should not go to, and you see a lot of hypodermic needles on the ground. But then you look across the water and you see it's right there. It's Domino Sugar.
Mhm.
I
McCormick's,
I'm
remember Domino's Sugar.
and McCormick's is from Baltimore too.
The Spice Company?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, McCormick's. I worked for McCormick's. I entered
yeah.
what do you call it? Data entry kind of shit where you enter like ingredients and stuff. Like it's weird.
Oh,
Sure.
cool.
I'm in Virginia, and we would go a lot of times. We go to D.C. or we go to Alexandria or we go to Baltimore. We'd go to outside of D.C. Baltimore has some of the best people you ever met, working class, hardworking people. But it's almost like the government or the city of Baltimore gave up on their own city. It just
Yeah,
gave up.
I mean, my
Yeah.
dad worked for the crime lab of Baltimore back in the 70s, and he said it was pretty bad back then too. So Baltimore's been kind of shitty for a long, long time. Um,
When you look at the architecture of some of these cities, like the old historical, they seem like such nice
I know,
places at one time.
I know, and like when you watch old videos, like from like the 30s, 20s, or whatever, 40s, of people walking around these cities, like looking all, you know, prim and proper, and it's different, completely different time, man. Holy shit, that's what it is. Um, yeah, that's
Be more. Do you think it will ever change, or do you think it's going to stay exactly the same? Do you have hope that it's ever going to change? Like something's
well,
going to turn around? Like I'll give you an example. I'm from New York, right? I grew up in New York. I grew up in New York City. I grew up in Queens. And if you look at New York has turned around because of the migrant deportation and Trump putting a focus on New York. Do you think, in your personal opinion, be more that Baltimore will turn itself around? Do you think there's any hope there?
well, when it comes to the mayors, no. Or the city. I mean, technically I'm in the county, so I'm on the outskirts of the city. So I'm not really in the thick of the bullseye of the bad places. But I spent a lot of time down there, man, especially the punk days. But like we're telling Jeff that Jeff, you played a video of my old band, right?
Hmm.
The
Yep.
ruins, yeah, at
We
the
looked at it
loft.
last night.
That's right. And yeah, that was a good time, man. Fucking going down there, and the weird thing is like the locals didn't give a fuck, or they were scared of the punks or something. I don't know. But you'd think like they would fuck with everybody, but they didn't. Bunch of white kids, I mean,
Yeah,
you know.
but be more. Just the sports history of Baltimore is amazing. See, I'm a diehard Giants fan, diehard. But the Ravens, I think, are my number two team. The Ravens are an amazing football team. Then you have the Orioles, you have the Baltimore Orioles,
Oh
which are
yeah, yeah, I remember.
absolutely amazing. Then you have the ports of call. You have a lot of people that come through other states. So
That's
I'm
right.
just what I'm asking is what the heck happened? Why did Baltimore become the toilet of that area?
It's a
I'm
good
because
question.
they have all the tools to attract people, but what the heck happened?
The leadership just, I think, there's been a slew of shitty mayors in Baltimore, and I'm not sure about the current one. I don't pay attention to the city. Um, I don't know if counties have mayors, do they? Do
They have what do they call them? Uh, like county executives.
they? Yeah, that could be it. Yeah, yeah. And I don't vote because I just don't, because everything is blue. We're a blue state, and we're as blue as California. We're just on the other side. We don't have as much fame, but
Gang task force and drug interdiction units are needed to fix it up over there, says Jeremy. Probably so, like in The Wire. But
yeah,
but
dude.
even
What?
because New Orleans has the same issue it has had for decades,
Absolutely.
and there's other cities, and Seattle's gotten pretty bad since
Yeah. All the cities are.
definitely since 2020. But even before then, it was trending that way.
It's unfortunate because it seems like it's just like this, like carbon copy with every city going bad.
Let's
But
lighten the
then we
mood.
can't even tackle the gangs coming out of Mexico. Like even on the national
Mhm.
level, we can't seem to
Yeah.
figure out what to do with the gangs.
Yeah. I mean, like it's that's kind of a A little bit spooky.
Well, I think with Baltimore, the biggest downfall of Baltimore is that they got involved in the opioid crisis. You know, all the heroin and stuff like
Oh
that.
yeah, dude. Yeah.
And I think the reason being is you had people that had blue collar jobs that made a good living. A lot of the factories closed up. A lot of people now have to go to unemployment or disabilities. And how do I escape my pain? They did it through drugs. Now I could be wrong. I'm speculating, but I think the drug culture in Baltimore exploded when they started closing the sugar factories, the ports, the
Really?
steel factories. At one point, Baltimore produced, I think I could be wrong, as much steel as Philadelphia, as U.S. Steel. Like there was steel plants, there was sugar plants, there was shipping. Baltimore was the place to be, and all of a sudden, it turned into a crap hole.
I know. I know. Now, arguably, they have more pounds of crack going around the streets. Oh man, that's sad but true.
I mean,
It's
if you're a young man or woman, and you can make $50 a day working at Foot Locker, would you take that, or would you make $500 a day slinging H? And it's an easy answer.
I
The
would do
well,
drug
Foot
trade.
Locker because at least I wouldn't risk
yeah, it is
No,
dangerous.
jail type prison.
It's dangerous.
we
And
would,
you
Jeff.
got
We
no
would.
protections.
We would. But if people have no future and they don't care about what happens to them next month, they're going to make as
Well, Foot
much as they
Locker is a future,
possibly.
though. Why would they think Foot Locker is more of a dead end than selling crack on the street?
Yeah,
Okay, that's a great question. Because they don't have the aspirations that we have of management, of CEO, of being owning a possible store one day. They don't have those aspirations. They just want to get as much money as possible because there's short money and there's long money. But I think a lot of the younger people that get caught up in the drug game, I think, my opinion only, they get drunk on the quick money, the
yeah,
fast money.
that's right. That's how the burglaries happen too, man. Just real quick, up, up and out, in and out, kind of thing. And there's plenty of burglaries going on now. It's like the county is seeing a lot more now, and it's getting kind of.
I love I love the show The Wire because there was parts in The Wire where you have drug dealers with the count, basically all the counts of all the corners, manipulating all the numbers on a basis where it be a mathematician. So these young men and women are actually very intelligent. They're in,
Right. Why
they
can't
get
they transfer that skill set to
I
something
know, right? It's something good.
Jeff,
constructive?
Jeff, that's the greatest question ever. So is it because they're falling into the gap of fast money? Are they falling into the narrative of I need it now, now, now? Are they falling into the narrative I want to be the toughest person on the block? What is it?
They,
It's
they, they,
short game or long game. And
they learn.
be an
So,
Italian or no, it's okay. Be an Italian or being from an immigrant family, you were taught to get a city job or a state job or go into the military. You
mm,
were taught to have the long game. You may make less now, but in 40 years, you're going to own your home. You're going to own your car. But these younger kids, I think, in my opinion, are looking for 5 times more money in the moment. What do you guys think?
yeah, I mean, like that's definitely a lot of the time that's the case, you know. But I mean that could be just about any decade, but it's probably gone to fever pitch at this point. It feels so entitled after all the being able to steal about $900 worth of product out of these stores. What the fuck was that? Defund the police? What the fuck? Okay, that's real fucking bright, Biden.
That was a bunch of white people that wanted that. The black people themselves are saying no. We don't. We need the police.
Yeah,
We don't want them gone.
I mean, unless they're teenagers.
When black people are begging for police, you know you've strayed somewhere.
For sure.
I'm looking up this fentanyl thing. Fentanyl is a top threat to the U.S. according to Trump administration. But what is he gonna do about it? He says tariffs. He's gonna put tariffs.
Oh no.
The thing with fentanyl is that, fentanyl, if you've ever been through surgeries, I've been through multiple surgeries, and fentanyl can be a painkiller or it could be a nerve agent,
Yeah.
You've
and
taken it?
fentanyl, I've never had fentanyl in my body ever.
Oh.
Not me personally, but like with because I've had multiple knee reconstructions. In other words, they reconstruct your knee. And one of the painkillers can be fentanyl, but it's
Yeah.
given by a doctor, anesthesiologist, so it's safe.
So
You're
it's
not
an
going to be
opioid?
hurt. It's an
That's
opioid.
yeah, and my mom was given that too, recently.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
not
don't
too long ago.
you don't feel anything. And then when you come out of surgery, they'll give you opioids. Like they gave me Dilaudid. Dilaudid is one of the most
Oh, I remember
dangerous.
Dilaudid.
Yeah, dangerous. And if I took one, I wanted to throw up and the whole room spinned. So thank God I had that reaction to that drug because I didn't want to take any more. But there are some people that don't have the same reaction and they get hooked on those medications. I've never had that issue. But when you
Because you
have
probably
major,
took like low doses and you stopped it when you didn't need it anymore.
all right, so Jeff, they gave me 20 Dilaudid's, 20, okay? And I have 9 refills, 9, because they estimate it's not.
Who gives 9
Yes,
refills?
I'll tell you why. Because when you have total reconstruction at 47 years old on the second reconstruction, they're estimating it's going to take up to 9 months of pain. You're going to go through pain and discomfort. I took 3 or 4 pills and was done with Dilaudid. Done. I didn't want to deal with it. They switched
That's
me out
good. That's good.
they switched me out to Tylenol 500s.
There you
Just
go.
Tylenol.
Just plain
And
Tylenol? Like extra
well,
strength?
it's 500, so it's time released Tylenol, time released. And then I would take anti-inflammatories, naproxen sodium. The swelling,
Aleve.
to bring the swelling down, which is not an opioid. So I went off of opioids quickly. But there are some people that will take Dilaudid or Percocets or things like that. There are people that will take them and their body reacts differently and they enjoy the feeling. I did not enjoy the feeling.
No, I
felt
hate
sick.
that stuff.
Until they get constipated because they take too much of it.
That's it. And thank God we felt that way because we did not want that in our body. Our body is saying, I don't want this in my body. But
Yeah.
I went through a few months of Tylenol 500s and naproxodiums, which is basically Aleve. Aleve is naproxen sodium. It's Aleves. It worked out beautiful, and my knee is fantastic. It's
That's
perfect.
good.
So just Aleve was enough to take care of the
Aleve,
pain? And the
yes,
Tylenol?
Aleve and Tylenol 500s. That's it. It was perfect, and it
Wow.
worked out. But people will take these opioids and they'll get hooked on them, and that's the problem. Once you get hooked on them, you're chasing the next feeling that I guess that gives you. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm hooked on. I've been hooked on muscle relaxants since I was diagnosed. They gave me baclofen, and then I said, well, it's not helping I had this abdominal wall clenching bear hug spasm, and I was fat back then. I was 230.
What was the really bad muscle relaxer that all the wrestlers would get hooked on? Novas or it's like an N.
There's the other one I take. I used to take 5 times a day, along with the baclofen, was cyclobenzaprine, which is also called Flexeril.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flexeril. That's the skeleton relaxant.
They'll
I
Yeah,
mess
used
you
to
up.
take that.
Yeah.
I've been taking it for so goddamn long. I gotta stop. I try to forget to take it now. I'm down to like taking one. I went from 10 of each down to one. Now I'm taking a half of the baclofen, so that's 10 milligrams. So every day I don't have 20 milligrams. So I'm cutting back on the baclofen first, and then we'll see what happens with the. I don't know what can happen to my brain if I quit the Flexeril. I don't know. I've been on it so long, it's part of my DNA.
Oh, you're on Flexeril?
Yeah, every
Oh,
like since 2007 or 8, something
wow.
like it was around then.
That's a long time.
Yeah, a very long time. And clonazepam I've been on for 15 years.
Well, all the stuff you're on and the weed, you're very coherent when you come up here.
Well, I appreciate that. I try to be. I mean, unless I'm drinking, that's kind of stupid. I get stupid when I drink. And yeah, man, once a month. That the last time I had anything was what was that holiday again? I just mentioned that
Oh,
yesterday.
Mardi Gras.
Yeah, Mardi Gras. And I recovered pretty good from it, surprisingly.
Yeah, you did. That was the shirtless Mardi when you and Untrackable came up.
Yeah, yeah,
Everybody
dude.
went shirtless.
And he had his head shaved and shaved his beard, right? He had his beard all gone. Or was it gone at that point?
No, he still had it.
Oh, okay, so that was pre-shave.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll always remember him for that beard. It's just like it kind of like I don't know, man. It's just like the appearance of a person. It's just you kind of remember that. You're like, wow, you were tripped out too, like seeing it gone.
Yeah, it was trippy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to. I can understand why he got rid of it because yeah, it is gotta be itchy as fuck and messy and God knows what else. I mean, think about all the food that gets all over the beard. I mean, Jesus, I can't imagine having a beard that big. Um, or any beard. But I knew this guy who played fiddle who had this beard, Charlie, and he kind of played along with us. Me and my dad. I have a picture of him somewhere here. It's fucking. hmm Man, this fucking touchpad is just going down the tubes.
What is?
The touchpad on my computer,
Oh,
it's a piece of junk now. Yeah, so that's Charlie, the fiddle player on this picture. My dad's to the right of me, stage left, I guess.
God, that almost looks like AI. That's an actual photo.
Yeah, I mean, like,
You talking about the oh yeah, the beard.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's got he looked like ZZ Top, you know. It
Oh
was cool.
yeah.
Yeah,
I like them.
he he was a good friend, but like apparently his wife didn't like me because I didn't talk. I was talking shit about left wing antics, and apparently, she holds the whip, and I never.
She holds
Charlotte,
the whip.
yeah, Charlie couldn't hang out with me anymore. Anyway, so I think it was a long drive anyway. He had to
So
come from.
he was whipped.
Yeah, he kind of was. I mean, not that there's. I can't know for sure the whole ins and outs of it, but he probably caught some flack about. Uh, I don't know.
I I've had those pain kills before, and we used to take them at parties too. In Vegas at house parties, they would pass them around.
What were
But
they
I
called?
hate that feeling. They made me so woozy and
Yeah,
queasy. Like and it was not a pleasant high. I never understood how people got addicted to it because it was so unpleasant for me when I took it. It was kind of floaty, but the high you get from it was not worth all the negative side effects of it to me.
And I guess
I hated having to take every time I had to go in for medical procedure. I would cross my fingers and hope that I would not have to have painkillers after it was done.
yeah, man, I got surgeries. I had my right eye used to wander out, and they tried to fix it when I was 7, and it didn't work too great. So they tried again when I was 15, and once they kind of fixed it pretty good, my life started it just started up again. It was just like, wow, man, I can live now. I don't have to worry about people looking at my eye, thinking I'm looking at them when I'm not. You know, it's crazy. Like this one girl in the mall was like, "Are you looking at me?" I'm like, no. Well, it looks like your eyes looking at me. Well, how about I punch your eye
Oh
sideways?
Lord, that's
No, that was just going on my head. But like, yeah, that was the thing that really took my uh any kind of confidence I could have had. I didn't have anything till about 15 years old. And then my life just opened up, and then all of a sudden I could play punk on guitar and fucking got in a band, and then
and
off
here
to the
you are.
start goes. Yeah, dude. And it's been fun to be playing around with Cajuns and people that play Irish pub music and stuff. That was
Oh,
fun.
I'll drop the link. Apocalypse. It's not pinned. I thought I had pinned it. Let me check. Oh, you're right.
It's all the way up.
I
Yeah,
forgot. I dropped it, but I forgot to pin it. That's the problem. Here,
that's how I found it. I had to scroll
let's
up.
take care of that.
I should have mentioned that. Shit, sorry. I totally forgot
No
about that.
wonder we don't have a panel. There
Uh,
you go. The link is pinned now.
the more the merrier.
Yeah, come on up. It's Friday night slash Tuesday.
Slash Tuesday.
No, Mike, they're not. The drama is not coming up on here. Y'all gonna have to go to another panel to claw each other's eyes out. We're having a good time here.
Yeah, we're having good times.
And Proby and Telecline, y'all are on your warning. This is not the channel to come and attack Mike at. He didn't even start anything.
I love you, Jeff. I'm just stirring up the pot. Sorry, buddy. I'll stop. I'll stop.
They must have put the tracker on you again because the numbers are going up and they're all arriving. This is so old by now. It's the same pattern for years. And I've only seen it for what, less than a year, less than half a year, and I already know the pattern. It's like the Roadrunner and the Coyote. It's the same little routine every single time.
It gets kind of tedious, doesn't it?
No, you not, Proby. You're here to troll Mike. You never hang out here. Don't make out like you were regular. In fact, I had to take you off a block on Amnesty Day. And that's the only reason why we can even see your comments. You have a very unhealthy fixation. Well, anyway, what's the next topic?
Sorry, I was just checking my Facebook to see if anybody wrote, but not really. My mom can't get on her Facebook because somehow she mucked it up. She put in some password that she shouldn't have for Amazon. I mean, come on, mom. Elderly people, and the internet don't mix.
And technology, yeah.
Yeah,
Or not even elderly anymore. It's gotten so complicated.
yeah. I mean, like fucking, it used to be like second nature for me, and then all of a sudden, I just kind of ignored what happened with it. It kind of shot up, and I just missed it all. I'm out of step.
Hey, Moose, what's going
Don't even
on?
have a cell phone, so I'm pretty out of step. But my brother's got me.
Everyone does everything on the phone now too. That blows my mind.
I know,
It's, it's
dude.
so it's
Dude, the only reason I'd have it is for people to contact me if it's emergency, and that's that. I don't drive no
I don't
more.
even keep my phone on. If people want to talk to me on the phone, they have to schedule a call.
There
Don't
you go.
just
I
don't
just,
just call me because I'm not even gonna hear it ring. Another day at the grinder. Me too. I finished 9 days in a row. I finally get 2 days off. I finally get a weekend.
that's good, man.
But I'm actually enjoying it. I'm kind of liking corporate America, corporate beta bitch.
So, what's your job, man?
Retail,
Oh, yeah, man. I did
but it's
read.
very relaxing. I get in my zone. I get to help customers all day. I
Yeah,
get to interact with people. I get to do my they leave me alone and they let me do my thing. And it's if they were like really micromanaging, I might feel differently.
yeah, man.
But they really kind of empower me to do
Of
the
all
work that I'm
places,
there to
man,
do. And
I
they
did
seem to appreciate it so far.
retail at Joann Fabrics back in the 2000s, mate. I had to get a job because I lost the one job I had, which was data entry. And my girlfriend worked for, lo and behold, worked for Joann Fabrics, so I got a job there.
Oh, you worked at Joann Fabrics?
Yeah, yeah, and I loved it, dude. I would smoke some sativa before I go to work, and I loved talking to those little old ladies, man. It was so much fun. They loved talking to me too. Like
Oh, I bet.
we had some problem customers though,
Here,
man.
apocalypse. Televised apocalypse. The apocalypse will be televised. What's up?
Televised.
What's up? What's up?
What's going on, brother?
How's it going? You got the blues too?
Yeah, Blues Clues the way it's going. I can't figure out what the fuck the problem is.
What's the symptoms?
I don't want to say anything that would get your video striked for misinformation, but it seems like the medical system wants a lot of people DEAD.
Shit.
Um, yeah, that's interesting. Um,
Oh man.
Here in America or all over the place?
I'm sure it's for better or worse in other places, but basically here
I
in
haven't
America,
heard about what are I see what you mean about the chat.
Hello?
Massive dying off of people.
Yeah, people are dying off, man.
I
And
mean, other than like normal
I know.
death, like
I know. People are dropping like flies, man.
from what?
Well, I can't
Other than
even.
life.
Shit, I dropped my lighter. Oh god. Ugh. I gotta do that more often. The reach is I gotta
Bed
smack.
rotter, what does that mean? Bed rotter society. Is it old people? Is it like in Seven, that movie Seven?
Oh, here we go.
Bed rotting is where a person stays in bed for an entire day
Mhm.
without engaging in daily activities and chores. And they sit there and they watch TV or scroll through social media without pressure to be
Sure.
productive.
Well, I mean, bed sores are a big thing, Jeff. Bed sores, or like I said, bed rotting, or something like that. So it could be different things, but unfortunately, people that are handicapped or people that are bedridden, they can lay in place for too long, and they can get, I guess, is it coagulated blood. Like they get bed sores and stuff like
Well,
that. So it
bed
is,
sores, they're like abrasions, and I've had a couple,
yeah,
but that was when I was heavier. When I lost a lot of weight, I don't get them like I used to.
it is
I know in
possible.
the
You know, people,
hospitals they have to like turn the patients, or because if they leave them in one position too long, they can get
there you
Yeah,
go.
my
stuff.
And
physical
Jeff,
therapist was
uh,
even saying I have to like flip the
mhm,
sides that I sleep on.
mhm. And like I said, I know people are going to comment
Rock
story time.
maxing.
Story time, but both of my son's mothers are both nurses, and they'll tell me things about working with people that are handicapped, people that are heavily obese. But you're right, people that lay in a bed, they have to be turned, they have to be almost lifted out. Sometimes when someone gets so obese, they have to lift them with a, what is it, almost like a crane, where
I
they have to
remember
lift.
Geraldo had this
Yeah,
Yeah,
big man called Hambone, and they had to
mhm.
get like a crane or something to come to his
Yeah,
house and
it's terrible.
lift him. He couldn't get off his mattress. They had to lift the whole mattress up and take it out the house. It was so
Right,
sad to watch.
My
it
grandma
is rough.
died. My grandma died from bed sores. They didn't rotate her enough in hospice, so she ended up getting gangrene in her back, the size of a fist, and she died from it.
Mm. I'm sorry
yeah,
to hear that, man. I'm sorry to hear
Oh
that.
my
serious.
God.
That's
How can they not? Like, that's extreme. How can they let it get to that point?
Is
Well,
it is it too,
let's just put it this way: we won the lawsuit. I'll tell you that we won the lawsuit against
Oh,
them.
you did? Okay. Well, that seems like an
yeah,
easy win.
instead,
Good. I'm
when
glad there was
I
some
had a
justice.
relative, I had a relative that had to go to assisted living, and this is a home that is 24-hour care, 7 days a week. And these are high dollar places. These are places that it's a lot of money to send someone there. It's total health care. They cook your meals, they bathe you, they do all this stuff. And one of them was amazing. The ladies that worked there, I think it was one guy, mainly ladies. And the second one was horrendous. So there are health facilities, to add to what the gentleman was saying, is that
But
yes, you need to be
don't they
turned.
like inspect them or audit them or
No,
something?
Jeff, they inspect when someone passes away. That's when they inspect.
yeah,
Where's the quality control?
I
Where's
can tell
OSHA?
you,
yeah.
my mom spent a good majority in facilities, even though she wasn't completely disabled, and I cannot tell you the amount of abuse. I was the only son who was willing to bring her home, take care of her while she was dying. Everyone else just wanted to throw her into a rest home, and I can tell you, out of probably the 100 people who work at a rest home, there might be 2 or 3 there who actually give a shit about the people they're taking care of. The rest of them, some of the things I've heard people say and do toward other people who were like my mom's roommates. I mean, even my mom, I come there, my family's paying over $1,000, every few weeks to this place. And when I get there and she's sitting in a wheelchair in the hallway, covered in a diaper and piss and shit, and yet you're getting paid money to take care of this woman.
How?
Right.
Yeah, man. My mom,
What I'm getting
These
tired
have
of. What
got
I'm
to be accept. This can't be the
Yeah.
norm. These are
What I,
exceptions.
no
It's
no
got to
man,
be.
my
Jeff,
mom
it's
got
true. Jeff,
manhandled so
it's
bad.
totally true. But Jeff, what I'm getting tired of is people like Tella Klein in the chat that want to dispute everything that we're saying. This gentleman right here is telling the truth. He's telling the
Well,
truth.
she can
I'm.
dispute though.
It's not. Well, it's not a she. It's not a she. But
Oh,
the people
that's.
want to.
I
Will want
thought it
to.
was. I thought you said she was an
It's
old
not.
fat
It's not.
lady.
That's a
Oh.
sock account. That's a sock account. But
Oh,
come up
okay.
and talk about it. Come up and talk about it. Come up and talk about it. I don't want to drop this person's name, but come up and talk about it.
Yeah,
But
no,
what this
don't
gentleman is
dox.
saying, what this gentleman is saying is 100% true. There are people in certain. There are caregivers that actually care. You're a caregiver,
But I
so you
think they're
give
in the
care.
minority. Same with teachers. Same with doctors. There, I think
Absolutely.
the people that are there for more than just the money
I
are the
am.
minority. They're like a subset of the
But
actual staff.
what I'm trying to say is that there are people that give a crap and there are people that don't give a crap. And these are older handicapped people that get put through the ringer. And it's sad. It's sad that it happens. I saw it firsthand. TA saw it firsthand. This is true. We're not, Tella, we're
I
not
believe it
making,
happens,
yeah,
but I'm having a hard time seeing it as the norm. Like, there's
we're
just
not,
no way people are gonna tolerate this as the standard?
I would say, Jeff, if you ask in my opinion, I would say 75% no, 25% yes. So the majority doesn't happen, but there are people that do fall through the whole cracks of yes, people do get abused. They do. And when someone says they have routine inspections, that's a lie. There is no health department is checking weekly. They may come in every
Because
6 months.
I think in Washington State they even have like a state department that's is in charge of inspecting nursing homes and healthcare facilities, and you can like file
Right.
complaints with them and all kind of stuff.
Everyone I've ever met said die at home peacefully. Don't ever go to those facilities because it's nothing but a cash cow. I've never been in that situation, but I think that people do fall through the cracks and they get put through the ringer because there's people that take care of them that don't care about them. It's different.
I
from
wonder if
our
it's the annoying patients that wear out
Yeah,
their
could be.
test the patience of
I was
Could
muted.
be.
So
all the staff, and they're like, just leave her there in her shitty diaper.
Well, I
I'm tired
mean,
of
why
fooling with her.
why would you choose a profession of taking care of people
Exactly.
who are be ill if you're just going to do it?
Exactly that.
yeah, man, the Hippocratic Oath is being thrown out the window. It seems like in a lot of senses. My mom, she herself had to be at a assisted place for a little bit for some reason. I can't remember which, but I know that she got manhandled and bruised up. Her arms are so messed up, and they had to let the person go who did that. But that happens. And this
Right.
notion that
Right.
manhandling the older people, they just don't like them. They
Mm.
got these jobs and they're scum, and that's a fact of
Sure.
life. I'm not looking forward to my future,
Hmm.
to be honest. That's
That
just
sucks.
me. That's just me.
So be more, what are you worried about? You worried about being, basically not being able to take care of yourself and having to rely on other people that don't really care? Is that your fears, like people that just don't
No,
give a crap?
I'm just going with the flow, man. Whatever happens, happens. Like when the bad times come, then I'll probably I don't know, I might have a meltdown, but maybe not because I'm on these pills. Clonazepam keeps me in line,
Hmm.
but it takes away your soul.
How long have you been on? Decades, you said?
For 15, 16 years, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Before that, it was Xanax, and that's the devil, dude.
It's really funny. You know what's really funny is that you come on panels like this, right? And you open up and you talk about real life experiences, and then you have cowards in chat that want to chirp in the background.
Yeah,
and make
right.
Fun of. No, but hear me out.
What?
Want to make?
No, we not
hear
hear you
me
out because I don't want the focus to be on the
hear me
trolls in
out.
the chat, and that
No,
just
no,
gives them
I'm just
oxygen.
saying. I'm just saying in general, you have people that come up and talk about life experiences, real life experiences, and then people want to make fun of you for you being honest about real life experiences. But
Well,
Go
they'll get
ahead.
theirs. They'll get theirs.
That's it.
One
I
one
just
day
find it
it comes around for
very
everybody.
strange.
Everybody will find that one day they're going to be in a position that really sucks,
Sure.
and that's just the facts of life, man. Shit, the facts of life, the facts of life.
Be more. I told you I respect you because you're brutally honest. You just say it is. This is what's going on, and this is what it is. So you get
Yeah,
my
dude.
respect.
Like I've always been an open book. I just to a fault. I mean, I've really pissed off a lot of people for speaking my mind.
Doing what? You're like one of the most mild-mannered
Well,
people
it depends.
on here.
No, so what Jeff, what he's doing is he's opening up more and more, and it's inviting more people to kind of criticize him. But I love the fact that he's opening up and letting people know this is my struggle. This is what I'm going through. These are the things that I'm thinking and feeling, and I respect you because now
Yeah,
you're getting flat. You're getting flack for being honest. But the
Well,
other people that will give you crap about it hide behind fake avatars and will never come up and talk man to man.
That's
They'll
right.
never
They
do
can
it.
chat. They don't have to come up. They can chat
They're
in the chat.
scumbags. They're scumbags. That's all they are. They're scumbags. They're
Just leave
cowards.
leave that alone and let's
Dude, they'll
keep
like
the
I said,
conversation going.
they'll get theirs one of these days, and they will
No
find
doubt.
out they're gonna have something that doesn't feel that great, and if they
And
have to
Jeff,
live for the rest of their lives.
you are becoming more and more famous. I don't know if you know that. Did you know
I
that, Jeff?
don't know that.
You were restreamed. You were restreamed on 3 different streams
Really?
with me and you talking.
Troll stream, drama streams. I don't
Yeah,
consider that fame.
but
That's
people are coming.
exploitation.
People are coming to your stream because of that. Because of that. So I'm glad it. So haters are going to hate.
Any publicity is good publicity.
Yeah,
That's
because they
it. Come.
have to sub to comment, so at
Let me
least
tell you
I get the
something.
numbers from it.
Let me tell you something. Birds are going to chirp. They're going to chirp all they want. Look. So come to Gen X Jeffs and suck my. But come to Gen X Jeffs and have a good conversation. Drop all your hatred, drop all your ridiculousness, and come talk to people and actually give a crap about what we have to say. That's all. But you know what, Jeff? At the bottom line is they're going to sit in the back and they're going to go like this. Jeff, ready? That's what they're going to do. That's it.
Well,
go ahead, Jeff. I'm sorry to take over. Go ahead.
no, I don't think you'd take it over tonight. The conversation's been pretty balanced. We were talking about nursing homes, but we could move on to something else. That was pretty depressing.
Yeah, it's depressing.
So when my family member was actually in an assisted care living place, they make dinner for you. They make dinner for them, not for me, but for them. And it's a pretty mundane dinner. It's not really fancy. So I'd always bring her food. I'd bring food to her.
Did she have any incidents?
No. Yo, that room, the room that she was in was banging. It was like when you go and rent a really nice hotel room, that's what it looked like.
Oh yeah, I've been inside some of those. They are quite
nice.
Quite fancy. I love old people. I thought about volunteering at one of those places. I'd have so much fun in there.
Aren't they? They're really expensive.
You got expensive. Don't get me started. You have a retractable bed, a flat screen TV. You have a living room with sofas and for the family to come and stay.
What's a retractable bed?
Automatic bed, so it goes up and down with the remote.
Okay. I thought you meant it rolls into the wall or something.
No. And then you have like a living room area where it has like a bed, like a pull-out couch, and like other chairs. Then they have their own singular bathroom, so there's with a shower. Now it's different with some places. Now this is the honky one. This is like the high dollar one.
The honky one.
The honky one. Yeah. And then and they're in a cul-de-sac, so it's only 2 rooms per circle. So like they have their own bathrooms, they have their own living room. It's like basically being in a hotel suite.
Yeah, that's the ones I've seen. It's
yes.
It's kind of.
But the food,
some of it, it's kind of vague, except for the carpets. It's kind of Vegas, like casino.
It's very, very Vegas. But the food is subpar. So if you're used to eating well, the food kind of sucks.
But I think when you get to that age, you don't know. You don't even care.
Well, yeah. Well, my relative did. So I had to always I would bring food all the time.
But how is the food subpar at those prices, though?
It was terrible, bro. The food was terrible. It sucked. Terrible. I mean, it was like crappy food. And I'm talking to the person who cooks. I'm like, yo, you want me to come back there and help you? I'm joking around, but they made chicken tenders one night, Jeff, and they were terrible. Like wrapped in flour with no seasoning in vegetable oil. I'm like, this is not how you make cutlets. This is not how you cook.
No, that's
Yeah,
So
I can imagine that's gotta suck.
the food is not good. The food is not good. So I would
That seems
bring
like
food.
I can personally speak to that too. My dad worked in a hospice center for a good long time before he couldn't work no more, and that place was not very well run. My dad's been a cook his entire life. Ever since he was 18, he's worked fast food jobs, so he knows how to cook for sure. But when he started working there, the process there with how they were doing it, let's just put it this way: I wouldn't want nobody really eating the food from most of these places. It's as bad as some school lunches or prison lunches, if you ask me.
I grew up on school lunches. How are they doing it?
Well, from the process, from what my dad did it, like when they did the vanilla wafer stuff, the vanilla wafer stuff is fresh, but a lot of this food isn't freshly made. This is stuff from the night before. They go and they stick it on the warmer and put it inside a little hot tray and say it's fresh.
There should be
fuck.
like OSHA guidelines or something, so you can't
Well,
even in a normal restaurant or fast food restaurant, you can't reuse food from the night before.
Well, I hate to tell you, as someone who used to go and sit at my dad's job many nights until he'd get off at work, a lot of the food that you would eat back in the early 2000s was just old food from the night before, and I'm sure a lot of people do it now.
Don't tell us that.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's nothing healthy about fast food, Jeff, even if it's a fucking salad. No offense.
Yeah, I don't expect health, but I also don't expect day old food.
Yeah, it happens.
No, I better not. It better not happen to me. I better not catch him serving me day old fries.
Well, I can tell you, as someone who used to eat out a lot, and I haven't ate out a lot in about 10 to 15 years. I might eat out occasionally. I can tell you that while my diabetes isn't much better because the damage is already done, I do feel a lot more different now that I don't eat constant, Dave's triple hamburgers from Wendy's or something.
Yeah. And carbs and sugar, all that stuff. Yeah.
Are you eating healthier? What kind of stuff do you eat?
To be honest, I've always been a skinny person, despite the fact that my diabetes is so bad. But with my diabetes, on top of the fact that I've never gotten the proper health care that I should be, because, I'm not rich and can pay for it. I don't consume as much as I used to, like sugars and starch and stuff. Most days I might eat 1 or 2 meals a day, and it's usually a pretty small meal, but it hasn't really done much good, mainly because, like I said, the damage has already been done. For so many years, the doctors just did not care about the things that I was telling them that was wrong with my body. And, for the last 2.5 to 3 years, I've been gaslit about 6 lumps throughout my entire body. So,
dude, I can totally relate to you, man. It took 4 years for them to listen to me. But then it took optic neuritis to get to see. That was the thing that got me diagnosed. That was the only thing that got me an MRI. I could tell the general physician day in and day out, hey, I got this numb patch and it's bugging me and I don't know what to do about it. Well, there's this thing, Jim, called hypochondria. No, it's not hypochondria. I know what that is, but that's not what it is. And it took 4 years to get diagnosed. I mean, Jesus.
It's pretty bad for me. About a year ago, after 2 years of seeing the same doctor and complaining about a heart condition, because I know that I have some type of heart issue, she never once sent me to a cardiologist, even though I could literally prove to her while standing in front of her that there was something wrong with my heart. All she did was give me a blood pressure test and said, oh, there's nothing I can see wrong with you. Your EKG is normal, even to this day, if I get up and walk 10 feet, my heart will start beating like it's a horse. So they just don't care,
do you use insurance or like Medicaid? Or
yeah, I have
health?
insurance. I mean, if I'm being honest, it's, the kind that's barely covered for us poor people. But I mean, that's not the point is,
When did that start for you?
What, the gaslighting or the health issues?
The health issues.
I was diagnosed with pre-diabetes at 16.
Oh wow!
Damn, brother.
That's young. So is it that other type?
It started off as pre-diabetes, and if I'm being honest, if I had better role models in my life and doctors back then who actually understood my lifestyle and how to work around it,
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't be as bad off now, which is I'm 30 years old. The neuropathy is to the point where some days I don't feel my legs up into about the bottom of my kneecaps.
Oh man, that sounds like my disease. Almost kind of like I don't feel my legs down beneath my knees.
Yeah. Extreme neuropathy. Most nights I don't fall asleep until about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning because I just can't sleep because of the pain. But then you go and tell your doctor that you're in pain, and what do they tell you to take? Ibuprofen.
Fentanyl.
Right,
No,
right.
no.
Yeah.
Try that Aleve that Mike took. He said Aleve and
None of it
Tylenol.
works. None of it works for neuropathy, not for the advanced stage I have. But, I go and I ask for a medical marijuana card, and, magically the day I go to my doctor and ask her for it, she said, we don't do that here anymore. We'll have to send you about, 200 miles away to the nearest city that does do them. So,
Does marijuana help?
yes, sir.
Yeah, dude. It helps with a lot of my MS issues, no doubt. That's no joke.
When I first started off with marijuana, I did use it to get high, but by the time I started developing depression and then I grew up and realized what life was about, I started realizing that let's put it this way, as someone whose mother rotted away on head pills most of his young adult life, I took one of my mom's pills that was subscribed to her, the same kind that was subscribed to me, and it made me want to, do exactly what the thing claimed it wasn't supposed to do. So that type of stuff just never worked. Therapy, I can tell you right now, I've been to over 20 therapists, and every single one but one of them actually gave a rat's ass about what I was there about. They just wanted to get me on another head pill.
20 therapists?
Yes, sir.
Most therapists don't even prescribe. They send you to
They sent me
totally
to a few other
separate person
people.
for the medication.
They sent me to someone for PTSD issues, but then when the person who's supposed to be telling me how to cope with extreme PTSD told me to look around on the wall and look at pretty things, I laughed in his face and never went back.
Oh my God. What do you have PTSD from?
I would just put it this way. A certain group of people was not very nice to me because of my skin color.
Oh. How old were you?
11 and 12.
Oh my
13.
God. So was it at school?
Yes, sir.
That's where it happens. If you go to in Baltimore
Or
City,
prison?
you're out of fucking luck if you go to Baltimore City schools and you're white. I have a feeling you're out of luck.
Yeah, the cards have
where were the
cards
teachers or the adults?
the teachers laughed at me. So did the school board. That's a joke. But I had a very unique situation. I lived in a town that was basically like 98% black, so my situation was a little unique.
Did you seem to get along with your neighbors at all?
I mean, the immediate neighbors, but the second you were on the school bus and got to school, it was pick on the white boy day.
Oh yeah.
How many white kids were at the school?
Me and one other person.
Are you only two?
Two. And there was only 4 white families that lived in the city limits, and only 2 of them lived in city limits. So.
And how did the other person fare?
Well, she was a girl, and we never talked. So if she ever got messed with, I wouldn't know. But
only 2 white went to school and they didn't even talk.
And schools are prisons. I gotta
Why?
say.
He's white, Kane. He went to an all-black school. So people that think reverse racism cannot happen.
It does.
Any color can be racist toward any other color.
Well, I'll just put it this way. The very first day I realized I was in for a bad life at school there was we were sitting in social studies, and I'm pretty sure the teacher did on purpose, but she played a videotape on Emmett Till. And at the end of the video, what I basically considered the Snoop Dogg of the school, because he acted that way. He was a really chill dude named Eric, but everybody turned to the back of the class, and he looked right at me. He said, "Do you have a problem with black people?" And of course, I'm going to say no because I just got put on the spot. And ever since then, he looked out for me. But it didn't stop the racial abuse. I mean, I went to that school, lived in that town for 3.5 years, and I mean, it got to the point that I had to make a threat to the school just to get what do you call it when they kick you out? Fuck.
Expelled.
There you go. Damn. Yeah, expelioso. I literally had to threaten to bring a gun to school because we even went. We
Yeah.
yeah we went to the school board, and of course the entire school board is black, and when they heard that a white boy living in that town was going through what their parents or what they had probably had to go through segregation. I mean, they basically laughed in my face, and nothing was ever done. They wouldn't let me switch schools, which was basically like a private school. And it got to the point where the bullying it was every single day. I mean, it was getting to the point they were coming by the house. They were throwing
Oh my
rocks at
God.
they were throwing rocks at the dog. They tried to run me over in a car with a skateboard. I mean, I've had guns put to my chest because I used to dress like Johnny Cash. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've been, accused of being a narc because I like to dress like, Johnny Cash or something like that. Like, so
Johnny Cash looked cool.
it's
Yeah.
it's very unique when people like me still don't hold that type of stuff against other people. If there's anyone who has a right to be mean, hateful, evil, and racist, it's someone like me. But Jesus Christ keeps me on the right path. So
Well, that's a credit to you. Were the teachers black too?
yes, sir, every one of them. And
Okay. I
it
have
don't bother me none.
Wow. Hang on. My mind is being blown. I can't. All right. Sorry. I got a social media distraction. Wow. Um. So Notlaws, do you want me to reveal? Okay. So Notlaws just sent me photos of himself. I guess I assume it's him. I'm gonna take it at his word. I have no idea what the dude looks like, and now I have an image of him, and it is totally not the image that I had in my head.
He's not green.
No, he's not. He's not fat in these photos. I don't know how old they are.
He's not green.
So he wanted me to verify that he is not fat. In fact, man, Notlaws, you got a pair of guns on you. Wow.
How do you know it's him?
He works out or so. He works that keyboard. So yes, there it is. Oh, look, we're putting Moose to sleep. Y'all got to be more interesting.
This is boring. It is.
I'm not bored. I'm fast because I had similar experiences in school, not with race, but with being bullied and teachers in the school not really caring or doing anything. I was kind of on my own. So I just stopped going to school.
I was totally joking. I was totally joking.
Proby, I would have to say probably not. But he's not. He's definitely a potential. If you can look past his personality or his ideology, he's probably going to make somebody a decent catch.
It's really funny when people put fake pictures up, but they won't cam up. That's just strange to me. It's just strange.
Well, I don't know that they're fake, but I also don't know that they're real. These pictures could be from anywhere.
Because
but they look like they were taken with a phone camera.
Anybody who's proud of how they look is going to cam up and come on panel and cam up.
Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't. Not lost. Why don't you cam up? Yeah. I mean, not cam up. Come up. You really have nothing to be self-conscious about.
It's another obese person with fake pictures. So if I'm wrong, not laws. If I am completely wrong, prove me wrong.
I can definitely tell you he's not obese.
Well, from the pictures, you don't know those pictures.
From the pictures. But you want to see it on cam to really know.
You don't know that because anybody that's not afraid cams up. Busker cams up. Jeff, you cam up. I cam. Like I said, I don't know TA, but literally, if you're gonna put a picture of yourself online, cam up and show us that that's you, because in your chat you seem like an old angry woman, not laws. That's what you seem like to me. So show us that. No, show me that I'm completely wrong. If I am wrong, I will eat crow. I will say, not laws. You look amazing, dude. Keep it going. Awesome. But don't put a fake picture online and say, this is me. Look at my guns. Because you're not proving anything from a Google image. You're not proving anything, not laws.
That could be.
I think you're a fat. I think you're not laws. I think you're a fat old woman. I think you're a fat old
He's
woman.
not a fat old woman. I've voice chatted with Not Lost before. He's definitely not an old woman.
He sounds like this. This could be a woman.
He sounds like an ordinary dude.
Well, Not Laws. Show yourself. If you are a buff dude, I will give you your kudos. I will bow. I personally will bow and give you your kudos, bro. I will.
There you go.
Not Laws. I wouldn't pass up this opportunity. It's not often you get kudos around here.
Come on, Not Laws. I'm counting on you.
I will say Not Laws is a handsome SOB who hits the gym, who takes care of himself. I will admit all of that on the record. And that's from a YouTube guy who's been around. I will give you your kudos, man. I will. Don't hide behind a fake, weird avalanche. I don't know if that's I don't know what the hell that thing is. Like you're.
I thought he was an old man for the longest time because of that avatar.
Yeah, but show us that I'm wrong. Prove me wrong. That's all. And Not Laws. Don't even show your face. Cover your face, but show your features. And I will say that man works out. That man takes care of himself. He has a good diet. And I will give you your props. I will.
Well,
so
there
do
it is.
it.
The offer's out there. You can decide what to do from there.
But I think you're lying. I think, but Not Laws. I think you're lying. I think you sent fake pics to Jeff. In Canada, it's probably nothing illegal, but I think you might be a fat guy eating poutine, living in a snow-filled
all right.
village. But show it. Jeff. I'm trying to push him to do it. But show us.
I see that, but I don't think he's going to.
Yeah. Because anybody who is proud of their process, what they look like, hey, listen, I've worked hard on my body. I've done this. I've accomplished this. I've done these good things. They will come up online and show themselves because they have my respect. Anybody who works hard to change themselves, you have our respect, Not Lost.
I mean, I know that there's many reasons somebody might choose not to come up. Oh, yeah, we were talking to TA too. He was telling his story about growing up.
Well, as far as racism. The whole showing the face thing, from personal experience of posting, my own child's face on Facebook and have grown people literally say that my child should die of cancer, I just tend to not need to show my face. Unless it's, needing facial recognition for some bullshit, I just don't see a need
What kind of people are saying that?
All right. So, TA, you ready for this? I had a guy that I used to be on a panel with put a picture of my 8-year-old grandson as his avatar, and then put a picture of my son and my daughter and said that they have relations with each other. These people are fucking disgusting people. They're disgusting human beings.
That's not news. Everybody knows that those people are out on social media.
As someone who plays Call of Duty DMZ and has to talk to people for 20 to 30 minutes at a time, I can tell you some of the things that was told to me about my child from someone who died because, I actually worked with military tactics and killed your team with my team. Everything from my child should be molested to my child should be killed. So,
Yeah,
I know what the internet pertains, and
thing.
I know that people will go through anything to do anything. I've almost been doxxed just by simply saying that my son shouldn't have had a vaccine. So there you go. God.
There you go, man.
Welcome to the streets.
No doubt.
People are just fucking crazy. You're just gonna have to accept it. People are crazy.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. Yeah.
And just find the people that are not, and just stick with them. Yes, exactly. Lots of weirdos on the internet.
I'm still looking for that, Jeff, as someone who doesn't even trust his own family. So,
believe it or not, and I could be
deluding
myself,
Jeff.
but it seems like I've found a few. They're out there.
I trust you more than I do probably 99.9% of my family. I'll put it that way.
I get that all the time. Well, I'm not out to hurt anybody. That's for sure. Unless it, put it this way, if I'm out to hurt you, you're gonna know, and I'm gonna make sure that it hits. But I'm not
Yeah,
out to
exactly.
like randomly hurt people. If I'm at the point where I'm wanting to hurt you, it's gonna be very targeted.
I'm the same way, man. I can tell you, I've had a lot of things done to me, and I only put my hands on my dad one time after all the things that he did to me, and I should have killed him that night, but I love the man too much, so.
Mm,
You have a lot of
yeah.
restraint and a lot
Oh,
of
I do. I still deal with shit constantly with the human population and society every single day, but people like me don't go joker on people because why? I guess it's either Jesus Christ or it's my own morality.
Sure.
I don't want to see others in pain, so why would I want to do it?
that is commendable to not want to
It's
add destruction to society.
Oh, I could easily have been with my weapons training. I could easily join the military, become a sniper, become a marksman, become hired guns. But people like me grew up with Jesus Christ, so there was that little back of the head saying, you shouldn't go out there and get paid by the government to become a contract killer. But whatever.
Were you tempted to?
I very much was, and let me tell you something. It's a lot more easier than what a lot of people realize. People like me could have easily have chosen very, very dangerous and high-profile jobs. We just chose not to because something in life either kept us from doing it or we just chose not to. I can't tell you how many times the military instructor came in high school and tried to recruit me into the military because why? Oh no, he saw me use a rifle one day at a firing range. So literally every single day in high school, you want to join? We could use you overseas. The whole 9/11 type shit. So.
Oh wow.
Constantly trying to get infantrymen, and someone who I used to live with back when I was younger, when I had that demonic possession attempt when I was younger. I don't know if you heard about that, but her husband was trying to get me into the Air Force, and it's not that hard to fly a jet. I'm gonna tell you, it's not when most of them are unmanned nowadays.
I know they had some kid here in Washington State that would steal planes for fun and fly them.
I heard about that. Yeah.
It's
What?
not.
But
It really isn't.
back up, rewind. Demon possession when you were 11 years old. What is that about?
When I was 9 years old, I believe, even though the doctors have told me differently, I believe that I was attempted to be possessed. Yes,
By a demon.
by some type of entity that was clearly not human.
What happened?
Hmm.
I love a good demon possession story.
There you go.
Okay. So when I was living with this woman, when I was 9 years old, she was an older religious woman. She was one of them people where, you don't get to sit in front of a TV, you don't get to look at a phone, you don't get to stay inside. You were out there on her fields in her yard working with her. If you're not in school, you're at church. If you're not at school or in bed, you're at church. So that means every Wednesday, every Sunday, every time there's a play, every time there's a choir practice, you're getting dressed or you're getting the switch.
Oh,
So,
switch. I remember that.
you can say I was indoctrinated into it, I guess, but being a man now, I can tell you that I 100% believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in God and all the stuff that the Bible tells you. But after a few years of living with her, I still had the very exact same Bible to this day. I put the Bible underneath my pillow one night, now lay me down to sleep and pray the Lord my soul to keep. Good stuff.
If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take.
That's right. Well, the doctor told me that I experience sleep paralysis, REM sleep. My brain was either in or out of deep sleep, and something didn't shut off or turn off right. And, I hallucinated the fact that I was apparently, from my perspective, I was floating over my bed. I wasn't able to move. I wasn't able to breathe. And the only thing that I could muster inside my mind to say was, in the name of Jesus Christ, let me go. Within that second, I was able to move. I was able to breathe. I ran into the living room to tell the woman who was taking care of me at the time what happened. She acted like she didn't give a shit, told me to go back to sleep. And since then, I've had at least 20 to 30 sleep paralysis attacks that are basically more or less the same kind. I've only ever had one hallucination during one of them, and the rest have been basically nightmarish, if you want to call them prophetic dreams, whether it's God telling me how the world's going to end or what's going to happen to people on Earth. I believe that dreams, no matter how stupid or silly they are, tell you a story, and you better pay attention to them, especially the scarier ones. So, I do have to
What's going to
say,
happen to us?
well, I can just tell you one thing. It does seem like a lot of people are purposely going down a path that's going to be self-destructive. That's the only way I can tell you.
Yeah, I mean,
And
we were talking about that earlier with just the way the cities have degenerated and
It's basically the human
drugs and
condition.
crime and gangs.
I can tell you, as someone who's lived in this city, I've been on and off in this city almost my entire life, and this city was a great city to live in when I was younger. This was the kind of city where you could leave your front porch door open, and everyone comes to the neighborhood barbecue, and everyone knows everyone. Nowadays, you can't walk down the street without seeing a crime happen, a drunk driver, someone almost killing someone, or a robbery, or like
Yeah,
with me.
I don't know what the
It
cause
seems
of
like
that is. It
everyone.
lack of law enforcement? Is it there's just too
It's
much of
multiple
it
things,
for our
Jeff.
current system to
It
handle?
could be that the human mind itself, after a while, will begin to degrade. I mean, how crazy were people back in the slums 1,000 years ago? I mean, have we really changed that much more? I don't think so. But we have to really admit that, I'm not saying lobotomies were a good idea, because they weren't, but
No, they're not.
obviously they're not taking any mental health, and I don't care whether you're trans, gay. I don't give a shit what you do behind closed door, but you can't sit here and say that at some point that mental health is being promoted in a way where, when I was a kid, they put my mom in the mental place because she started showing signs of schizophrenia. Okay. Well, I can tell you that there are probably, out of every 20 people I deal with in a day, probably 3 of them have something worse than schizophrenia, and they have access to guns, alcohol, and drugs.
Hmm.
Wow.
So, as someone like me who can't, I mean, I can get a gun, but I don't want a gun, because if I have to defend myself, I don't want to have to kill you. But I mean, if I'm going to kill you, I want it to be a little bit more personal than a bullet. So, I'm just going to say there's a lot of people with access to high weaponry who shouldn't be having it, where compared to people like me who carry around a pair of nunchucks, which I live in a state where it's legal, so that's not a problem. But still, the point is I can actually spend more time in jail for whacking someone with a pair of nunchucks than what, just like 2 years ago, someone was murdered upstairs on the 3rd story of our apartment building, and they still haven't caught the dude, even though no one came out of the apartment building at all that day. So you tell me.
Man,
Wow,
that sounds like an echo of Baltimore to me. It's kind of.
And welcome, Angeline.
How
Hi.
you doing?
How are
Well,
you?
I don't want to bash cops. I'm going to tell you right now, as someone, you can say it's because I'm white or it's because I'm really respectable, but I've only ever had 2 bad cops in my life. So, I don't think the cops are as bad as what people are making it out.
No, I don't either.
Yeah, I mean, like, if we didn't have cops, we'd kind of be fucked.
Yeah, I definitely want cops.
Because I deal with cops a lot throughout the weeks. I can't tell you how many times I had to call the cops because some dumbass throws out a grill full of charcoals behind the fucking tree, that's not far down from the park. We're literally during what do they call it, a red warning about you're not supposed to burn anything at all because your whole city can catch fire. And what does this dumbass do? Go outside and dump a grill full of charcoal. So,
Man, that's
Did anything happen to him?
ignorant.
What's up, Angeline?
How you
not
doing?
much. Just thought I'd come and hang out. It's Nate.
Oh, okay. I like your braids.
You're looking good.
Yeah. Just thought I'd come and say
And your
hi.
background.
And I don't feel too talky, but it's nice to just come up and say hi and socialize and see where the
Well, yeah,
conversation
I'm
goes.
glad you did. Come on and join the party.
So how you been doing, Angeline? How's your life?
It's been rough, I guess, but it's alright. Always
Yeah,
turns out
life
okay
is
in the
rough.
end.
Definitely. Yeah,
It's been rough.
Yeah.
Oh, what's going on?
You know, when you've been through enough, you just kind of know you just stay alive. Stay alive until, and everything passes, almost all of it, right?
I agree 100% with that.
Are you going through a rough spot?
Yeah, definitely been up and down for me.
Oh,
Well, Angeline, great to see you. You look wonderful as always. But you always have a great energy. If you want to share, share. If you don't, you don't. But we're all here for you. You're a great addition to any panel you go to.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
your voice.
Let
Yeah,
me
let's-
ask you all this: Did you see? Did you see that they did infrared searching of the pyramids? Now, if you don't want to talk about, it, you don't have to. But
We were
there's
talking about that
stuff
the other
like
day. They found something underneath the.
yeah, it's topographical or some kind of shit, some
Yeah.
kind of like scan.
And they're saying allegedly there could be power reserves under there, like coils, almost
Let
like
me see if I
Tesla
can get an
coils.
update. We barely glanced at the news
But I
story when it
mean,
broke
is it
the other
really
day.
that much of a shocker to think that ancient
No,
civilizations had
no.
technology? Like,
T-
come on.
TA no. TA no. We are an ant. We are ant in an ant farm. Civilization, I think, on Earth and other planets have been around for multiple millenniums.
Yeah, and
We
lots of
haven't
research.
scratched the surface, but ancient ancient Egypt, I think, was way more advanced than anyone has ever surmised. Ever surmised
Where
that
was their
these
internet and all
ancient
their
civilizations.
technology? Where was their streaming videos
I
and
mean, who
all the
knows?
stuff we have
Could be
today?
Jeff. It could be
Advanced
Skynet. It
healthcare.
could have been Elon Musk back then. Yeah,
Well,
Where were
I
their
think
yeah.
SpaceX?
But
I
it
have a
is.
feeling.
But there.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was just gonna say I think they had a different form of
Take
technology.
it, Bmore. Take it.
I think it maybe they did have a different form of technology. I had this feeling, but I don't know for a fact.
Yeah, I would say it looks ancient to us by the looks, but it was much more advanced than anything we had today. But it just looks ancient.
Yeah,
But they
right.
didn't have internet. That's the thing I can't get past. Like, there's
I don't know
definitely
about that,
things that the
Jeff.
modern world has that you could say is
I don't know, Jeff.
far
There's
advanced.
some places in the world that seem to have a Wi-Fi signal in some places where it shouldn't be. So
Ha! I didn't know that. Nah.
Have
Holy
you guys
But
ever heard
Jeff,
some of the theories on creating shapes and building with possible sound waves? Because
With
they
Oh, I've
show
the
heard of
you,
that. Yes, yeah, I've heard of
so
that.
they show you how if you play certain sound waves, it shapes sand and all that kind of stuff, and that they may have had. It often mimics the designs we see in some of the ancient buildings and the roofs
Oh, is
and
that the
things, and
sacred geometry thing?
yeah,
Yeah, I
and
saw a
stuff.
do
video
you
on that.
think?
Certain
Do you?
frequencies.
Does everyone think that they've been talking to us the whole time through movies? When it comes, so Angelina, you talking about Dune,
oh
where
boy.
your voice and your energy can turn into a weapon. I mean, they've been talking to us for a long time through what we see right in front of us. We talk about anti-gravity. So
They
does
might be
anybody on
using
the panel
YouTube now.
say, and does anybody believe that anti-gravity is what built the pyramids? Moving stones of unimaginable weight with anti-gravity.
No,
I wonder. I
my
mean, like,
answer is no,
and
but y'all
like
can take it.
Angeline said, like that, like a frequency or what wasn't it like a frequency or a sound that would do it or something? I don't know.
Just they showed things making shapes through different sound vibrations that
Yeah,
look
that's right.
identical to the roofs and in certain
Yeah.
ancient buildings and things like that. And so I just wonder sometimes if there's a connection. to how they
Well,
used to be
And
things.
a lot of rose-colored windows, and like the one in I think it was in Paris, the rose window. I mean, there are certain frequencies where if you play it in water, it makes the exact same design as a lot of these stained colored glass windows in these cathedrals. So I mean,
Yeah, man. Like in
most of the a lot of these bells are Renaissance pickuppers where they're able to collect energy. I mean, I believe it to an extent, but I think a lot of it's misinformation to keep conspiracy theories always going.
yeah,
so what
Definitely a
is
lot of misinformation out there, but also, so you just gotta like click with the things that kind of make sense and just keep them in the back of your head. And then as you get more information, sometimes the puzzle pieces come together. Like, you
Well, I
know,
mean, me being a Christian, my simple answer is aliens are demons, and everything that we use as technology came from fallen angels. So
well
interesting
that's
theory.
and
I
TA
have
as
I can only I've already experienced a UFO 3 years ago with a witness, and I experienced demons at 9 years old. So, as someone who I don't care if the aliens are coming through the clouds, you're never going to convince me that ET wants to phone home. So,
I grew up in that world too, so I'm quite familiar with all that weird stuff.
TA as an avid Christian, I understand what you're saying, and I do believe that there's something there. There's an element there that we're not understanding. So are aliens really fallen angels, like you just said, or interdimensional beings?
yeah. They're
There's,
transdimensional. That's what I.
well,
but
I'm a
this is the thing.
told a NASA scientist a few years ago when I was in a question and answering thing. I said, after my UFO experience, I said, why would an alien travel 3.3 billion light years to fly all the way here just to see some front row beach? Okay, so there you go.
Wait. You had a demon possession and a UFO
Yes,
experience?
sir. 3 years ago, I was sitting at the beach with my wife, and next thing you know, me and her saw something that I can only describe to you as a UFO. And it was, let's just put it this way.
I thought I had an exciting life.
I was close enough to it that there's I'm not lying about it, Jeff. I have no need to lie about it.
No,
But
I,
I can tell you,
I believe you had the experience.
I was close enough to it that I can tell you that thing did not come from 3.3 billion light years away.
I'm not gonna say I know what it was, but when I was a kid, I used to always go with my mom to her baseball games, and we were out on some new field, and there's like these balconies you can sit on and watch, and there was all these little silver discs that showed up in the sky. They were just bright, reflective little silver round things all over. And
Yeah.
everyone was kind of like, what the heck is that? And we couldn't figure out what it was. And we didn't really have like lots of phones and things then. And I think someone was trying to take a picture, but they all just kind of shot off and disappeared. And nobody had any clue what they were. But that was a very interesting experience. That's probably the closest thing I've ever seen to anything weird.
Yeah, like I had a weird experience at this place called Polecat Hollow. It's this old building that a college used to rent out to people who were connected with them. And this building, I got pretty fucked up, but then it's weird, man. It's like this some reason I felt like I was possessed too. And I looked at my parents as I walked, and I looked at them laying down, and I looked at them, and they looked different to me. I don't know what that was. I don't know if it was a hallucination, like brought on by lots of marijuana and alcohol. I don't know, or just like partially a dream along with it. Like if I woke up from a dream.
I was about to say I smoked plenty of marijuana and drank alcohol before. I ain't never had hallucinations.
No,
Man, I wanna be
I think this had to do with the fact that I fell asleep and that I woke up, and that's probably what triggered it big time.
I mean, the doctors try to say the same thing about me with me living that woman being on the farm all day long, being out in the heat, working all them hours with only eating a meal and taking a break for 20 minutes. You know, oh, you're overexerting yourself. But explain the fact, oh, here now, this many years later, is that I've had the exact same experience. Was it because of my sleep patterns? I've always had a weird sleep pattern. And I can tell you, I never had an experience before I started being a Christian.
Wait, you didn't start out a Christian?
No, before I lived with that woman, no one ever took me to church. I didn't have a concept of who Christ or Jesus was. It wasn't until I started living with that woman that I was put into the message and started to learn the Gospels. And since then, I've had the experiences. That's why to me, no matter what another man try to convince me of, I'm always going to come to the conclusion that there's a God, there's a Jesus, there's a devil, and there's minions who work for him. So, I mean, you just never
how
convince
did
me
you
of
end
anything
up with
else.
this woman? Who was she?
Oh, my wife, met her a few years ago before we had our son.
So this was I thought it was when you were a kid. This was
Oh, you're talking about when I was a kid.
the one
The
the slave lady that had you working on her farm.
that was when I was younger. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, the person who I had the UFO experience, she's my wife.
Okay.
But at least you don't have to worry about me and some must brain chip.
Well, it sounds like you make more or less good decisions about what not to do.
If I'm being
more than
honest,
a lot of people.
I think that's the only reason why I've survived the 30 years that I've been alive.
Hey, Mr. B, what's up?
Yeah, man, just kind of back out. If you know something's not good, you back out, and that's the thing to do, man.
No, I can't. Who was it? Was it you that said earlier, or someone said earlier about being just barely 5 minutes, before something bad happened? That's how it's always usually been for me. But I can't tell you how many times my life has been put on the line just from walking down the street. I've walked basically it's the only way I've stayed skinny and stayed healthy, even though I'm a smoker and stuff. And I can tell you, there's not a day that you can't walk down the city street somewhere and some crazy person not want to follow you all the way home while you got your wife and child, or you can't walk to the store without somebody hassling you for money. And when you tell them no, they want to follow you home. I mean, it's just about every single day.
That's why I stopped hanging around Baltimore.
Is there something about you that attracts?
I honestly thank you, Jeff. You're the only person who ever asked me that. Do you think there's something about you that attracts this type of stuff? Yes, I think that the stuff that I experienced with my religious stuff and why people, even my own family, the only person who's ever truly loved me and treated me with dignity, the woman who I had to put in the ground who gave birth to me a few years ago, my mother. They treated her the exact same way, and guess what? It caused her to go into an early grave. My mom didn't need a doctor saying you needed head pills. You know what my mom needed? My mom needed a loving family saying, we love you, we care about you. No, instead, what do? Go to the doctor, get put on head pills, throw you into a rest home until you're so medically rotten that you're not who you are by the end of your life. So, yeah, I think.
I wonder how true that is for a lot of people. Just
I'm
not
pretty
having the
sure
right
that's probably a common thing, man.
Well, Jeff, I can tell the more kinder I've been, it seems like the more meaner people have been to me. Is the panels I go on, people over at panels sit here and act like they're my friend, but in reality, I know none of these people actually give a honest rat's ass.
People over where it cut out.
The other panels I've been on.
Oh.
You seem pretty cool, man. You're all right.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed you.
Oh, I'm completely sound. I know that if God is real and Jesus is real, then my suffering, the toils that we repay in life will be worth it when we see in heaven, right? Yeah, well, there you go. I just want to see my son and my wife and the people who I care about once more again. Whether or not it's true, so what? We'll all be dead one day, right?
Yep.
That we will.
Fact of life. That's the end.
Not in a rush to get there.
Oh, and I want to become rich without having to slave away for a CEO billionaire or sell my soul or my whole. There you go.
There you go, man.
But I don't want money, so that way I can live the life of PK. I just want enough to get a nice house out in the middle of the country before they press the buttons on us. I appreciate you letting me on, Jeff. It's a much more different dynamic than when you go to these other panels. Everyone's LARPing, drama, trauma, shekels.
Yeah, this is the oasis. This is where people come take a break from all that.
Shekels.
It's funny because TA, what you said is very profound, and I think you touch on a lot of points. And I love your story. It's awesome, dude. I mean, nothing negative whatsoever. But you're right. A lot of people will try to bastardize people and put them down, and they don't ever come up and just have a conversation like we do here. We come up, we have a beef with somebody, we come up and we talk about it, right? We always air it out. And I think that's really great about this space is that we actually have a conversation.
Oh,
Yeah.
it looks like somebody's coming up with a beef to air something out. Y'all ready for this?
Mm.
I don't want a bunch of drama. This is not drama court now. Welcome, Kane. What's that? Oh, he's at work. I love when he streams from work because I love his workplace. Oh, I guess he's just gonna hang out for a while.
It looks like something from a video game.
I know
Well, at least,
it's.
at least if he films an accident, at least we'll have it documented, right?
That's true. We could.
Why do you think I'm here for drama, Jeff? Interesting conversation. I just wanted to say hey.
Oh, yeah, just the timing of what Mike was saying. That's all. But yeah, welcome. It's been a while. I love when people stream from like their work, like their real life and stuff. I love seeing that shit.
Yeah, man.
I was thinking of popping on and showing my cookies earlier that I was baking.
Oh,
But
did
then,
you eat them?
But then people came and all that, and I was like, I had
Angeline,
some, but they're all mostly just on the
Yeah.
counter now.
Angeline, what kind of cookies? What did you make?
They're like, there's lots of stuff in them. I make them with like coconut sugar and coconut oil, and then
Great.
I
Yeah.
crush some pumpkin seeds and hemp hearts and walnuts.
Oh my
And
god, they sound delicious.
yeah, and then you put like chocolate chips, and they're so good, and I love them because they're sweet, but they also have the balance, like with
Yeah.
all the healthy fats and nuts and everything. So
Yeah.
I cannot stop eating them. That's the only problem. They're so good. But luckily, I have lots of other people in the house who can't stop eating them too, so it's all good.
So, Angeline, let me ask you this. I've never asked you this question. It's a random question. Are you a vegetarian at all?
No.
Okay,
No.
I didn't know. Because people that cook like with a lot of like nuts and stuff like that sometimes don't eat meats. I didn't know if you were like a vegetarian. That's all.
No, I really need to not be a vegetarian, but I am pretty healthy. Like I don't eat dairy, I don't eat gluten, and don't eat beans, but that's an allergy thing. So, and then Jesse is vegan, so I do make a lot of protein stuff that's not meat for that reason. Like use a lot of
Awesome.
lentils and things like that.
A lot of what?
It was
Lentils
Oh, okay.
or peas
lentils
or things like that.
Lentils are so good. Lentils are so good.
I love lentil
It's funny,
soup.
Angeline, a few years ago, I dated a vegetarian. I'm like a massive carnivore, so it's funny when like two people date and they cook together, and you have to figure out how to cook for the other person because they have different wants and needs when it comes to food. You know, it's just funny.
That's a whole topic. We should do.
Yeah.
That would be a very interesting thing to explore.
I tried a meatless hamburger. It was horrible. It tasted like crap.
Some of them are good though. If you get the right bread, I've had some at restaurants that were just as good or better than burgers.
Most of them are made with beans and soy and whatever, so I don't really even bother trying. I can't believe how it makes me sad how many of them are soy based, which kind of sucks. But
Hey guys,
I've also had eggplant cooked.
Sorry, I got
meat. Like it can substitute for meat.
You leaving, B more?
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't know if I'll get any sleep, but I should try because I have to get over to that hospital tomorrow. Anyway.
Well, I hope it goes.
Yeah,
the best that it can go.
Yeah, man.
Be more. Try to find some peace. We all love you, man. We all love you, bro. And just try to find some peace and try to get some rest, man. Try to let your mind rest a little bit. You know, just try to relax.
Totally,
and
man.
just take it slow. And
I appreciate
kind of.
All right, see ya.
Roll with whatever happens. Cauliflower Oh, I've never had that.
So what we do, Jeff, what we do is we love eggplant. Italians love eggplant. So we do eggplant parmesan,
Yeah.
and I got eggplant in the refrigerator right now. But eggplant parmesan is so good. You make cutlets, but you make them out of eggplant.
Yeah. I've
And
had the like it's as good as meat
it really is.
if you do it right.
And then one of my ex-girlfriends, she loved the portobello mushrooms. I'm not really into mushrooms. I'm not sure if you guys are into mushrooms,
No, not
but
those kind.
they would make the portobello mushrooms like hamburgers. They put like cheese and on them and stuff. Like it's like ugh, this big old mushroom, So
If you
yeah.
do it right, a stuffed mushroom can be good. When I do green juicing, I'll like save the pulp and I'll make like veggie patties or like vegan kind of burgers with them, spice them up
It's
and
awesome.
whatever. Yeah.
It's awesome.
Oh.
I,
What do you
I
mix
bet you,
it
and
with?
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. It depends what I have on hand. We've experimented with some different things, but it's really like spicing it up right that helps the most, right? Because veggie patties in general are really yummy. So yeah.
I can't get over
Angelina
Kate's job.
Angelina cooks with love. A little bit of love sprinkled on top, everything tastes amazing. That's all it is.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I
A
have two
spoonful of
stages.
mama's love.
I either like go crazy with cooking or I just don't eat. It's one or the other. Maybe I'm like too
Angelina,
perfectionist about it or something, but I always spend a lot of time if I do it. But then I'm also smaller, so I'm fine when I don't have to eat too.
yeah. You're petite. When you're petite, you don't eat as much, but you like to eat good, finer things, But yeah.
TA anytime. Anytime.
I eat a ton. I can eat a ton. Maybe that's why I
Really,
don't
you can
have to
put it
eat all the
away.
time. Maybe that's why I don't have to eat all the time. I'm kind of high energy, so I just never stop moving.
Angeline?
Did Kane's power go out? What happened? His whole
Angeline,
workplace disappeared.
if you had Angeline, if you had one thing that you could eat, what is like your favorite thing ever? Ever. Like the best meal. Like your fave.
I don't know. My favorite are complicated salads.
Salads?
Yeah, I love having like salad with quinoa and then some kind of protein with it, like steak or chicken or something, like all together. So that's probably my favorite meal, and it feels the most balanced, right? Lots of raw food and still have your protein and all that fun stuff.
Yeah.
And I like to make my dressings too, so they're like so good.
Balance. Yeah. My favorite thing in the world, Angeline, I love homemade chicken parmesan. That's my favorite thing in the world. Homemade chicken parmesan. It's just, I can't think of anything better than that. It's just the
Veal
best.
Parmesan.
How about you, Jeff?
Chicken, yeah.
Probably veal piccata. Is up there.
Or veal marsala. Which is it, marsala or piccata, Jeff? Which one? Is it
Piccata.
marsala?
The one with the capers and lemon.
With the capers. Okay.
Yeah. And the capellini.
With the butter and the capers and the lemon.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
delicious. Oh, you bet. We gotta stop talking about it. I'm getting
Getting hungry now.
I haven't had it in years.
Then you have veal marsala, which is
that's the brown sauce.
Wine. It's a wine sauce. It's all wine. Yeah. Got it.
And there's chicken marsala too. We used to know this girl. Her name was Marsala, and we used to call her Chicken Marsala.
Yeah, that's a famous Italian last name. Marsala is a famous Italian last name. And then my best friend growing up was Danny Pesh. So he was Danny the fish. Because Pesci
like
is
Joe
the fish.
Pesci.
Yeah, so he was Danny the fish. Yeah, hey, the fish. But yeah. But I think food and music is the one thing that bring people together, no matter where you come from, where you've
Yeah, well,
been, your
we
life
know that
experiences.
back down home. I don't know why the people up here haven't figured it out.
Yeah.
We love listening to music when we cook and stuff. The only problem is nobody wants to clean up. That's the only problem.
Pass a good time.
After all the cooking and eating and all that. Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Food, music, laughter,
That's it.
good
Love,
stories.
laugh, and live. Right? Is that the famous love,
Yeah.
laugh, and live? Yeah. It's amazing. I mean, it's funny because every single day we go through all these different ups and downs, and life gets so mundane. And I think we lose focus on the most simple things, just loving each other, cooking, singing a song together. I mean, the simplicity
Lord,
of
see us.
happiness.
You're speaking. You're
Yeah.
It's a
speaking
small
on
world,
what
after all.
what Brandon Lee's character Eric Draven says in the movie The Crow. That's what Shelley loved the most about life: the little trivial things. Believe me,
It
they're not as
makes
trivial. If I've talked to people who have died a few times on the operating table and have come back, and I can tell you, I wish I could live through those lenses. It's not very easy to sit here and take every single little up and down, no matter how small it is, and see how it could be a good thing. It's not easy.
TA
That's
one of
the
the
kind of
greatest
stuff you
lines.
remember too. When you look back,
One of
those
the
little things
yeah.
come back to you.
One of the greatest lines of any movie was The Crow. It can't rain all the time. In
That's
other
right.
words, things will get better. They can't always be dismal. And I think that's a good homage to people's experiences.
We often hold
Well,
ourselves in things
that's why my
and
role models are
they
Jesus Christ and Bruce Lee and Brandon Lee. I have never found very many people in life good role models.
Karate
Yeah.
Jesus. I could
That's
see
right,
them all in
Karate
a movie
Jesus.
together.
Well, that and Leon S. Kennedy, people, the good
Ninja
old rookie
Christ.
cop and, wanted to save people. In reality, couldn't save no one, those kind of people. But then you grow up and you
Sure.
realize that being the good guy really wasn't as virtuous as what they made it out to be, because I wanted to be a cop. But you know what? I found out real quick that you can't really be a good cop anymore. Believe it or not, you got to make a quota. So trust me, I would know. I've
Plus,
had
they have
many
the Supreme
talks.
Court, so they could put IQ caps on cops. So I'm scared to even apply because they're going to tell me I'm too
Well,
intelligent.
if that's the case, Jeff, then please tell me how are there cops who are almost 300 pounds who are able to work as sheriffs? Because you have to pass a
Oh,
physical test too, and I don't foresee any of them cops making that. But they still have a job, don't they?
Yeah, I
I
know
had a
some of those
friend
cops.
that wanted to join the military to help with his pilot license and they turned him down because they want you to have like college and stuff and when he asked why, because he had all these other qualifications including already being a pilot, they were like, oh, because if you're not like college educated and stuff, you're not gonna easily listen and they were like, you're too much of an independent thinker. We don't like that. That's what this guy actually told him, and I thought that was the weirdest thing. But I know, like here, anyways, I know the cops are really corrupt, and this was a long time ago, quite a few years ago now. I don't even
hmm.
know if Sarah was born yet. She's 14 now, but there's cops and they like scammed a bunch of families out of money for flipping houses, and they took all the money and like left the country, and then they started going to court against the other cops who like saying that a whole bunch of sexual harassment was going on and they were bringing hookers into the lounge rooms at night and
Oh
things
my
like
God, this
that,
is in
or like
Canada,
yeah, in
the
my city,
Mounties.
and this court has been going back and forth like for crazy, and so we wound up losing like 180,000. I had nothing to do with it, and I didn't even know about it, but found out about it later because they were scamming the person I was with at the time and convincing them not to tell me about it and stuff, and we wound up like losing everything. So cops are definitely, they just think they can get away with anything sometimes. Sometimes if you're in that position, you get a little bit carried away with what you can get away with, right?
Oh, I'm
Depends
not
on who
making
you
fun of
are.
you, TA. Just in general. Um, Angeline, what do you think about this like Trump and Canada thing?
Which, be more specific.
I don't even
You mean the
know. I'm
tariff
trying to
stuff
figure it out
or what?
myself. Yeah, like he has this war. He started a tariff war with Canada
Whatever.
over
We have like
something,
the
and
dumbest prime minister ever. So until we get like someone new in, it's not really gonna
you
negotiate to
think it'll blow
anything
over?
decent.
Wait,
Yeah,
so
our
Jeff,
guy's so dumb. It's like,
you're
oh,
still
they're
under the
putting tariffs
impression
on
that
us,
it's not
so we'll
rigged?
tariff our people too to get back at you. We're like, what the heck? Like that doesn't help us at all. Nobody gives a shit if we
Huh.
tariff ourselves.
Hmm.
So
I
yeah,
guess I guess
it's
everyone
really
forgot
dumb.
when Trump and all them guys were over there touching that glowing orb, right?
What I did forget. What glowing orb? Hang on.
Remember how the Simpsons put, in the cartoon how Trump and all them were going to be touching a glowing orb, and then a few years ago, right before the,
Oh, in
they
Saudi
touching.
Arabia.
I mean, come on, Jeff. You
I do
still think
remember
you
that.
still
That
think that any of us have a choice or say so in anything that happens? Come on.
yeah. I mean, I do. I choose everything I do throughout the day. Sometimes at work, I they tell me what they want me to do, but then I have a choice to not do it. But yeah, I don't have anybody controlling my life. It feels like. Yeah, I remember now. Hang on, let me find the picture. Here it is. It looks cool actually,
Oh,
and it has like a. Is that like a demon claw on it? What is that? What is this thing? Is that somebody's hand? What is he touching?
You can't make it any bigger. Does it look like a moon shape or something?
Let's see. It's
If
on
I'm
X.
not mistaken, it's supposed to be the Earth, and it's supposed to be them signifying them coming together. But this was when we gave them millions of dollars and weapons too. So
I love the look at look at his
What
face.
the heck?
Oh, somebody photoshopped because he's from
Yeah,
Lord of the Rings.
I was gonna
that
say
one's
like
fake.
All right, this might not be the actual picture. Hang on. But it's all there's a bunch of them coming up. It's the same picture. They
nowadays
just
anything you want
photoshopped
to
what's his
find, you
face
can
into.
find it.
But look
Come
at the
on,
who
I
is
mean,
this guy? Look at his facial expressions. He's hilarious. Hang on. Oh, that's not the one. Hang on. This one. Look,
there
what
you
is
go.
I'm not the best at
Yeah,
body
they're all
language, but what is he saying here? He's
that's
not
that's
saying the same thing Trump's saying. They're not even all looking in the same direction. That she's like she looks photoshopped.
Well, that's
Every
because
single
they're
one of
for
these people
play,
is looking
Jeff.
at something different.
They're
They're not
posing
even
for
paying
the
attention to the
pictures.
same thing. There's something off about this photo. This guy looks bored. None of these people are looking like what's going on in this room that people are looking in 20 different directions at once.
No, I'm sure Jeffrey Epstein wasn't connected to any of it.
also that bottom hand looked distorted and really
Yeah, it looks like
wide on
he's
that
touching it
one.
with his finger.
Hmm.
And he's not even paying attention. None of them are really paying attention to it. That's weird to be touching something and not looking at what you're touching. Wow.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah, it's hard to know what's what out there anymore because you can pretty much make whatever you want.
So, what does that say about the majority of the population who believes everything that NASA's telling them?
what does NASA tell us though? The NASA
The
hardly
NASA
tells
you
me
live that
anything.
you magically live the right distance from the sun to not freeze or burn.
We do magically
NASA
live the right
NASA
distance
also
from this because we're not freezing and burning.
that they're going through a radiation belt in the 60s, but yet can't apparently go through it very well today. Or, that they had technology to go to the moon in the 60s where it looked like a cardboard box, but tell you they can't go back to the moon. But they would in a nanosecond, but they destroyed the
We
technology.
can go back to the moon.
Well, what, because David Bowie told you something about skeletons on the moon?
What? No. He's never talked to me either.
You sure about that? I mean, he did a music video right before he died about being a skeleton on the moon.
Yeah, well, he was a pop singer, a pop artist.
Yeah.
So he's not the craziest musician out there.
I'm sure that's not all he was, Jeff.
You think he was more?
I'm
An
sure
actor. He was a very fine
oh,
actor.
yeah. He's a nice.
He was really good in Prestige, and he had a cameo in Twin Peaks
I guess
and
MK
Labyrinth
Ultra is
too,
not real either, right?
and The Hunger. He was a vampire.
What happened to all them declassified files we were supposed to get?
What was in the JFK files? I have not heard a peep since those things were released. There must have been zero bombshells in them.
Oh, come on. It's not like the
Zero
American government would ever
I
admit.
saw the headline that they got released, and I'm like, okay, whatever's in them, I'm sure I'll find out in the next few days as people start posting. Crickets, nothing.
Said
Nobody
probable
said a word.
CIA involvement.
Do
Probable
what?
CIA involvement. Probable CIA involvement.
Oh, really? That was in the files? I haven't heard anything about it. Let's see.
Well, I can tell you one thing, Jeff. As someone who works with firearms, that was used on them, it's not very accurate or realistic that you can fire that weapon as quickly as it was claimed. So, and then reload it and then fire it again. So.
I'm looking at the headlines now.
I think a lot of stuff's gonna start coming out. That's
Or
interesting.
there's a subliminal messaging about 9/11. Then it happens. But it's a little coinky dink.
The subliminal messaging in the JFK files?
I'm just about everything before 9/11 happened, including Kid Cartoon Iron Man. But then again, most of American or most of the world wouldn't care their own governments are doing it because most people know their governments are doing it anyway and still don't care. So we're still living under the same government who enacted the Patriot Act, and we've done nothing about it. So what do you expect?
What should we do about it? It hasn't.
What's
the worst thing about the Patriot Act? That's
the one that we're trying to solve, Jeff. People who are like-minded like me. I can't tell you how many countless veterans I've had a conversation with from Vietnam, Desert Storm, and even Afghanistan who sat right down and said that they feel like their country sent them over there to die for a rich man.
The worst thing about the Patriot Act is they can indefinitely detain you without a lawyer if they say you're connected to terrorism.
It's not just that.
Oh.
They can also like a police officer. Back when my wife's father died of an overdose on meth and fentanyl, that they have also been tapping your phone since the very first Nokia's came out. So
yeah, I hardly answer my phone at all.
Well,
My
let's just put it this
conversations
way:
are not that exciting.
those scenes about the Nokia phones up and it would Earth ever since those very first were accessible, they are still stored in catalog somewhere on some type of file. Maybe not digitally, but it's there, and so is your transcript, and they also read every single email you get.
But in the 80s, we were listening to our neighbors' phone calls on the cordless phone on the AM radios, and we weren't even the government. So, people's phone calls.
But you also weren't searching for commies, quote unquote.
Well, if that's what they were looking for, they sure missed
in the name of
a bunch
national
of them
security,
because there was a common explosion over the last
in the
few
name of
decades.
national security, the government can and will do anything they want to, especially when it's
right. But what are they doing though? I haven't most people I know they haven't.
I can tell you one thing: there are places that's not accessible to little in you if you don't have $100 million. Jeff, do you really think that they're storing all the seeds on the planet for our grandchildren? Come on, seriously.
I don't know. I don't know what part of what YouTube videos you watch, but some of it seems
it's not
Alex Jonesy.
Everyone knows that there's a place in a specific place where they keep all the seeds.
It came up on stream one day and we looked it up. There are places that are keeping seeds, but it's not.
So do you for national
people's grandchildren or whatever.
For international airports, just an airport.
Which airport?
With Lucifer. Oh, you don't know about Lucifer?
Lucifer?
The gigantic blue horse that killed its creator. Oh, or how there's a Freemasonic
Oh
It's
yeah,
the Denver
the Denver
airport. Denver
airport.
airport.
Yeah. Well, according to the Intercell blacklist made by TC, it's an underground facility. So
You're cutting in and out. You're
it's I mean, I'm revealing too many psyops.
maybe that's it, because you're cutting out
It's
just at
because
this moment.
it's because they make me rich and famous instead of Andrew Wilson, because Andrew Wilson is just working for him where I want to expose him.
Wait,
But
no, wait, hang on. Andrew Wilson is involved in the conspiracy somehow now.
if you don't think that him and McDonald and new rap are not
Ronald
controlled,
McDonald?
there you go,
You're
Ronald
cutting
McDonald.
out. This is hilarious that you're cutting out just as you're trying to reveal the conspiracies.
Tom
I heard
McDonald.
Andrew Wilson and McDonald. And now I'm even more curious.
Let's see if that worked. Okay. Tom McDonald and Dax, they are controlled opposition for us little.
I'm familiar with Tom McDonald, but I did not know he was tied up
Dax.
with Andrew Wilson. And who is Dax?
No, Tom McDonald is tied up with Ben Shapiro now and Donald Trump.
Oh. That makes more sense than Andrew Wilson, honestly.
Well, I was just referring to Andrew Wilson because we all know that why does he get on panels and argue with OnlyFans women who are only smart enough to spread their legs? They're not there because he wants to debate them and waking up people. I mean, they literally get paid for being on.
No, Andrew is an entertainment channel. He's even admitted that.
Oh, there you go. Exactly. Literally.
And welcome Psy.
Like it's fact. So,
or is it Psy-op?
Good evening. Good evening. I've just jumped on, so I'm going to sit back and see where we are. Give us some bullet points.
Okay, because we're in some territory.
Is it my kind of territory?
I don't know. We're hearing about all the conspiracies that are happening.
Oh, right. Give me the best one. Give me the best one.
Well, Tom McDonald, Donald Trump.
Those are the millennial type stuff, the new age ones.
So Tom McDonald is not an actual artist. He's a psyop. He's like paid by the government.
I'm not willing to say that real. I think he was real, but to get to a certain status in this world, you're going to have to do something to get there. So
yeah, make good art that people respond to.
Yeah.
I didn't even know he was all that successful.
You mean like all them artists who do spirit cooking and have weird
what is spirit
and red
cooking?
shoes?
Because
I'm delivering you psyops, Jeffs, and layers so that way it's not.
It's
Abramovich.
What is spirit cooking?
Spirit cooking. Come on.
That's Joe Podesta.
Oh,
I'm looking it up now. Spirit cooking.
Oh dear.
Are you sure?
Oh, Marina Abramovich. She's a performance artist. Satanic ritual or fun dinner.
What are you fucking cooking? Is he like cooking up witches' magic or something?
I don't know, but it's I have seen this book. I'll show you with the images that come up. I have seen. Hey, Untrackable. I have seen this before. This image.
Yeah,
but she's the lady.
Now, is that a man
didn't
or a
she
woman?
get naked one time as part of her art, and people could come and talk to her naked? She's been around for a while.
We had a girl in the UK called Tracy Emin. She's still about now, and she won the National Tate Award for the best art in the world. And she took a shit on her floor. She made a thing of her bedroom.
You kid? No, stop.
Oh no, she pulled Amber Heard.
Yeah, go look at it. Yeah. No, yeah.
What's her name?
Tracy Emin. She's a highly regarded.
How do you spell her last name?
Ah, fuck do I know? Just put Tracy Emin UK. It'll come out.
Shit art. Okay.
No, you ain't got this shit art. I'm not saying that's her only piece, but she won the Tate Modern Expressionist Award for having a room. It basically was like a teenager's bedroom, It's there, Tracy Emin. She's got quite a big chin, if anyone knows her from England. But you will just put it on Tracy Emin. Fucking Oliver Reed ripped her a new one night, and she walked out. And this was years ago, but yeah, she's a well-renowned artist.
Is she
Well,
y'all? She look at what her.
she'd be in the same leagues of Damien Hirst. She'd be in that kind of category.
Is
Put
she
it
a
that way.
she?
Oh yeah. Like I said, she's got a big chin, but no,
She
she's
looks
definitely
She looks like one of the most angry trans people I've ever seen.
yeah. But unfortunately, some
Oh, her
women get afflicted.
chin.
Yeah, some women get afflicted with that sometimes, so you shouldn't be racist
She
about
just
that.
doesn't seem happy.
Yeah, but that's the pictures. You got to Google her history. She's a world
She
renowned.
looks like a
Like,
trans activist.
have you heard of Damien Hirst?
Mm, no, I don't think so.
Uh,
I've heard of Patty
get it?
Hearst.
Her, another one that went worldwide. A bit like Banksy. They're all in that same field. You know, you must have heard of
Are they all
Banksy.
psyops?
I don't know what that fucking means. I don't know.
Oh,
Will
like
Smith is a
fake.
psyop. Oops.
Well, Will Smith needs to have a chat with his boy. He had a fucking TV on his head at one of the meetings this week. For fuck's
Well,
sake.
Will Smith
This is
also
good.
wanted to force
Even
his
for the
son to
Panelverse,
constantly
this is good
kiss
to
him on
hear.
the mouth despite his son's protest. So I won't go down that avenue.
Well, I don't know what avenue to go down, but there's fucking big problems there. Have you seen the way that boy's been dressing? Like, fucking hell, Jesus
Well, I
Christ. He
mean,
needs
Who's
usually what
dressing?
happens. That's usually what happens when your parents, do things to you they shouldn't.
Well, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that is the rabbit hole. But then surely that would their lives is in the
Think we're
limelight.
on
That
the whole
surely
rabbit
Well, I
water
mean,
really come.
Will Smith on live
worship down.
television literally forced his son to try to kiss him on open mouth, despite how many times his son has told him how uncomfortable it made him. So yeah, pretty sure I know why his son come out wearing a dress.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's bound to make you feel uncomfortable. I felt uncomfortable when fucking Michael Jackson kissed Bubbles on. I didn't like that. He fucking sleeping with the monkey.
Bubbles.
Well, I mean, Michael Jackson was also a controlled psyop opposition, so
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I
Someone
was gonna bring up Michael Jackson earlier, but I said no. Let me keep it in this generation.
I mean, he was
I'm
sitting
gonna
here. He was
Well,
telling
what was
us some
Boy
of these.
George?
He was well. Oh God! Don't even get me started on Boy
Or
George. But
George Michael?
Michael Jackson was telling people when he was at certain get-togethers with cameras, people on the mic, the things that were being done right there in front of him, and that's why it's Michael Jackson. Like they were just
remember.
ignoring the man. So
Do you remember when Boy George got caught with some shit and he had to pick garbage up in New York with like a picker stick? This is going back, but
Oh
that's
no,
right.
I
Boy
don't
George.
remember
That's
that.
right. He locked him up.
He should
And
have
was
got together
gonna
with
do
Andy
things to him.
Dick, and they could have done a video.
The best one ever was George Michael when he got caught in the toilets
Oh,
at
I
Beverly
remember. I
Hills.
do remember that one.
He just
Yeah.
hung that. Oh, fuck, you had to love George Michael. Like whatever your on the music, you had to love his attitude. It was like, yeah, that was hilarious, and like all the coppers like felt butt fucked after that, and they took him to court for years, like saying like, "Well, that didn't happen," and it was like, "Fuck me." If you can't understand parody and having a laugh, we're living in a bad world, aren't we?
Well, I don't know about that, sir, because they've been making parodies for a lot of years in Hollywood about how they want to do certain things to the. I don't find that very hilarious.
But if they're this powerful and they have all these plans for us, how come they haven't executed anything yet? Why is it taking them entire
You
lifetimes
don't want to
to
hear that,
carry
Jeff.
out their evil villain plans? They should just do it and
It's
get
the
over with.
It's the Christian viewpoint. You wouldn't want to hear it.
Yeah, why are they just sat in their bunker with a big red button and just fry all us plebs together and think,
Yeah,
yeah, fuck it.
like bring it on.
Yeah. Well, it's just a
I'm
question.
Trust me, they agree with you.
Who's they? They.
How far back do you want me to give them a name? Want me to go back to 1776 and call them the Los Illuminados, Illuminati? What I mean, come on.
I'm not in the chat, so
No, I just. Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Angeline. I hope you feel better. And thanks for coming up. Okay, and I'll be out tomorrow during the day, so
Again,
and the next day.
Just because they're
Connie, I
alive.
was thinking of Pee Wee too when they were saying all this.
Pee Wee Herman. That was another scandal, wasn't it? Pee Wee Herman. Yeah, yeah, some dark stuff in that Hollywood. Fucking dark stuff.
Oh, and look, and yet they're still making movies and people are still paying them. What happened to hashtag Save the Children?
Yeah, but there will always be people that will sell their soul for fame. So until you get that out of their head, you ain't going to stop to tell.
I'm not I'm open to it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What
Like
does a soul
people.
bring these days, and how much of one do you have to
I
have
don't know.
left
I
to
think
even
you had to pay.
sell? Mine's probably
I think,
bargain bin clearance.
yeah, yeah. You could probably be down in the food bank where they're giving it away.
Probably so. Even then.
Oh dear. Yeah, sorry, I've jumped in here and I don't know what the fuck's going on, but
No, we don't either. It took this. It was kind of fun though. It took a wild little turn there for a second.
sometimes they can be the best laugh though, can't they?
Yeah.
I'll put it this way, Jeff. I've only ever had one conversation with a human being on this planet that really put fear in me, and I can tell you there is an elite group of people out there who do the best they can to control every single thing you do
But
in your life.
they don't seem very effective, is what I'm saying. So like it's not. They don't
Really?
seem anything to be scared of because
I
they
don't know about
suck at what
that.
they're trying to do.
They've only been controlling the human population for the last few thousand years pretty
Yeah, but
effectively.
they haven't done like if this is the work, if we're living in their work, it's not that bad of a world. So
Well,
if
you
they're
know,
trying to create all this pain and misery, they're not doing a
because
great
Jeff,
job.
according to my God, any weapon formed against you shall not prosper. So for people like me, we're far and few. Where there's 99 billion other people who are the opposite of people like me who will uphold the God moral standards of what I believe God is actually supposed to be, and everyone's all about them, me, I. How much money can I get? How much can I abuse people? I mean, not very many people, even people maybe like you who will never hurt a fly unless the fly
Oh, I would
bites
hurt.
you. You get what I'm saying. You would never truly go out of your way to skin someone alive because you don't want to see a person. Like for me, unless I had to eat an animal, I would never kill an animal because I
Yeah,
would feel
same
bad
here.
for it. Okay, it's the same thing with me as a human being. I
Fucking
don't
be.
want to have to. I don't want to have to
Uh-oh.
hurt
I
you
think
in
he
order to get you to
cut out,
stop.
or I froze up.
But how
Got,
many other people can really live that way? Not very many.
you
See,
eat. You eat.
I may joke about becoming rich, but how many people are willing
You,
to go out there and sacrifice someone to become rich? Plenty. So
tofu
I
is
thought you were
made in a
trying to
lab.
become rich.
I do, but I'm not willing to sacrifice someone I
A
love.
lot of
just to
things
get
are
it.
made in labs. You
Yeah,
think tofu
most
is
of it.
a
Most of this.
worldwide conspiracy from the elite?
It's a fucking bacteria. It's grew in a lab. I don't agree with it, but like, don't be saying it's not a
Well, you don't
natural.
have to. No, most people I know don't even eat tofu. That hardly seems anything to be scared of.
You ever ate tofu? Once you've ate it once, you don't want to eat it again.
Yeah,
You got to be
I love
proper.
fried tofu.
Oh Jesus Christ! Yeah. So then you got to fry it in animal fat to make it taste half decent.
Yeah,
Well, that's
I
the
don't
problem.
mind animal fat.
Well, there's some people in Africa who have mosquito burgers. So I mean, which one would you rather eat?
Come on, mosquito burgers.
No,
Y'all,
they really do. They actually catch mosquitoes and cook them in burgers. That's not a joke.
all right. I'm looking at a rare delicacy in Africa, the nutritious world of mosquito, foreign countries mosquito.
I've heard of
Let me
it.
get
I've
a
heard of this.
reputable website.
I mean, what's the difference between going out there in the Congo, Jeff, and grabbing a tarantula and throwing it in the frying pan like they do? I mean, seriously.
It's a massive chain out there, and it's called the Big McFly, and it's sort of a take on McDonald's, but you get like a bit of insect in it, and they love it. Apparently,
Jeff, do you think they're eating any of Bill Gates' genetically modified?
Who is eating? Who is they? The people in Africa.
Did you forget that Bill Gates released a bunch of genetically modified mosquitoes after he told a few people in TED Talk before the pandemic that if they reduce the population by 10 to 12%, that things would get better for them?
Yeah, you're right. You're on to scare.
I
but
don't really follow Bill Gates.
No, follow him. But there is a bit of talking about that there isn't enough to sustain humans. But listen, if putting solar
Well,
panels
that's a
in women's.
lie. There is. It's just they keep us in very large centers called cities, and they're getting
Who's
unsustainable.
forcing you to stay in a city? I've moved out of plenty of
Hey,
cities. Nobody
Jeff,
tried to stop me. They're
Jeff, you
not
do
keeping us
realize,
in
hey,
in
Jeff, you do
cities.
realize that anyone who owns any land, it's not really them that own it, it's some other country or the country itself. You do realize that during martial law, anything that you own can be taken away from you. It doesn't matter what
But
it
I've
is.
never been under martial law my entire life. I've never been
Look at a
anywhere
map of
where it's
U.S.
been.
corridors.
You better pray that to whatever it is you believe in, whether it's Satan or not, that it never does happen, because you won't have access to anything that you think is yours. Probably even your own life.
Right, but I
Look at a
could
map.
sit and be scared of imaginary scenarios for no reason all day long. It's not realistic to do that. I have no immediate reason to worry about martial law.
But when like they said in ants' life, when the ants find out that they number us 100 to 1, it's going to be a different story, Jeff. So when people get tired of the current system and decide to rise up against it, because it is coming, I hate to tell you, that's not going to be as cordial as you think. You're going to have to pick a side. It's either them or the people.
Nobody knows the future, so this is all speculation.
Well, all I'm saying, listen,
You're right, Jeff. We don't know. It's going to are throwing chemicals into your fucking atmosphere every single day to kill coal and make the sick. I don't think that's much to argue about when it is happening. You can sit here and say it's not happening, it's a conspiracy, dude. It's been happening since I've been alive. What the fuck are you?
Yeah, but I don't. They haven't done anything. If they're that powerful, there's nothing we can do anyway. So
because they don't want all of us dead, Jeff. They need people to help run certain parts of the machines.
I don't see, like, most of the human race is not enslaved. Like, a lot of them are out on the streets doing drugs and degenerating. That doesn't seem like they're being conscripted to run machines.
What about fiat currency?
It's a very loose example taken, I guess, because I do run into quite a bit of crackheads now and then. So
I don't doubt it. I'm just saying,
but that's the are dying off, right? The baby boomers, the people a few years before the baby boomers, a lot of people have died off from sickness, accidents, old age, natural causes. I mean,
Yeah, that's.
Hey, Jeff, check out a map of U.S. Check out a map of U.S. corridors.
I looked it up. Is it that 80 U.S. corridor 84 or something in West Virginia?
No, it's a countrywide map.
Oh, okay.
Have you seen Florida's death rate with people over 70? Right, it's huge because they all fucking go down there because they want to sit on the beach. You're obviously going to get more people die in that quarter than you're going to get die in New York, aren't you?
Yeah, why do you think they put so many national landmarks in disaster movies? There's a reason why you see places like New York being destroyed in 100 different types of movies. I mean, there's a reason why they want to show you these landmarks constantly being destroyed all the time.
Because they're familiar to most people in the audience. They're not going to use some obscure landmark that the audience can't relate to. They're going to use obvious landmarks that most of the world knows.
You could play shit in Afghanistan and they recognize the building that Superman jumped out of. Do you know what I'm saying? And they're like, that's it. It's purely, that is mind games. But yeah, that's it. We all revert. We all stole stuff when we were growing up. We know Empire State. We know Twin Towers. Buckingham Palace, right? Any of that shit. So the next big film they got with Jason Statham, they blew up Buckingham Palace and he saves the Queen. But it wouldn't matter if you sent that to Nicaragua. Some gun say Buckingham Palace and he'll be holding his spear and say yes, yes, yes. And that's media.
The map I'm pulling up is something about bicycling.
Jeff, the biggest problem with this type of media, what I'm saying is that it's dangerous because you sit here and you have people who constantly complain about gun violence and terrorism, and sorry to use that word, but that's the word, but who sit here and complain about this stuff happens in real life, but then you turn around and go and people who are perpetuating it on you, millions, if not a few billion, if they get lucky in the movie theaters, to go and watch it and claim it's entertainment.
Well, hang on real quick. We have someone in the back called the Appalachian something. Does anybody know? It has a gorilla
Yeah.
icon. And Appalachian, I need you to flash your cam so I can see that you're a person, and put your channel in the back chat so I can find
It's
out a little bit about you.
following me and all my activism. I think that's what this is.
You know him?
No, I'm just saying
Oh.
it probably is. This happens. It happens now and again. Once you got when you get the basket cases in the room, it's difficult.
Well, we'll see if he what he has to say in the back, and then I'll decide. But
You're like a teacher, really, ain't you? You did this to me, and
I
it's
would have
like
to say that yes, AI is very dangerous. People want to sit here and take it as
it
a joke.
sounds like everything is dangerous. Is there anything that we don't have to worry about?
I'd say there's a lot of things that's not dangerous about AI, but for real, Jeff, even you had to
Oh,
sit here
it's
and say that
Pinoid. He's been up before.
if you're not careful in the amount of which AI has control, you're going to realize that people will take whatever they see that's AI generated, and especially in the next few years, once it's fully. I'm telling you, from some of the top end ones to people who pay
What up,
hundreds of
Jeff?
Hey,
dollars to
Pinoid,
download
is
this
that you?
thing.
Yes, it is, sir. How you doing?
What's going on?
well,
Chilling.
basically, you just need to spend the whole of your week in the fetal position, and then on a Saturday and a Sunday, have some soya milk and stretch, and then go
Yeah, I
back to the
just can't
fetal.
live that way.
No,
If this is gonna happen, it's gonna happen anyway. So
Well, I
I'm gonna
mean, Jeff,
just live my
we've all
life.
been living anyway, even including me. I mean, there's nothing I can't do anything about it. Can I really stop a multi-billion-dollar group of people who are able to execute a generation of people at the drop of a whim, like me and Mr. Mustache Man?
But they
No, I can't.
haven't. That's what I'm saying. If they've had this power for thousands and thousands of years, they haven't used it yet.
because
Yeah,
they're
he's not
scared.
I
wrong.
mean, what do you mean, Jeff? What, because we're not all dead? That makes no sense. I mean, they need their SLAVEs. I mean, I don't know what you're getting at.
Right, but how many of us are slaves? Like, there's nobody
Every
I
single
know that's
person
a
who goes
slave.
to a
Like, so
job and
if
pays
they're
a light
keeping an
bill and pays a doctor
awful
bill,
lot of
you're a
us
slave.
around
Sorry,
to
Jeff. I hate to
live
break it to you.
relatively decent lives and enjoying
People
ourselves for no reason.
out there
They
and
don't
do
want to end up
things
like the
for it is
Russian
a
royal
living.
family, is what it is.
You
So
know.
then they're not as powerful as y'all are making them out to seem.
Is that why people like Jeffrey Epstein can market children and get away with it for so many years with high-profile people?
I
Right?
don't know. I
Because
don't
that's
Yeah,
have
not real,
anything to
right?
say about it.
That's
Do
not
you know
real,
what it
right?
really takes to be like upper class?
I do. I know because I know someone who's a millionaire and they're in my family, and I know what it took for them to get there. They had to sell
Bro,
their soul and their morals,
listen,
basically. But
The
All right,
Some
I'm an
people just get
Italian.
there by working hard.
Yeah, listen, I'm an
oh,
the
Italian
only
from the
thing they fear
Northeast.
is the people
yeah,
revolting.
Right?
okay.
But
Like I'm an
they're to a
Italian from
point
the
where
Northeast, bro.
technology gives
Let
them
me
free
go
reign.
ask her husband.
I used
You
to have
see,
like
hang on. Your
I
husband
used to have politicians
develops.
sitting down at the dinner
Her
table at
husband
Grandpa's
develops
house,
computer chips, right?
right?
And he develops not only go in your microwaves and your dishwashers,
Listen,
he makes microchips that goes in bombs that killed little brown children in other countries. So don't fucking sit here and tell me that I don't know anything. Thank you. Anyway.
I'm not saying you don't know nothing, right? I'm saying that like, you've never sat down with people really on this level, right? Like
I have. It's just my problem
how
is I
often
go to
have
the
you sat
internet.
down
I
and
go
had
to the internet
conversations with politicians?
expecting to find smart people knowing there isn't any. That's my problem.
No. Have you ever sat down with politicians?
I have sat down with a local politician once, yes, and it did no good because all they cared about was all the
I'm not
Chinese
talking about
dollars
your
they were
local
getting.
politician. I'm talking
But
about congressmen,
no,
governors.
they don't want to talk to me. I talk to Calcott.
Right, like I worked security for Tom Ridge, the ex like Homeland Security dude,
Oh
like the
yeah, I
head of the
remember
Homeland
him.
Security. Right, his son was in my Boy Scout troop. We used to do security for his son. Right, like I've sat around with these people. Like believe me, like they have to do shady backroom shit to get to that level. Cause like y'all don't really understand like what it is to actually have power.
yeah, it's the
I mean,
world.
I do. I have a good abstract idea of it. It's just trying to convince other people like Jeff who claims, well, that can't be real. There's no way. It's a coincidence. Just like the Matrix, everything's red and blue.
Yeah, no, like no one's in control. of
I
any of
don't
it.
see a bunch of enslaved people. I'm sorry, I just don't see these slaves that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's just
The
no
other,
one's in control. That's the thing.
oh,
Like
yeah,
there is no one in control.
he's bang on the money. Yeah, and I think once they get into the upper echelons of power, that it opens their eyes and then what power is. But your man there is talking a lot of fucking sense. I don't know who you are, boy. I can't see the.
I'm Tom Pinoy. How you doing? Nice to meet you.
The
But
Appalachian gorilla.
yeah, and that's it. And it's like it's it's levels of power you, me, and the rest of us will never see. And because of that, you also won't see what's got to be done to keep the wheels greasing. Not saying that's good, bad, or indifferent, but there's shit go on there that we would never be privy to. We would never know.
Like if you really want to understand it, go read Machiavelli.
Yeah.
It's basic. None of this is really that hard to understand.
Well,
like,
I mean, I've been listening to TML talk about that for like 2 years now, so I'm pretty well versed in that. So,
yo, I love the Machine Lies. He's cool, right? You know what I mean? But like, Machine Lies gets into like some crazy shit, right? You know what I mean? Like once you sit down with people who have actual power and who are in these echelons and deal with individuals, like you begin to understand that these are just like humans, right? Who are negotiating a political system that you just don't understand. And politics just means like dealing with people.
Yeah, and also put into positions that you'd never know what tempts you. We're all human. You dangle a carrot in front of you. If it's the right carrot and you know the carrot to dangle, you're going to get a fucking bite, in you. And the thing is, you might be successful in life, but until you jump it's a leap to these upper echelons of people that your average person, it would blow our mind if we went there. And I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing, but that's how much there is a lot of secrecy to the higher levels of power.
Well, they have to be, right? Like, think about like the voter base, right? Your voter base is like a whole bunch of like Baptists, like fucking, you know what I mean? Like normal ass people and shit. What up at TML, right? A whole bunch of like Baptist normal people and shit that, will judge you for like any negative things that you do, right? But like everybody who's in power, who's like higher up, will be like on coke and getting drunk and enjoying themselves and visiting prostitutes.
I may know people with no power that do that.
Exactly.
Not necessarily an elite
you mean like how they portrayed it in the Hollywood movies, like on Wolf on Wall Street? But that's just entertainment, right, Jeff?
Yes, how a lot of movies are made for entertainment. That's true. I certainly get entertained by many.
It's like putting your face in a fucking cheese shredder. I'm sorry, your brain. There you go.
Yeah, I watch it, I have fun, and then I forget about it.
Kind of like in the 1990s Godzilla, about how when dude looks at
oh my god, I love Godzilla. I used to watch it growing up.
Yeah, it's just a conspiracy.
Wall Street it was indicative of what the life is. It's like The Big Short. That's a bit like that. We had a fella here called Nick Leeson. He nearly bankrupted Britain. He was playing two markets at once. It's a great film about him. And this bloke was so unassuming. You would have never realised this bloke had so much power over the banking system. And not so much power over the banking system, so much leeway to trade like fuck that he could collapse the banking system. And yeah, it's scary shit. Scary shit.
Yeah, I agree. Right? Like so I've lived in like I've lived in the capital of my state my whole life, right? And so therefore, like I've been able to like see exactly what's going on because like I've been around these type of people, you know what I mean, like who wore suits and carried briefcases into the Capitol.
Wait, let me finish.
Hang on. Do you vote? Just answer that. Do you vote?
Yeah, of course.
I did not expect that. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, but like like these people carry briefcases into the Capitol, right? And they don't work for the government, right? You know what I mean? Like, they're delivering to like the congressman. Right, this is normal, but like you can't tell this to normal people because normal people live normal lives and they think that all these things are negative.
Are you talking about lobbyists?
No. I'm talking about guys who carry bags of powder into the Capitol building.
Oh,
yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like,
listen, when you get to the
I had a friend that used to deal back home, and he said that he dealt to some of the senators and
Yeah,
politicians.
yeah. You'd be amazed how many of these people do their jobs all high as shit.
But that's just
Right?
humans wanting to get high and needing
Yeah.
like a source for their
Not, it's
drugs.
not. You got to
That's
look
not a
at it
global
bigger.
conspiracy.
Bigger.
It's
No,
not.
it happens in the country too. The difference is what you got to look at is you're dealing with individuals that think they are absolutely at the top of their game and they finally hit untouchability and they are safe, right? And now it's party time. Now it's the gravy. They've had to come up through the trenches for years. Like, load of bollocks. They're just scumbags. But when they hit them higher echelons, they're there. And then it means nothing. Power takes over. I can do what I want. And then why would you stop taking coke or doing whatever your vice was? We had a
But how
politician
does
here.
that affect you? Like, it doesn't affect my life at all if
Yep.
some
Who
person at the
corrupts?
higher
It
echelon is doing coke.
I mean, you say
it will.
that unless they have a line of judges in their pocket, and then they make more
I've
money by putting more people in
never been
jail.
in front of a judge yet. Knock
Lucky
on wood.
you. A lot of
Yeah,
people who have that.
and I've seen things in my country where terrible crimes get nothing, and now Facebook posts can get up to 7 years.
And you think it's
So
because of the people doing coke?
I think it's because of the top echelons do
Well, I'm just
not.
gonna say this, Jeff. In my entire life, never has it been okay to go into a store and walk out with $950, and you don't even get a court date in most places, like it was a few years ago in California. So if you don't want to sit here and tell me everything's not orchestrated, then be my guest, I guess.
It's not orchestrated. You pay off judges, right? Because like it keeps the system moving properly. Like the whole thing's about continuing to have the system be stable. If all these people ended up getting banged for what they did, the whole thing would collapse.
They're all in the same club.
That's
And
right.
once you
And
level,
if they didn't get a man who just sells some weed or smokes some weed and throw him in jail for 30 or 40 years, deal right.
Nobody goes to jail for 40 years for selling weed.
It's not the
Hey,
point.
hold-
It was a fucking rhetorical joke.
No, it's not a rhetorical.
I'm just saying, if it's orchestrated, it seems like things would be way worse than they actually are. Or they're just not very good at whatever they're trying to orchestrate. Because so the orchestration theory doesn't hold a lot of water for me because it
there is
it
no real democracy.
the
There is no
what the world we're seeing doesn't seem like the product of orchestration,
real
or
It
it
doesn't
seems like
seem
the
like the
product
product
of
of
really
somebody
poor
intelligent
orchestration.
is the issue, right? And you got to
They
remember,
are
like a lot of these people aren't as smart as like Jeff, right?
They
Like
are
a
I'm not
lot
even that smart.
They have
Right.
to
I
move
feel like I can
slowly, otherwise the
orchestrate way
people will
better
Well,
than
none
revolt.
of
they
us
are.
here are
Right.
Einsteins,
So
like,
so
you know what I
But they
mean?
got to move slowly in small
so
incremental
when
steps, otherwise the people will
so
revolt.
King could and the
Well,
government went
they're
in
just not very good at what they do.
and 80-year-old want to leave her home during Hurricane Katrina. House,
Oh, you cutting out again.
but had to leave her home. Officers coming in and then she didn't want to leave Katrina.
Oh,
And you're gonna
that's
see
TA, you're cutting out pretty badly. You're
that's the
getting like
matrix.
every third word,
The matrix is fucking with them.
or maybe it's me
Nah, yo, he's breaking up for me
because
too.
Sai's doing it too.
Nah, he's breaking up for me too.
I did hear something about an 80-year-old leaving her
No,
house during Hurricane Katrina.
there was at least years of subliminal message.
Jeff, can you hear me?
Was a real sir.
Yo, Jeff, can you hear what I'm
It
saying, man?
might be on my end. Are y'all able to hear him?
I can't hear him at all.
Talk again.
Can you hear me, man?
No, everything froze up. Kane froze up. I think it's me.
I hear everybody fine except for the one guy.
TA. It's hard to tell because my signal is lagging at the same time. I think TA is cutting out on his own, but my signal is also lagging independently of that. Because everything keeps freezing up. Well, I'm going to go pee and see if it resets itself. So y'all just continue to talk, and I'll be right back.
All right. Anyway, right. Can you hear me, TA?
Yes, I can.
All right, yeah, you sound good now too.
I don't know. I gotta get off here soon anyway. But just for me, again, like I said, as someone who witnessed many years of subliminal messaging about 9/11, and then an entire population who watched it happen still deny that it happens, fucking annoys me, sir.
Now, I look at it as like a whole bunch of decisions that were made over time, right, to like solve old problems. And then like it just turned into nonsense like over and over and over again because these fucking like systems that were put in had people employed that were like good for the system.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I just who's the goose and who's the gander.
And here's the other thing too, right? Like these big families that everybody thinks about, like the Rothschilds or like, you know, fucking the Gates or whoever the fuck it is, these old families who came off the Mayflower, you know, the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants to the Northeast that like built this motherfucker, right? These people as a whole, right, they just own a whole bunch of stocks and assets. That's what's known as institutional investors. And they just collect a dividend and have a portfolio, and they don't really give a shit about how like it continues to come in. But like the fucking businesses themselves want them to invest in them and stay invested, so they'll make decisions based on that premise.
Yeah, I've always considered people like Bill Gates and Rothschilds just frontmen. They're just faces for the public to see. That's not really who runs the world, no.
I mean, the richest people in the world are the Saudi Arabians.
Oh, no, I'm sure the Burj Khalifa and all the gold in that place didn't tell you about that, right?
You know, like them motherfuckers are super rich, but they're not running the world. They're just
No, I
rich.
never said that. Remember, I'm the crazy one because I believe it's Lucifer doing it from behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's
well, now that you added in that dimension, it's even more complicated. So it's not even the elite; it's spiritual,
as complicated
like supernatural
as
entities
people
behind
believing
them.
that they came from monkey men, right, Jeff?
Do what?
I said as complicated as trying to convince people that they came from monkey men after billions of years of evolution through my primordial goop, right? Any harder than that?
Yeah, that's way more convincing to me.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
I mean, we are monk. It's not that hard to. But I'm surprised it took them that long to figure out that we came from monkeys. Because the resemblances are striking enough that to me they would have followed
So
up that line of
you
thinking
came
much
from the
earlier.
same creatures that shit in their hands and throw it at you, right?
Yeah.
Have you met humans?
Have you seen monkeys and humans? Like, go to the zoo and spend a day in front of the monkey cage and see if you don't recognize humans.
Like, do you have children? Like, I have like 8 children. Like, they're literally monkeys when they're kids. Like, quite literally.
I don't know. Go say that to some black people. I'm sure they'll call you racist for that one.
Yeah, I mean,
We just have a picture of a gorilla.
yeah, like, you know, have you ever met kids? Like, they're literally chimps, right? They're wild, they're bananas, they'll throw shit at each other. They don't care. Like, how can you say humans aren't monkeys? Just because like we're smarter than them doesn't mean that we like aren't them.
Well, I mean, because other than the fact that monkeys share some physical resemblance, they still haven't developed the ability to be Caesar and say, I'm home yet. I'm going to go on a limb and say that we are the most complex creation. So, I mean, you're trying to convince someone of something that's never going to be convincible. You're never going to convince me that we humans are monkey men who shed their fur, sorry. Whoa, so 20,000 years ago when you got a headache, we used to beat you in the head with a rock when you got a toothache. Okay, yeah.
I mean, like,
I don't know what we did.
No, like you do know that like none of our like teeth problems started until we started eating bread.
No, it started when they started putting fluoride in your water, but
no, it was bread.
Yeah. I would know
Like, you
because
know,
I had my fluoride level tested when I started losing teeth, and it was way over the normal limits. And you know why? Because I was drinking city water that was infested with it when I went to go test it. So okay.
They used to give us fluoride to like as gargle
Yes,
with
and did you know
after
that
the
fluoride has
dentist
to be
did.
kept in a special container because if it doesn't, it could corrode through even through certain types of metal and steel.
just back up from your microphone, son. You're swallowing it a little bit, and you're like
It's a
clipping
little
in and out.
sensitive. It's a new head mic I got. I can't help
Yeah,
it.
it's cool. It's cool, man. Just pull it away from your mouth a little bit because it's a whole lot of. You know what I'm saying? Right. But like, yeah, man, listen, I understand fluoride's bad for you. I got you 100%. It's a byproduct of aluminum manufacturing, right? And they put it in the water to be able to strengthen people's teeth because they're like vitamin deficient, right? I get all that. But like, honest to God, like the reason we have teeth problems.
And deposit stuff in people's brains.
I mean,
Right, but
no,
what are they trying to accomplish that they're not accomplishing because it's not doing anything?
Say that to people who die under mysterious circumstances, like people who die of cancer, yet they're in their entire family, they've never had history of cancer, and then boom, someone just comes down with
Yeah,
cancer.
that happens all the time. People
Yeah.
get cancer all the
People
time
just
that have
proof,
never
right?
had a history of
That's right.
cancer.
Yeah.
the entire boomer
That's right.
generation is lead
The
poisoned.
government doesn't keep bioweapons at secret facilities.
You're just connecting random. You're just connecting any
is
kind of
just a
dot you can connect.
Yeah, Jeff. Okay, Jeff. Keep telling yourself that.
The entire boomer population is lead poisoned. All of them.
Yeah,
None of this was on purpose.
I guess the Tuskegee experiments didn't happen on the black men, right, Jeff? Go tell that to the black people who want the reparations.
Yeah, we know the Tuskegee experiments happened. They're just like they also like tried to fix Italians and Irish people, right? They literally like castrated them chemically in order to stop them from breeding because the white population
And the
was
U.S.
scared they were going to
government
overtake
and the
them.
U.S. government didn't bring Nazi soldiers and scientists over from Operation Paperclip, right? That's fake, right?
Yeah. Of course they did. They wanted to beat the Russians.
Yeah, like they did in the space race. You sure it was about
rocket
space?
technology
You sure it
to
was
launch
about space?
Rocket technology to launch nukes.
Oh, not V2, not Werner von Braun. Oh, you mean the guy who put on his tombstone the Bible verse?
We all know about the Nazis. All right, that's a normal thing. This happens. These were literally plunders of war. What are you concerned? This is not new.
What I'm concerned about is another Nazi Germany happening, and
but you said these were satanic forces from like another metaphysical. So it's not even about what humans on Earth are doing, because you believe that there's these supernatural forces puppeteering all of it anyway.
I think on the grand scale, yes, Jeff, there is, but we humans have a choice in what you do, and we can either choose to be good or bad, whether you're atheist, satanic, or not.
I totally 100% believe
so
that.
To me, it doesn't matter whether you believe in Shiva, the goddess of destruction or creation, or the spaghetti monster, or Lucifer himself. It's your intent. I don't care if you worship Baphomet. My intent is, do you care about other humans? Do you care about creation? Because why? Without it, you're not going to survive unless you're going to go live in a bunker or go to Mars with Elon Musk.
Why do you believe in a Jewish God?
Oh boy. You mean like that rich Jewish banker told me on Facebook a few years ago that they made Jesus Christ to control us white people as Gentiles?
I'm asking.
He's not even white. Like white people didn't come till way after that.
Yeah. Why do you believe in a Jewish God?
I believe in Jesus Christ because he saved my life at 9 years old. It wasn't Pete Diddy, Jeffrey Epstein, wasn't Satan, wasn't anything else. But I can tell you one thing: the only thing that saved me in that moment was the name of Jesus Christ.
Okay, listen, I'm not going to take away something for you that keeps you all right, right? But like, I feel like you're taking it way too far. We went from 1 billion people.
I've had conversations with people in the military, people who work for police departments who literally have, through hours of conversation, by me psyoping them and saying certain words and going through certain avenues of topics, have got them to literally admit to me that the Patriot Act is true, that every single police department in the last 4 years has upped on their military capabilities. But yeah, keep telling me I don't know what I'm talking about.
We know the Patriot Act is true because we watched it get passed. I was around when it passed.
What do you mean?
I've never denied that it's not a thing.
How old are you, TA?
I'm 3 decades old.
You're 30 years old. All right, listen, I'm 41. All right, Jeff, you're what, like 43, 44, something like that?
Low, like 50 something,
50
55,
something.
50.
Okay, so Jeff, do you remember when the police started really militarizing?
Not really.
It was like the
Oh, I've heard
mid
this before.
2000s during the Iraq War
So
conflict.
after 9/11.
Oh yeah, because they had surplus military stuff to sell them, right? That was come back from Iraq. It wasn't 3 years ago, TA, right? Like this has been going on for a very long time.
Sorry, maybe I should have said in certain cities, the less, you know, popularized ones. There's still some cities here and there that I've been to that have, you know, 4 or 5 sheriffs throughout the entire town, but you know, they're still only driving, you know, 1 or 2 police cruisers. They might have an armored vehicle in the back, but it's not a large police force. That's the kind of shit that I'm talking about.
No, I mean, like, yo, they were talking about this. Like, Michael Moore was talking about this back in 2007.
But I can tell you right now that my police department doesn't need a fucking armored vehicle with a 50 caliber machine gun on it. So what are you planning for?
Listen, my fucking, like, yo, my police department here, bruh, listen, yo, the amount of like shit that they have, right? They have an entire tactical like RV. Jeff, you remember that the movie Stripes?
What, them big, huge
Kinda,
eight-wheel
sorta.
bubble vehicles?
This is
Yeah,
Bill
my
Murray
town has
and
that too.
Egon and John Candy, right?
They're
Where they drove
APB
big
bunker
RV
busters.
out of like
Big enough,
the
they're big
USSR.
enough to take up basically the entire half of the highway. They're not joking in my city either. So again, you tell me what they're planning on.
Yeah,
Well,
they
what do you
have
think they're
this-
planning?
They
But
have
again,
this
it's going to
intercom
come
thing.
back to like Lucifer and this spiritual war.
Yeah, no, like yo, this is a comms vehicle, right? And they use it because like we have like this big thing called the farm show here, right? And they have like all these different things where millions and millions of people visit in like a week, right? And like Hershey PA's here, there's all types of stuff. And so they use this when they have giant events so that they can communicate like all over, like, you know, like the city and around all these buildings and blocks and like coordinate all these different teams to make sure like everybody stays safe. Right. I understand that like it's completely unnecessary and it's literally something that like a country, like a lot of countries don't have. Right. But this is what happens when you have tons of war surplus after like a war that we spent like fucking $4 or $5 trillion on over the period of 20 years. And literally like we didn't use any of the shit. This happens. I don't know why it is that like, oh, you have to blame Lucifer. Like this is just humanity. We went from 1 billion humans in 1800 to 8 billion today.
I guess maybe because for me, I just refuse to reduce humans, no matter how vile, dumb, or stupid they can be. I refuse to reduce us to the state of a monkey man or primordial goop. Sorry.
We're
So
not
you
reducing
reduce
them.
us to demons.
I reduce this that we were given free will to make a choice a long time ago, Jeff, and certain people messed it up, and we still continue to mess it up. But again, you're not a Christian who has had an
I
experience
believe in
like
free
me,
will.
so-
I believe we have choice.
Okay,
So
then
I
there you
agree
go.
with you there.
You're halfway there.
And none of that is incompatible with being descended from monkeys.
Well, okay. Well, I'll put it this way. When a majority of my school indoctrination taught me to believe that alien men are one day going to come from the stars and save me, and yet everything I've ever experienced in my life, including the humans that we're trying to reduce to monkey men, have proved me differently that there's more to my life, I tend to be like the 11th man. You know, there's 9 or 10 other people all looking at the same information, and me being the last man has to assume that all the information that I'm looking at is actually fact, and I should act on it like it's fact, giving my own spiritual experiences, knowing that at 9 years old, I have never had another experience like I did that night. That's the only night ever that I've ever been able to say, in the name of Jesus Christ, let me go, and it left me alone. But since then, with the people I've talked to, with how I'm able to deduce that, I might not have all the knowledge, Jeff, but I'm going to sit here and tell you, if you don't think that everything about the conspiracy, I'm not saying every conspiracy theory all the way through to the tip of the iceberg is truth, but I'm going to tell you, from my point of view, a lot of the stuff that I'm telling you is truth about it. But the point is, it doesn't matter how much fucking truth that I tell you, even if I told you the actual truth, because you know why, Jeff? No one fucking cares. They're going to continue giving their money to people like Andrew Wilson and Will Smith and continue thinking that voting for Orange Man is going to save them, because white people don't care. Even if there isn't a Jesus Christ, people are still not going to care if there's a fucking government agenda to depopulate the entire population. I'm sorry, except for those they want to keep.
There isn't a government agenda to depopulate the population.
Right. That's why my son has a vaccination nodule that's turning cancerous, even though the doctors told me 3 different goddamn times it was safe, right? Fuck you. Don't sit here and tell me that the government, who's been allowing me to rot medically for 3.5 years, despite the fact that I'm telling them I'm dying, hasn't lifted a finger, even though I went to a quote-unquote advocate who was going to go and pull all these magical strings in the medical system for me, and then come to tell me that I have a disease that's going to kill me by the time I'm 50, and yet still deny me medical coverage. So no, don't sit here and tell me
what disease do you have that's going to kill you by the time you're 50?
It's none of your business, but the point is, it's something. It's easily something that should have been avoidable if the government was giving me health care properly. Oh, that's right. Obamacare came in and they wouldn't cover me, so I lost my health care. So for 4 years,
what
was
Obamacare?
Right?
What was Obamacare?
I don't give a shit what it is. The point is that I should have been covered underneath my health care, and then some magical black quote-unquote president comes in, and all of a sudden my medical coverage is completely ripped away from me to the point where it wouldn't cover me.
What was Obamacare?
I don't care what Obamacare was.
Obamacare is no different than the 401k system, right?
That's nice.
Hang on, wait. Where they said, listen, what we're going to do
is... I was underage. I was 16 years old, 17 years old. I wasn't even old enough.
Yeah, listen,
and they still took it away.
Okay.
So I was allowed to die for 4 years.
What Obamacare was literally like a democratization of shit, right? What they did was they stood there and said, if everybody pays in, then we'll be able to have enough money to continue the system. They seen the fucking boomers retiring on the horizon and knew that this shit was going to fucking collapse, right? Because there's not enough kids being born because we urbanized. It has nothing to do with depopulation, right? Like this has happened in Samaria, it happened in Babylon, it happened in Cairo, it happened in fucking Rome, it happened in London. Every time you urbanize, you end up not having kids because of the basic transaction between adults and children, or that children help adults feed themselves.
That's why they had the Georgia Guidestones saying that you needed to keep the population below or around 500 million, right? In perpetual balance with nature.
They're not wrong.
They're not wrong. So there's no gigantic depopulation agenda, right?
There's not, but they're not wrong.
Okay.
If you look into it, that's like a proper balance with nature.
Go say that to the Jews who believe they're going to have like 12,000 slaves from each Gentile. But okay, yeah, keep telling yourself that.
I don't know any Jews that expect to have slaves from us.
Well, Jeff, when was the last time you went to Jerusalem? Oh, that's right. They stone you to death. That's why you haven't met no real Jews.
They don't stone people I could go to Jerusalem today. I doubt they would stone me to death.
Okay. All right.
I don't know where you heard that from, but going back to this insurance thing, what kind of, when I was 16, my insurance was through my parents, through their insurance. What insurance did you have at 16?
I was on my own on a job, and it took it away from the job. They basically would have took my entire check as a minor in order for me to be able to afford it.
So you had insurance through your employer, and then what happened after Obama?
For almost 3.5 years, it was like my doctors gaslit me. And to sit here and say that they're not trying to kill you, buddy, I've had many medical experiences since a few years ago. And I'm going to tell you, a majority of these people don't give a rat's ass about you, because most of these people were forced to take something that they, like my doctor who voiced her opinion, didn't want to have to get the you-know-what because she wanted to get pregnant. And then after the... Boy, for 2.5 years, I complained about her all day long. Every time I go to her, I have heart issues. Can I see a cardiologist? Can I go see a heart doctor? Can I go see a heart doctor? And for 2 years, she never sent me. But yeah,
you said something about
the health.
They denied you health care, like your insurance got taken away.
Something weird happened between the whole entire process, and for like a good almost 2.5 to 3 years, I couldn't afford. You already know I'm diabetic. I couldn't afford my insulin, okay, and I couldn't afford to go out there and pay almost $150 to $200 for a bottle of insulin because I had absolutely no coverage, no coupons or anything. So for a good 2.5, 3 years, and the most the most pivotal time that you're supposed to take care of diabetes when you find out you have it, I wasn't able to take care of it thanks to my government, who for some reason, even though I have a disease, wouldn't cover me under normal Medicaid or whatever it is. I won't poor enough for that one yet. But you know,
normally until Obamacare, the government was not even responsible for people's health care. That was an individual, something you took care of privately, and that wasn't a government responsibility.
No, a little bit. No, a little bit. All right, my kids had fucking Medicaid when they were little and shit. This was back like 2002, 2003. Right. So this is long before Obamacare came in. Like Medicare, like Medicaid as a whole would take care of like really young kids. You know what I mean? Like if you weren't able to provide health insurance for them, or if like it was too expensive, or if you had like an independent contractor job, something like that. But what happened with him, and I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. He was working part-time, and they said you no longer like have to or like are supposed to provide insurance to people who work less than 35 hours a week. And they cut off his fucking health insurance, which I don't know why he wasn't just under his fucking parents. It was costing him more.
But that wasn't the government. That was the employer.
Yeah. Because the employer could have kept it on, but like they didn't have to. You probably worked for a big mega corp who said, fuck that, we're going to cut this shit to fuck off.
Because government is, I mean, healthcare is not a government. It's never been a government responsibility. It's never been anything the government's guaranteed the citizens.
Yeah, if you lived in like a real state, right? You know what I mean? Like New York or PA or Massachusetts.
Yeah, maybe at the state level.
No, like so the state was usually funded by like the fucking feds, right? You know what I mean? Like they got a certain amount of funding from the federal government to provide that shit to you, right? And so like they would provide for people who were lower income to have insurance. That was a normal thing. That's been a normal thing since like the 80s.
But that was at the state level.
I never said that they owe me health care. The point is that I pay for my own health care now, and they still gaslit me for 2 years about obvious heart issues. So.
But no, you did. You were talking about the government not providing you the health care as though they were responsible for providing you health care.
Back when I was younger, before I had a job, I was already having issues when Obamacare came in. Then by that time, I was forced to get a job. And then, you know, by then, it just got to the point where when I would go to the hospital, I'd get a fucking doctor's bill. I'd go in for a rash and get a $2,000 doctor bill and wonder why I got bad credit. And then the government goes and complain when I can't afford a car. Oh, I wonder why.
Right. I'm having a hard time figuring out what the government has to do with all of that. I'm not dismissing the problems themselves, but it's not a government thing. That's a private healthcare system thing.
If the government stands here and started paying for his shit and then stopped paying for it, it makes it hard for him to be able to afford it.
It kind of is the government's, job when they are forcing you to go to school, and if you don't, they throw your parents in jail, even though you're sitting right there and telling the school teacher.
What does that have to do with your healthcare thing?
I mean, conjecturally, no, nothing really. It's just the point is that from a young age, I was saying things about a system that's been rigged from the start. Like I said, I have an aunt who's a millionaire. I can tell you, she doesn't have to go and wait 12, 14 hours in a waiting room like I do, regardless of my health care.
Right, because she's rich and she can afford high quality health care.
Yeah.
But that's not a government thing, because it's always been that way in America.
Yo, he's not wrong. When back in the day, if you were rich, the doctor would literally come to your house.
Yeah, there's rich people now that have private doctors that they can hire that only work for them. They're not even part of the healthcare system.
Okay, so
that's some of the privilege that comes with wealth. But that's separate from the government. Is it fair
that I deserve less healthcare because I'm not rich?
Yes.
There you go. Bam, bam.
It's not a question of deserve. That is how it has always been. So you have some expectation that's rigged, not based on how the government has ever worked here in the United States.
So the next time that the government goes and tries to push a goddamn vaccine on the entire population and says, we love you, we want to take care of you, I should go and trust it, right? Even though it caused my grandpa 5 blood clots. And the man has been healthy his entire almost 90 years he's been alive.
We were talking about your health care, and that started way before the vaccine.
Well, I'm sorry. That's because of the age of 15 and 16. Coincidentally, when Obamacare came in, I got in trouble at school for talking about 9/11 conspiracy theories, and then 2 men in government uniforms with no badges or identification came to the school and told me if I didn't stop talking about it, they're going to charge me with a
Come on, that happened.
Jeff, I don't have a need to lie to you. I really don't. What do I get? Is anyone donating?
I'm not saying
money?
you're lying, but that story came out of nowhere.
Because Jeff, I've been
what grade was this?
I've been talking about things like conspiracy theories and what the government is doing to people for a long time, and it's all it's ever done is got me ridiculed by family, have the government watch me. So whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
what
dude,
grade was
I have
this?
never seen the government come in and tell people to stop talking about conspiracy theories, and we used to say all types of nonsense at school.
Well, did your teacher let you get up on the board and draw an actual diagram about how you can take two buildings at 110 stories and drop them into the sub-basement within free fall speed with the help of thermite? Did they let you do all that? I'm probably sure they didn't.
No, we were busy selling weed. We would never do things.
Oh, there you go. That explains it. People like him are apparently smart ones, while people like me were outcast in school for saying that the government doesn't care about you and they want to kill you.
Well, outcast in school is one thing, but you said government agents came into the classroom and told you to stop talking
they
about.
called me into the principal's. They called me into the principal's office and said that if I didn't stop talking about it, that it's the same as conducting homegrown terrorism, because I can make people think that their government is a terrorist entity out to get them.
That part is weird.
No, it's not.
It is to me. I've never.
Yeah,
heard.
go say that. Go say that to the guy who stood up against technology. Oh, we can't talk about him, right?
Wait, you talking about Uncle Ted? Yeah, listen, we love Uncle Ted. All right, everybody loves Uncle Ted.
Apparently, everyone loves Uncle Sam too.
No, listen, those are morons, all right? Nobody actually likes the government, right? I'm trying to explain to you why the government's
pretty impressed
terrible.
with it.
Why are you impressed with it? I'd like to hear it.
Because relative to any other country in the world or any other government in history, I think it's one of the best that we've come up with so far. I'm very impressed with what the founders created here.
Like, I'm impressed with their colonial way of doing things. And when I say colonial, don't think leftist. This was a colony that was meant to conquer a continent, right? And like giving people the ability to like own property and profit off of that property without regard to like future generations or like your neighbors and things of this nature is amazing for being able to like have people move around and just conquer everything. That's fucking great. I think it's terrible now, and I think we need to change it and get back to like more of a nationalized model that makes more sense, where we give a shit about our grandkids and what happens in future generations rather than just ourselves. Because like we're draining off all the water and the aquifers in like the Midwest and things of this nature.
But they're kind of doing that all over the world. It's not just the U.S.
I'm gonna say no, right? Because like a lot of people stand up and say no, you're not going to stand here and just rape all of our land. And then like we discover oil somewhere, and then there's that meme, oh, I heard you got some oil, you want some freedom, there's a F-16 with a bomb underneath of it, right? That tends to happen.
Yeah, that doesn't make me not love it.
I mean, I don't really like love it, right? I think it's a terrible system now, and I think it has too many people, and we shouldn't have the same like government in New York as we have in California or West Virginia as you have in Oregon. That doesn't make any sense. It's just not logical.
Well, that's the federal system that we've lived under since we became a country. we can change it with the constitutional amendment if there's enough political will, but the system seems to work for most people.
What year did we become a country?
1776 officially.
1789.
We won our independence in 1776.
Well, we declared our independence in 1776. We won it in like 1779 after the Revolutionary War, and then we had the Articles of Confederation until like 1784, and then in 1789 they brought in the Constitution, which officially formed the U.S.
Okay, well, we can use whatever date you want, but it was whatever time it happened. The three branches of government, the systems of checks and balances.
I don't know if it actually works. You know what I mean?
I've seen it work my whole life.
I've seen it work my whole life too, but I'm a guinea and like I'm capable of like, getting out of things. But
Like for people that are dissatisfied with the American system, just where else would you want to live, or what other time period in history would you want to live where they were doing it more like you would want it done? I can't
19,
find one. I, I, I
1950s,
I am very happy to hang on to this one.
1950s ish, more unions, better
But
workers'
America,
rights. Well, America, I'm trying to think. Maybe Venezuela, Colombia. They weren't bad then too, as well. 1950s, 1960s. You know, they were like a modern. They were like miracles of like the world as far as shit's concerned. I think today, things are getting really bad for younger people as a whole. Like I wouldn't want to be a fucking 18-year-old starting off today.
what's different that because they can still get jobs, there's still jobs,
There's
and
not.
there's still like a path to
Is
success
there?
and
Is there?
prosperity if they put in
Is
effort.
is there?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'll be honest with you. Today, I I fucking texted work. You know what I mean? Because like usually they text me, ask what time I'm coming in, and you know what I mean. I texted them. I was like, you know, what's going on? And they were like, oh well, we don't have any work, right? And so I started looking for other jobs because apparently my job's falling apart. And I'm a truck driver, so like my industry has lost $40,000 a year in pay over the past 5. And
What's the cause of that? It seems like there would be even more need for trucking now that everything's
no,
online.
no,
Like,
immigrants.
so they're still the same number of jobs. They're just not giving them to Americans.
No, they just have immigrants who are like willing to do the job for half the pay, and you know, what I mean, they'll tolerate the nonsense. So like nobody wants to, you know, what I mean, like things are
So
just
you're
bad.
being outcompeted.
Yep.
Yeah, that seemed like it would be a problem. But like, are they supposed to not give the jobs to immigrants?
Yeah. Jeremy Aaron. Yeah.
So then that's the employer themselves that is just not following the law.
I mean, there's pressure on the employers to like stand here and take loads at a lower cost because American consumers want cheap stuff. This is what I'm talking about with like the generational thing, right? Where it's like you got to care about people in the future. You can't just care about yourself.
Right, but people don't want to pay higher prices either just to care about other people.
You have to though.
I remember in my day there was this Buy America movement when things were moving over to China and all that, but it was at our expense because to do that you had to pay more and
Mhm.
nobody was willing to do that. We wanted the cheap stuff from Walmart that came from China. We didn't want to spend extra money to keep to buy products here at home.
Well, it's not just that. It's also like at that point, this was like what the 90s, something like that. That you're talking about, I'm pretty sure.
The
I
80s.
remember 80s, 90s. This is when all the steel mills were closing down, and you know, what I mean, like a lot of these jobs are being shipped overseas, and people were losing their income, so they didn't really have a fucking choice but to buy shit from China. You know, just they replaced, you know, like these steel jobs that you know were like really good middle class income jobs with Walmart. Now you're making $10
Yeah,
an hour.
that's what America wanted because look how successful Walmart is now. We
Walmart's
don't
not
want
that
to pay
successful.
more if we can get cheaper.
Walmart's not that successful.
Take care, TA. Good conversation. I'm glad you came up.
Peace, man.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, it is successful because we had Joe up here the other day and we looked at the stocks and it's pretty much a steady increase. One of the most successful stocks that we looked at.
It's like 1%, right? It's 1% profit, right? That's what they make every year, right? And some years it's negative, but they literally just operate on like volume instead of operating on actual profit model.
Right, but their stocks keep going up, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Whatever metric you use to measure success with a company, Walmart is one of the top performers.
I mean that's if I
Oh,
have no idea what
Shift,
the
that's
hell.
probably my computer chirping. I'll put my setting on.
Right.
See if that helps.
Yeah, it went away.
So
It
my
sounded like
point is America wants Walmart. We want the cheap crap. We don't want to pay extra for stuff just because it's made in America if we can get it cheaper. And
yeah,
America has determined that for themselves for decades now. So that's not change. I don't look for that to change.
that's going to change because all right. So here
We're
recently,
complaining about egg prices and inflation. We don't like to pay more if we could pay less. And we don't care if it comes at the expense of America.
like, yo, but you have to.
We
You can only
don't
run
though.
that.
You can't make us care about something we don't care
No, no,
about.
no, no, no. You will. Right. That's the thing. Is like you will care. Right. Because eventually, like you have to pay the piper.
Well, so far we haven't because we still have the cheap stuff, and now we have Amazon. We can just order it online.
Again, so like here's the thing. So I've been watching this channel. There's this Chinese lady who does videos, and she ran the demographic numbers that China reported, right, through a through an AI, right, through an LLM. And she asked the AI to stand here and do it for China and India. That way, like there's like a control, right? And she ran the demographic numbers, and India came up within like 70 million people of what they had. China, on the other hand, instead of having 1.4 billion, the AI spit out that they had somewhere between like 700 million and 900 million, right? And then like there's a demographer who studies like population sizes in Michigan State, where I think it is. And he has different numbers altogether, and it's like lower than like the Chinese reported numbers. And she ran those through, and it said that China might only have 500 million people. And if it continues in this manner for like the next 10 years, they won't be able to have the population even just to feed themselves, let alone produce goods for us and export like extra components. So you're going to pay the piper eventually.
Well, maybe if that scenario
No,
plays
you're
out,
going to pay the piper.
and if there's no alternative at that time.
There isn't.
But this is like future possibility stuff. It's not right now stuff. And
It is
right
right
now, America is not willing to pay more when they can. I don't. That makes so much sense just psychologically. Who's going to pay extra when they can get something cheaper and there's no concrete value to paying extra other than we just feel good because we're being patriotic and supporting our country? That's not enough for people to pay for.
I came up with a political theory called communitarianism, right? And basically it's about like putting your community first above all other things, right? And the basic principle is that you want to have like a local economy like you used to have, throughout the country, and throughout every country in the entire world up until like the fucking 1940s and 50s. And what you have is you have durable goods that get produced, and those durable goods get repaired inside of your community of people who do these type of things, and they're your part suppliers and all this type of stuff that feeds your own economy, right? And you end up paying more, but these goods are able to be repaired instead of like just being like thrown into the garbage. But it creates interconnectedness between you and your other countrymen.
It sounds good, but people don't want that because they're not doing it. In some communities, like you have black communities that will support black businesses, and they have this little ecosystem. Or the gay community did that in my generation, and they all bought from each other and supported gay-owned business, etc. So on a small scale, you do have people kind of doing that, but on a large scale, America's not interested.
America is going to very
So it
quickly
sounds
become
good
aggressive.
on paper, but they're not into it. They're not they don't want to be doing that. Hey, African. Thank you very much. 10 pounds. I'm getting some pounds today. Thank you.
Hell yeah. And Shift is not plagiarism. I stole their word and like made it into my own thing. And I've been promoting it all over the internet, right? Because like they're not using it. Right. It's basically the same shit, but like I fucking adjusted a whole bunch of stuff that makes more sense. But yeah, like with the constant shocks of food supply and eggs and fucking vegetables, because vegetables in America, right? They don't like actually farmers don't make any money, right, growing food in America. That doesn't make any sense. Like, because you're not going to have farmers long term. Like, and right now it's a problem where like the average age of a farmer is like 64, something like that. You're not going to end up having like food being produced, and they're just all going to sell their farms, and it's all going to be developing the land, and we're going to end up having to like import food in the country that has the largest arable piece of farmland in the world, overlaid by the largest river system. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, you're still going to have food. I mean, you're still going to be feeding people somehow.
Yeah, again, you're going to have to import it from elsewhere, right? And that's going to cost more money. And as you run into like more of these problems of where like oil's getting harder and harder to produce, like we don't make any money fracking. Like there's never been like any profit in fracking. Right? I know like they say there is, but like that's why all the companies just got conglomerated. And now the only companies that are still alive are the ones who are just constantly going out and seeking new revenue sources for like investment. Like none of this system works. It's broken fundamentally.
It doesn't seem that. It seems like pretty much the same system that was around when I was a kid.
But it's not though.
But I don't know what's different. You said the younger people are seeing something different or living in a different world, but I don't see that much difference. You have shareholders investing in companies, which create opportunities for jobs because you're delivering goods and services to customers, and that all seems to still be happening. And there's opportunity for anybody to participate in that wants to put in the effort.
Well, what's the cost of a house?
I have no idea.
$432,000 on average. Right? The average cost of a house when me and you were younger, right, in the 90s, it was like fucking $95,000. In 2019, the cost of a house was like $225,000. Today, it's
everybody I know that owned homes growing up had good jobs. That's how they were able to own the homes. The poor people did not have nice houses. They had shacks.
Yeah, but the shacks are all gone now. And all these investment companies
are still there.
The good jobs aren't there either.
There's still doctors. There's still managers. There's still
doctors. Haven't had.
I know a lot of middle class people who own homes and are working.
How old are they
to do that?
How old are they?
My age or younger?
Older. They're older. The average age of a home buyer right now is over 65.
I'm not shack shaming. I grew up in a shack. I loved it.
Yeah, me too.
I liked my little shack.
I grew up in a row home.
And I had friends that lived in trailers.
We didn't have trailers. I was in a city, so like we didn't really have trailer parks. But
so yeah, no shame in here.
Yeah. I had a trailer at one point in my life. But yeah, man, this isn't sustainable.
But it's sustaining, like it hasn't collapsed
it's not
yet.
Sustaining.
People are still owning homes and they're still fighting the income to do so.
They're not though.
But they are. Like almost everybody I know is doing it. Maybe we just run in different circles.
No.
Like plenty of people I personally know that are doing exactly what you're sitting here telling me is not possible to do anymore.
No. I'm saying all right, listen. 60% of people who are 40 years old are living with their parents right now.
Well, why aren't they working the same jobs that the people I know are working?
The jobs don't pay enough.
Well, how come they're paying my people enough, but not your people?
Because as you get closer to like population centers where like people live, you know what I mean? Because like, we're 84% urban in America at the moment, right? Like the cost of living goes up exponentially, and it's getting worse because of the fact that like you have these investment firms who like have all this boomer capital, right? That needs to like fucking seek returns, because like the baby boomers, invested all this cash. And what they do is they go and they buy blocks of like suburban homes, right? And then they rent them out and they create rental back securities, right? So like everybody's seeking yield.
Well, they don't have to live in the urban centers. There's plenty of other places
There's no
to
jobs
live.
outside of urban centers that pay enough to survive anymore.
I don't know, because my direct experience and my own eyes contradict what you're trying to get me to believe, and I don't understand why my friends can do it, but other people can't. Like I don't know what the difference is between, because my friends come from the same backgrounds as everybody else. There's not anything special about them. So I don't know why some people can secure the income to own a home and some people can't. Because that's what it comes down to. If you can secure the right income, you can still own a home. It may not be in the middle of a city that you want to live in, but it can be in a smaller city somewhere where you can still have a decent life. And even growing up, and even now, most of the people I know that own homes are not doing it in major metropolitan cities.
Yeah, but most people live in metropolitan cities.
But they don't have to. They can have the dream and the life. And you even cities, the reason to live in cities when I was growing up was because that's where the people were and the culture and all of that. But now with the internet, you can get that anywhere. You don't have to be in a city to meet the cool people. And Shift is skeptical of your
Hang
60%
on.
of 40-year-olds living with their parents.
RX. Wait, settings. Um, audio settings. Hang on, looking for my thing. Man, listen.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Oh,
know
there it
very
is.
little.
That's
I
why.
don't know. I
Okay.
don't know if I know any 40-year-olds living with their parents. All right, let's see what he got.
Wait, hang on. I gotta move this up one. Okay. So let me go to this here. Here. It's 52%.
Let me see. Hang on. Where are you looking? COVID-19 disruptions associated with a large increase. It says it's because of COVID.
Yeah. But like again, it's 52%.
Is this from Pew?
Yeah. It's some
Can
Pew
you
Research.
put that link so I can see it closer? It's hard for me to read
Sure. Hang
on
on,
here.
man.
Just drop it in the back and I'll take a
Yeah,
look.
listen, I gotta move around my tabs. Where is there it is.
Let's see if yes, you have to go where the high paying jobs are. But the high paying jobs are a lot of places. In
Yeah.
fact, a lot of people I know, maybe most people I know that have high paying jobs are not even in cities because cities are very competitive. They're in smaller cities or smaller areas where it's less competitive. And they need competent people, so they're willing to still pay good salaries. A
Yeah, I
majority
mean,
of young adults. So I don't consider 40 young. I guess that's what's throwing me off.
yeah.
Um, okay, the chart you're showing me says the percent of 18 to 29-year-olds, not 40-year-olds.
Well, I mean, listen, either way it goes.
Well, that's a big difference between grown 40-year-old people and younger 18 to under 30-year-old people. Because, yeah, I'd say there's a problem if people that are 40 years old are living with their parents.
Man, listen.
Yeah, and you make a great point, Jack. How come the immigrants can do it? The immigrants come over here and they
Because they're
get
living
jobs
40
and
to
they
a
start
house.
families and they own homes and none of them are complaining and saying, "Oh, we can't do it. The system broke it." They're like, "God damn, I'm at a place where I could finally make a life for myself. I'm going to get busy and start building the life that I want." How come they can do it,
Yo,
but the
listen,
spoiled, whiny, bitch, entitled American children can't do it?
look, I'm not going to work like an immigrant anymore. Right. I did that in my 20s already. Okay. And the problem is like I was prosperous and I made a ton of money and like, I bought a house, I did all these things, and then I had it ripped away and I'm not doing it the fuck again.
So you're
Right? I want
making
to
a
be
choice.
paid. I want to be
But
paid like a skilled worker because I'm a skilled worker.
what? How did it get ripped away? What happened?
I divorce. You know how this works.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Right.
Oh, sure, Shift. I will. It's a Pew article, and Pew is pretty reliable. I think Pew is credible enough.
Yeah. Right. This is what happened. Like we shouldn't have to work that fucking hard and have like 4 jobs in order
Says
to make it.
who? Now you're putting a requirement on it that
You
I'm
know,
not
how
familiar with.
immigrants
Because
do?
every single person I know, all of these people I'm talking about, they're at least willing to work hard to have that. None of them are doing it without working hard. So if you want that kind of life and the home ownership and all that, but not have to work hard to get it, then we're on different pages now.
No, like I feel like you should be able to work 50 hours a week and have a decent living.
Then go find that life. So it's got to be out there somewhere.
Yo,
I
it's
mean,
not anymore.
I work less than 50. I don't own a home.
When did you buy your home?
I don't have a home. I don't own a home.
Yeah.
I don't plan to own a home. I don't think I will ever own a home just because I'm not into home ownership. It's a lot of responsibility I don't want.
Like I know a lot of people with apartments who are paying $1,600-$1,700 a month for 1 bedroom.
Yeah. Apartments have gotten ridiculous. I will
Well,
agree with that.
it's no different for homes. What do you think the mortgage payment is on a $400,000 house? Even a $300,000 house.
A lot of the homes I know are cheaper than apartments. It's easier to buy a home than to pay rent.
I don't think that's even true at this point.
Then it works anyway but I don't know what he's saying here. And people are still renting apartments and buying homes. So they're doing it somehow with some kind of income, whether they're working 50 hours a week to do it.
All right. So,
but with the right job, you shouldn't have to be working.
Again,
Maybe
right
I don't think
job,
50 hours is unreasonable, but you shouldn't have to be working like 80 hours.
Listen, you're going to work like 90 to 100 in order to make it today. I'm sitting here trying to find.
And now that I think about it, the people that I know that own the really nice homes, they work pretty much all the time. They're medical, they're on call, they're salaried, so they have to come in whenever they're needed. Even when they're off of work, they're tied to their phone and they have to be prepared to like do emails and phone calls. They have no life outside of work. And even growing up, a lot of the adults had those kind of jobs. There was a lot of plant workers that were doing shift work. So even the people owning homes, it wasn't like a clean 8 to 5, 40-hour a week job to do it. So part of the incentive of putting in that work is you get the nice home to go with it, but you have to do this hard work that a lot of us are not willing to do. I'm not willing to work those kind of hours, so I don't care if I have the nice home. I can do a 40-hour week.
All right,
and
so
have a moderately decent apartment and be happy.
Here, I'm gonna put this in the side chat. This is because I live in Pennsylvania, so I'm gonna show what we have here, right?
And hey,
the cost,
fools, how are you?
The cost of a 1-bedroom apartment, right, in 2025 is $1,500 a month. If you want 2 bedrooms, you're talking 1,700. 3 bedrooms is
Yeah, that's I
2,400.
watched these rents go up here in Seattle to
All
this.
right,
That's about what they are here.
cost of a house in PA.
In fact, I think at some point Seattle had to pass some kind of city law where it limited the amount you could raise the rents each year.
All right, so average. All right, Westchester average list price is 699,000. Lancaster's 279,000. 1.1 million media. I don't know what media is. All right, but okay, so the national home price is $438,000. That's median.
Which comes to how much a month?
Hang on, 138,000 monthly rental cost or monthly monthly mortgage payment cost.
Now, I will grant you one thing because we looked at the chart a while back. The wealth inequality gap. They had the low income at the bottom, which pretty much stayed steady, and they had the upper income, which kept rising, and they had the middle income, which intersected it at some point and then dropped off. And so there has been a change in the wealth gap between middle class and upper class that has gotten wider. I will grant you that part.
All right, here I'm gonna put this in the side chat for you, so you can check out the math if you want on your own.
It
But it's somewhere
did
between
shift. That's
somewhere
why I can
between
go late tonight.
3,300 or between 2,600 and 3,300 a month for the mortgage. And by the way, if you want like the average or like the rule is you want your monthly mortgage or rental payment to be 1/4 of your income.
Yeah.
Right. So like
I heard a third, but either way.
I mean, it used to be 1/4 when I was a kid. That was usually the rule, right? So if you want to be able to stand here and like have that, you should be making right around $12,000 a month. That's 130 grand a month. The median pay in America, the median salary is 50 grand. All right. So you're talking about 15% of the population can afford that.
Right, because they have the good jobs.
15%. So the medium home is out of reach for everybody but the top 15% of earners. Is this system really working?
It's working because people are doing like what do you want to do? Drop out of this? You said you don't want to work. You don't want to put in the effort.
No, I want to work 40 or 50 hours and go to fuck home and have a decent enough income that I can afford a home and be fine and have
You
food
can
in my
probably
house.
do that if you're willing to move to a non-metropolitan area.
You can move out of the
I can tell
metro.
you right now in Louisiana where I come from because I went
Mhm.
I went back there a couple of years ago to visit. The real estate is so dirt cheap. I could not. You can get like a McMansion for under 6 figures.
You can. But again, you have to be able to escape the urban center to begin with.
Yeah, but all you said is you want to work and come home. Like
Yeah.
you don't have to be in an urban area to do that. You can go. You can have a job anywhere and come home to a comfortable home. But
Yeah,
you
but
want the urban stuff that goes with it.
no,
And
no, I don't.
city
I
living
fucking
was
hate the urban shit.
always more expensive than anywhere else growing up. That hasn't changed.
I
So if you're
despise
talking
urban.
about the urban homes in a city is the top 15% of earners, then yeah, I'll grant you that, but you're not forced to live in a city. So that lifestyle is not out of reach if
Okay.
people are willing to make compromises or make different choices for
All right.
themselves.
All right, listen, I can get a house out in the sticks out here for like 100 grand. I can do that, right? But the problem is, again, you have an hour and a half commute to get to fucking work every day.
You don't have to do it in the sticks either.
Like that's how it works, right? So like the jobs are in the city, right?
No, there's plenty of jobs not in the cities
Where?
that pay well. In
Where?
any medium-sized
I'm
population
40.
area is
I'm
going to
not going to be a
need the
doctor.
same things that cities need.
I'm 40. I'm not going to be a doctor, an engineer, or a lawyer. I'm a normal human being who has normal sets of skills. I'm not going to make $100,000 a year in some little bodunk town in
I
Louisiana.
know, but even truck driving is not limited. Like I've never heard of truck driving being a specifically city job.
Mm. If you want to be home on a regular basis, it's a specifically city job.
And most of the people you're talking about, like this younger generation, it's not truck driving that's keeping them from. That's not the careers that most of them are going to be going into anyway to own the
You know,
homes.
it is, right? It's going to be truck driving, forklift operating, warehousing. Like I live in a center for transportation in the United States.
Warehousing is anywhere. You don't have to be in a city for that.
No, listen. I live in a center for transportation for the U.S. It's the two jobs you have here is warehousing and medical and working for the state. That's what you usually do, right? I
Okay.
work in logistics side, which is part of the warehousing thing, which is like the driving. But again, this is like you don't make any money doing it anymore because again they've pumped in all these immigrants to drop the fucking pay.
Well, then find a job that you do make money at and transfer your skill set to that.
There isn't jobs where you make money. It just doesn't exist anymore.
I don't believe that because people are doing it.
Yeah, people aren't doing it. That's the point.
They are doing it. I know people. I know many, many, many people that are doing it. So I don't. That's what I keep going back to. How come I know all these people that are doing it, and you're saying that all your people can't figure out how to do it? Jobs are out there. I just spent a few months looking for a job for myself, and I found one.
Yeah, you spend a few months looking for a job for yourself. Right. I can't put a few months into a job search, right? My job search has to be done in like a week because I have bills I have to pay.
Well,
I can't
I
be
don't.
without a job. I can't wait for a
You
good
can
job.
like go be a janitor. So if you need a job that quickly to pay bills, you just take anything.
Yet janitors, like, don't make any money. That's what I'm saying. Like, these regular jobs
But
for normal humans.
your personal situation may not be representative of what the generation you're talking about is facing. Like,
Yeah, again, the
I can't
normal
believe
human
most
being.
kids are out there have a mound of bills and only have a week to find a job.
Well, all right, normal human beings, right, as a whole, right, aren't like highly skilled. And this is why I said I would hate to be a kid today, right? Because like every job you go to expects you to either have like 10 years experience and a college degree,
Not
or
entry
like,
level.
oh man, listen, have you not like heard what's going on recently?
I know I just went through a job search and the entry level job, and I applied for lots and lots of jobs. And I documented a lot of it right here on this stream. And
Mhm.
none of the requirements were that burdensome for entry level. I don't even have a college. I have an associate, so I don't even have a college degree for entry level. And I was able to apply at probably 100 different types of jobs.
Like I know welders right now making $14 an hour. They have
That seems
just
low.
pumped in immigrants to dump the fucking wages. And
Well,
these immigrants are being
A,
subsidized.
Trump is supposed to take care of that, and B, are they
Well,
doing it legally? Because you can report them to the labor board.
you can, right? But they're probably like, it doesn't matter if you report them or
And
not.
that's not a system. That's a misuse of the system. So that's not the system not working.
No,
Because
that's the
if the
system
system
working.
was being used as it's designed, that wouldn't be happening. So that's employers trying to go around the system.
Yeah, because again, like these employers
So
are all
those are
competing with
bad
other
employers.
employers
You have
doing
to go
this.
find the employers that are not doing that.
All
That
employers
are
have to
playing
do
by
this.
the rules of the system.
They have to do this in order to compete.
My employer's not doing it.
What do you
I
do?
know other companies that are not hiring immigrants.
What do you
Or
do?
if they are, they're hiring them legally.
What do you do?
And I work retail.
All right, so you do like, Like you work in like a retail shop as like a cashier,
Yeah,
like a sales
customer
associate.
service,
Okay,
helping customers,
gotcha,
that kind of
gotcha.
stuff.
The vast majority of people I meet work at places like Amazon or like Expo or
What's
like the
Expo?
state. Expo's like a logistics company, right? Basically, okay, so here's how this works. You ever heard of non-asset based allocations?
Not.
Okay, so when a company wants to have like a logistics center somewhere, right, the distribution center, where like they bring in all their goods and then they load it up, and then like they take individual pieces and they ship it off to individual stores, right? What they do is they go to a company who has warehouses, right? And this investment company will buy land from a farmer, build a warehouse, and then basically they lease it out to like this company, right? This company will stock it with a whole bunch of temporary associates from a company like Burks and Beyond or JFC Staffing or something along these type of lines. They'll hire a company that does like logistics work, what basically means they set up the truckloads and set up like the trucking and whatever the case might be. Then they'll hire people for the yard through Laser Spot, who's a temporary agency for like jockey drivers and move trailers around the yard. And then they'll hire Securitas to do the security. And by the time you're done, you have 2 employees in that entire place out of like 500 people who work there who actually work for that company. The rest of them are all just basically third-party contractors who are either using temps or really, really low-level labor workers to get this job done. And that's the vast majority of like employment.
But it seems like you at this point should be able to get one of those higher jobs. Like you shouldn't be stuck with the temporary entry level stuff.
Yeah, I agree, right? But the problem is that if you can hire somebody who is just coming into the industry and won't demand as much pay, for instance, like an immigrant, right? You will do
Or
that
a young
over
person.
hiring people like me who demand actual money and like respect in their fucking job. Because they don't want skills. They don't want you to be skilled. No
But
company
I
wants you to
still
be
don't
skilled.
know how they're hiring all these immigrants legally. Especially if they're getting through staffing agencies, because I went through a staffing agency as part, and they did all of this background check and paperwork, and I had to fill out all this. So I don't know how an immigrant is getting through that process at the staffing agency.
Yeah. They lie. It's that simple. They just lie.
Well, they verified though. I had to prove
They don't
they
verify
weren't just
anything.
taking my word for it. I had to back up what I was telling them with documentation.
Yeah, they don't
even
care.
every company I've worked for and fills out that I-99 form or whatever, where you have to show 2 forms of ID and you have to attest that you have the right to work in the United States, or you're a citizen. You have to sign it, and the employer has to do a verification, and they have to photocopy your ID and your social security card. How are they getting around that process?
All right. So you know what an individual tax identification number is?
Yeah.
That's what they use.
So the immigrants themselves are faking documents. So the employers are getting fooled. So the employers don't know that they're hiring them. They think they're hiring people that have the right to work.
The employer don't care.
But does the employer know? Because it's either the immigrants are the
Yes.
ones doing the fraud, or the employers are
Both.
fraudulently filling out this form, knowing that they're doing so.
Both. They both know.
So, okay, so you're talking about corruption. But I don't think every company out there is at the level of corruption that's doing this.
They are.
I think most companies are trying to stay in the lines and make sure that the people they hire have the documentation they're required to have by law when they fill out this form.
Well,
This form, every job I've worked since I was 17 years old, we've had to do a version of this. So this has been around for most of my life.
Yeah, because you're an American citizen. Right.
Right. I think a lot of companies are hiring American citizens. I don't think they're all hiring immigrants and not giving jobs to American citizens.
No. Okay. So like, there's 2 processes. There's processes for us, which means like you have to fill out all the paperwork and all the nonsense and garbage or whatever. The other process is done by what's known as like the ITIN identification numbers, right? The identification forms, right? And they get hired on as, you know what I'm saying, like a resident worker. Right. And so like if they can just like prove that they're a resident worker through this ITIN program or like through like a bullshit like migrant pass, because like they have a court date scheduled. And so like, you know, that court date's way in the future. It's like 3, 4, 5 years from now. And so like they have this paperwork that says like, oh, the government knows I'm here. I can pay taxes or whatever the case is. They can just hire them and they don't care because the company doesn't actually know like who the fucking temp agency is sending in. And the temp agency doesn't care who they're sending in. They just have a bunch of translators that they use, to like get them to do the work. Right. And they made the process so dumbed down that anybody can fucking do it as long as you have a pulse.
So what percentage of actual jobs do you think is going to these people over the people that can legitimately fill out this form?
100%.
I dispute that.
Oh
I just
man,
do
listen,
not believe
hold
it.
up. That's actually been proven recently. Like, yo, legit.
Even at my company, I don't know a single person that didn't get hired through filling out one of those I-99 forms.
Hang on. Okay, so, however, most of the employment growth has gone to immigrants, both legal and illegal. Government's household surveys said that there were only 971,000 more U.S.-born employees, U.S.-born Americans employed in May 2024 compared to May 2019 prior to the pandemic, while the number of employed immigrants has increased by 3.2 million.
What percentage-wise?
400%.
Because every company out there that I interact with doesn't seem like it's staffed with all immigrants and no Americans. It pretty much seems like mostly it's Americans working jobs, and there might be a few immigrants.
I can show this to you if you're interested. Hang on.
They're not replacing Americans with immigrants.
Are you interested in seeing it? I will show you. Look.
Yeah.
This here, right? May 2024, right? The green number, the green bar is the amount of immigrants who got jobs.
Oh, wait, hang on.
The blue number is the amount of Americans.
And this is from Pew?
This is from cis.org. CIS.
I don't know what that is.
Hang on. Center for Immigration Studies.
Okay.
Here.
3/4 of employment growth went to immigrants.
Since
employment growth, but that's not the total number of jobs.
Yeah, this is new jobs created.
I'm saying if a company has like 1,000 employees, you're saying 99% of them are all immigrants and they're hiring no Americans. I absolutely do not believe that. I would say the majority of those employees are going to be Americans, and there might be a few immigrants.
I'm saying the percentage of hires are 3/4 immigrants now. New hires, 3/4 of them are now immigrants.
Well, that's certainly not true where I live.
This is what it is, dude. Like, this is nationwide.
I'd have to see more data.
And this is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This is what source.
Because you want me to believe that most jobs in America are going to immigrants and not Americans, and that sounds absolutely ridiculous for me. The country would be in revolt right now if that was true.
I can drop it in the side chat for you.
Yeah, drop it.
Like, listen, I have no problem.
I think Americans are still mostly being hired in America by American companies.
I mean, I just showed you. I don't know what more you want me to do.
Well, I would need to see more than just this one website.
I mean, I can show you like 4 more if you're interested. Hang on.
Let's see. I found something from Pew. No, that's on that's something else. Let's see.
I mean, the one from recently, this is from February. It says,
wow,
88%.
The U.S. Chamber of Commerce has something about a labor shortage.
Yeah, they say this, but it's just because they're upset about how many
So they
people are
lie. They
like,
just
no, no.
fake data and
Oh,
they
yo,
just lie
yeah,
because
yeah,
they want us to think there's a labor shortage, but there's really not.
yeah. They just don't want to pay anybody. That's what it is.
Well, maybe certain industries then are doing it, but not the. No, you know where I see a lot of immigrant workers are these the gig economy, the DoorDash, Uber, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But not at the grocery stores, not at the malls, not at the clothing stores, not at the retail places, not at the restaurants. I still see mostly Americans when I walk into these places. Managers, almost all the management level I interact with seems American. So there might be some sectors of the economy that are more immigrant heavy than others, and you may happen to work in one of those, but I think if you look at all jobs all across America, it's still mostly Americans filling them. Which industries employ the most immigrant workers? Let me see. Educational and health services employed the most immigrants. This is followed by professional and business services, and then construction. I'm surprised construction is so low.
Yeah.
And I imagine education and health is like the Asian, the Indian, East, the
Yeah.
Indians,
Fucking Singaporeans and shit.
Asians for coming over here, med school, doctors, academia. It said the construction industry had the highest percentage in 2023. Construction has the biggest share of foreign-born workers. Well, how is that different from? Oh, that's by share, and the
Will you
first
take the
stat
Will you
was
take the
by
Cato Institute?
number.
Will you take the Cato Institute?
Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Hang on, man. I'll throw this up here. Cato
Oh wait,
Institute.
I didn't realize I was.
According to survey, 2019 to 2024, on average, new immigrants about 7 years younger than U.S. born. Hang on. New immigrants are more likely to be college grads. Where's the thing at? Oh, here
Oh
it is.
yeah, that's another thing we didn't talk about.
Okay, all right.
Education.
According to the new survey, new immigrants accounted for 78% of all employment growth from 2019 to 2024. Here.
But employment growth is not number of jobs.
Well, no. So like all the new jobs that were created, and that's also like jobs where people left, you know what I'm saying? And new people got hired, right? 78% of all those jobs went to immigrants.
Kane seems to think it's intentional. Like there's a plot to make sure they hire immigrants so that we can globalize America.
No, it's literally not. I don't even think it's that. Like, honest to God, I just think it's they want labor rates to stay down so the stock market stays up so the boomers can stay retired. I don't even think it's that malevolent. I think they're just trying to keep the system going. I dropped this in the side chat for you then if you're interested.
Right. Every employer is going to want to pay the lowest cost they could pay for their labor, but they still have to do it legally because they have to fill out this form, this I-99 form with the 2 forms of ID. So they can't just hire all kind of illegal immigrants and bypass this form. The people they hire have to have the legal right to work in the U.S. and they have to be able to prove it with documentation.
Well, here's the thing, right? When they get across the border, they stop at the fucking guards, and the guards hand them a paper to say, like, here, listen, they take their name and their information, whatever, and then they schedule them a court date. And this court date, though, because there's so many immigrants, it's like 5 years away. And with that paper that they got where they have that court date, they can then file for like migrant fucking status or work status. So they can work legally. Like they're an illegal immigrant, but they can work legally. And they have like whole like things.
It's called the I-9, Employment Eligibility Verification. Okay, I'm looking at it now. I am aware that federal law provides for imprisonment and/or fines for false statements or the use of false documents in connection with the completion of the form. I attest under penalty of perjury that this information is correct, including my selection of the box attesting to my citizenship or immigration is true and correct. Okay, let's see. They have 4 options. 1, I'm a citizen of the United States. Number 2, I'm a non-citizen, national. Number 3, a lawful permanent resident. And
Okay.
number 4, a non-citizen authorized to work until, and they have to put the date. And then there's different requirements for each one.
All right. So this is my area right here. Okay. All of these things, right, that I'm pointing to at the moment, right, are immigrant like processing like people who like they just fill out paperwork for immigrants, right? Whether or not they're legal, whether they cross the border legally, it doesn't matter. They go through and they do the paperwork so that they can work. Right?
Okay.
You know what I mean? And they like I see these like advertised on billboards all over the place.
They have to have a U.S. passport, a permanent resident card, or an alien registration receipt card.
Yeah.
Employment authorization document. A passport from the, oh, that's Micronesia. A driver's license, ID card, school ID, voter's registration, military draft card, Native American tribal document, school record. Oh, that's for under 18. Social Security account number card, a birth certificate, identification card for use of resident citizen in the United States, employment authorization document issued by the Department of Homeland Security. So these are all the things they have to have 2 of these things I just listed.
Yeah, so they'll have a driver's license, right, based on like their original thing, right? They'll not a driver's license, like an immigrant or an identification card, right? And then
it has to be issued by federal, state, or local government agencies or entities.
Yes, right. And so like they'll go through and they'll file like a temporary employment or like a worker visa or like a self-petitioning form form I-140, right? And they have people to do this for them. You know what I mean? They pay them a certain, it literally comes with like the fucking cartel thing when they come up from Mexico.
I don't even see form I-140 on here.
Immigrant petition for alien worker.
But that wasn't one of the documents, accepted documents. That's not on this list of documents.
It's a green card. It's a green
allow
card.
You to work.
It's a green
card. They have something called a permanent resident card, which is form I-551. But I don't see anything about this temporary petition being an acceptable document.
I'm looking at it right now.
Well, I'm looking at the I-9 form.
This is the form I-140.
I know, but the I-9 that you need, the employment eligibility verification, that is not one of the forms listed as being accepted to be employed. So I'm not saying that there doesn't exist the I-140, but it's not one you can use for employment. It doesn't get you the right to work.
Yeah, it's an employment authorization
well, how come the I-9 doesn't accept it as one of the documents?
All right. So a refugee presents a departure form, the I-94, containing an unexpired refugee admission stamp or a computer-generated printout of Form I-94 with admission class of RE. The employer must accept it as a receipt for a List A document establishing both employment authorization and identity for 90 days.
Oh, for 90 days. Okay, so all these workers are only working for 90 days, and then they're being replaced?
No, and then they just get a Form I-766.
Okay, employment authorization document. So that one is one of the forms.
Yeah.
That are allowed.
Yeah. So literally, when they meet the border guards, they get that I-94.
The I-140.
No, the I-94.
Wait, hang on. I-94?
Yeah. It's in the List C. Here it is. Okay, so
it's an arrival departure record.
Yeah. A few users pointed out that uses E-Verify may prompt employer to key foreign national's passport number, I-94 number, or alien number when an employer selects the alien authorized to work in the U.S. option, thereby rendering the technique useless. Please note this isn't applicable to scenario described in the specific case. Selecting non-citizen national of the United States, followed by the employer keying in the prospective employee's valid SNN, and then selecting the list B and C combination leads to approval.
Can you put what you're reading? Can you link it?
Sure. Hang on a minute. This is from Medium.
Oh, it's on your screen?
Yeah, it's on my screen.
What's that from? What website?
Medium.
Okay, wait. Let's see.
Yeah. You read it?
Yeah, go ahead and put the link so I can see it bigger.
Hang on a minute. Let me throw it. I'm throwing this. Oh, wait, hit that one, and then I'm gonna throw this one in, paste. Sorry, I'm putting a whole bunch of links in your side chat. I apologize. I'm clogging it up.
Let's see.
Yeah. Enforcing work is a sheer separation between the government departments, uses SSA, IRS, State Department, your state's DMV. Typically keep the records separate and have little.
Yeah, but I don't see it's a loophole, and if this is even true, it's only this one Medium article by Ax Sharma. This sounds like a loophole in the system, not like a feature of the system. So it's not a loophole to me that most employers are going to be able to get away with for long.
Okay, typically student IDs do not have an expiration date printed on them. Universities that do print expiration dates simply use paper stickers with a new date to extend the card's validity. Other schools have an issuance date printed on the cards rather than an expiration date. Either way, a student ID is the easiest ID to obtain, forged, or practically hard to verify as legitimate. Right? They have ways around all this shit, is what I'm saying.
Right, but you think like 90-something% of employers are using these loophole ways to get employed? Employees?
Yes.
No, I don't believe that. I think most people are showing birth certificates, social security cards, driver's licenses. I don't think most people employed in America are showing up with these weird, bizarre loophole documents.
All right. This is from the U.S. Department of Justice, right?
All right. Go ahead and put that link, too.
All right. Hang on a minute. Let me grab this. I think this is a, whatchamacallit. This is a PDF. All right. Paste. Here we go. Listen, because I'm learning this along with you, I'll be honest with you, because I'm not 100% sure of how they do it.
I'm learning it right now.
All right. I-94 Department of Homeland Security, which is what you get at the border, right? Print your I-9, or like, when you cross over like illegally, whatever, it's a custom border protection website. Is a receipt for a List A document is valid for 90 days from your first day of work. At the night, you must show your employer either an EAD or a combination of List B document and an unrestricted Social Security card. If you're an asylee, you can use your I-94 as a permanent List C document that does not expire. Asylees and refugees are eligible for EADs if you decide to apply to renew your EAD and your application is filed with the expiration date listed on your EAD. You may be able to keep working with your existing EAD for a period of time after the expiration date on your EAD. You can continue working by showing your employer your EAD with the I-797C receipt notice showing that the government received your application for a new EAD. Call the Civil Rights Division Immigrant and Employee Rights section for more information on your EAD.
So you think most employers are hiring refugees?
No. All right. Do you ever watch Casino?
Yeah, I love that movie.
I love it too, man. Big fan. All right. Do you remember how, like, when he said, well, I can't get a fucking license, right? And he said, you don't have to get the license. You just got to apply. And every time you apply, if fucking they take your fucking application, they move it from the top to the bottom, right? And you just change whatever. This is what they can do forever. They can get that fucking little I-94 card from the fucking border guards and then just keep filing for like resident statuses. And as long as you had the receipt that the government received your fucking application, you can keep working forever.
I know, but you're saying most employees in the U.S. are refugees that are doing this loophole. They're not Americans. It's refugees coming over and taking our jobs using this little paper they get at the border. That sounds incredibly far-fetched to me.
Okay, what I'm saying is that 80% of all new jobs created since 2019, which means like people got fired, new people got hired, or just new jobs in general were created, were all given to fucking illegals who are using this process.
No, I don't believe that.
I mean, you can believe what you want. That's I have evidence for that. I put that in the side chat. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Like, what am I supposed to tell you about that?
You're supposed to show me where the majority of employers are hiring when people apply for jobs, that they're mostly hiring refugees with these little border paper instead of Americans with birth certificates and driver's licenses.
I already showed you that.
No, you showed me something about immigrant job growth, but not refugees using this paper.
Okay.
Because what you're saying is refugees are coming from other countries with their little border paper and saying, get out of my way, American. I'm here to get this job with my little paper. Your driver's license and birth certificate means nothing. It's not going to trump my little border paper. And employers are going to want me with my little border paper over you, American, with your driver's license, social security card, and birth certificate.
All right, so
and employers are saying, yes, come on, refugee, because we can pay you cheaper. We don't need Americans anymore. That's not what I see happening, at least where I live. It's not filled with refugees. It's mostly Americans.
I see it everywhere. I see it everywhere, constantly.
Well,
every warehouse I go to,
everywhere you go, it's refugees serving you.
Yeah. 100%, yes.
Well, like I said, not here. And this is
if I go to Walmart,
this is a pretty progressive part of the country, and they're not even doing it.
Like I go to Walmart, right? And you go into Walmart. First off, like, yeah, the majority of employees are refugees. But like then as you're walking around, like, you know, like I'm from the hood, so like black people are normal, right? There's not even hood black people. It's literally all immigrants. Nobody speaks English. The whole store.
I'm gonna pay more extra attention next time I go out, and I'm gonna count the white people working versus the immigrants. I'm gonna pay Close attention.
Listen, you rarely, if ever, see white people working, right, and just like
That's
normal
all,
shit,
like
unless you go to like Bass
90% of the
Pro or
people at the
something.
jobs here are white. There's nothing but white people here. They'd have a hard time even finding enough immigrants to counteract all the whiteness up here.
I don't know where you are, but like we don't
I'm
have
in
that many
Washington
white
State. I'm
people.
outside of Seattle. You would
Oh
think
yeah, yeah,
Seattle's
you're
a
a super
sanctuary
white part of the
city too.
country.
You would think a area like Seattle would be full of immigrants.
Well, I mean, nobody
They're
wants to
still
live there.
hiring Washingtonians and American citizens mostly.
Yeah, like
So
nobody
I don't
wants
know
to
why
live there because it's
Pennsylvania is
cold.
doing it differently.
It's Pennsylvania, it's New York, it's Maryland, it's Delaware, it's fucking Virginia, West Virginia, Ohio.
Maybe it is happening on the East Coast. I don't know why. I don't know why it would not be happening here because we're pretty much California. Like we work. This is the West Coast.
I
It's
know.
very, very progressive.
Yeah.
They hate hiring white people here, especially white men. So if they could get away with putting only refugees, they would do it. But somehow it's still white people, white locals working everywhere. In fact, at my own job that I know of, that I can think of just offhand, I think we have two, maybe three foreign workers that are obviously foreign, and one is she's married, like her husband is American, and she moved. She became American through marriage, so she's not even a refugee. And everybody else is pretty much a American or a local or American, like a transplant from somewhere else in America.
Yeah, that would explain like why it is that like your shit's different than ours, right? Because they're still hiring Americans, right? Like you still have like white people there, right? It's a whole different animal on the
Y'all don't
East
have
Coast.
any white people in Pennsylvania?
No,
That's
no,
one of
no.
the
Okay,
whitest
so
parts
like
of the country.
when you go downtown like Portland or like is that what is it? Seattle? Seattle, Washington? When you
Yeah,
go downtown Seattle, right? Do you see white people there?
I haven't been down. Yeah, I do a lot of them, but I haven't been downtown Seattle for years. But I'm assuming it's the same. It's not that different.
Okay, yeah.
What has increased is the amount of homelessness and drug use, but not necessarily the color of the people.
My city's 43% black and it says 32% white. I don't know where they are. I'm assuming they're
Oh
all
yeah,
like down in like
we have very different ratios here. It's we're like maybe 6% black, if that.
This is Baltimore.
Let's see, well, this is for 2020. 58% white, 9% Asian, 17% Hispanic or Latino, 5% black.
This is Baltimore. It's 60% black. When you're in a city, you rarely see another white person.
But they're not all immigrants or refugees.
Oh, no, 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 no. They take the immigrants and they put them in apartments outside of the cities.
Oh, okay.
Right? They have like whole like hotels and apartments that they buy out and they literally just put the fucking immigrants there. You think I'm lying?
It's a stretch. And the they that's doing this is not the government.
It is the government. It is the government.
nonprofit or something. The government doesn't just house people for free. Because a lot of these services that people think immigrants get from coming to America is not provided by the federal government. It's nonprofits that have their own resources that are providing services to immigrants. In
Okay.
fact,
In response to the
we looked at this the other day on the stream. Most of the federal benefits immigrants don't even qualify for. They're getting it through third-party nonprofit services that are local to wherever those cities are. They have them here in Seattle. They have all kind of nonprofits that provide benefits to immigrants, but they're not federal benefits.
All right, yo, look here. You see this?
Yes, but New York City, that's not the federal government. That's some local
This all
agencies in New
came from
York that
FEMA.
are doing
This money
this.
came from FEMA.
But the agency that's doing it is not the federal government. They probably have a
It's FEMA.
contract that they got from
It's
FEMA.
FEMA. This is from February. FEMA says it's halting payments for migrant housing in New York. Right?
Halting, that means stopping. That means not paying for
That
it.
was this is from February. Where's it at? Here it is. February 10th.
Oh, take care, Dagmore. It's good to see you.
Right. Just discovered that FEMA sent $59 million last week to luxury hotels in New York City to house illegal migrants. That's just New York.
Yeah, that article seems to be all about how FEMA should not have been doing that. Not that it's the norm.
Yo, but it's been doing it for 4 years. FEMA, in partnership with the U.S. Customs and Border Department, administers shelter and services programs to provide financial support to non-federal entities for sheltering and related services to non-citizen migrants released by the Department of Homeland Security. This is from FEMA itself. They admitted to doing it. They were proud of it.
But they're not doing it now.
I don't. This is a new article.
The article you just posted said they're stopping the payments.
I mean, to New York, right?
So you think Trump's letting them do it to other places, but he's stopping just the New York payments?
I mean, I don't know.
I can probably safely infer.
I mean, in 2023, they spent $425 million. We just got done talking about 59.
You seem really invested in this narrative that immigrants are taking over the country and displacing Americans. Like America's just going to let that happen.
I'm not.
Because the original conversation that we were on is why people of this generation can't have a life. A good life here in America. And it's because the immigrants are coming and having that life instead of them. Are the immigrants buying homes and doing all the stuff they can't do?
I mean, they're driving down the wages. They're willing to work for less, again, because they're housed by the government. The government is basically giving welfare to companies by fucking providing free. It's, you know how Walmart, like their pay structure is literally structured around food stamps?
I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
Really? Man, listen.
I don't know much about Walmart employment. I really don't. I don't even shop at Walmart. You seem surprised that I don't know how Walmart pays the employees. But I don't know what it means to be built around food stamps.
Oh, wait. All right.
And also, where I live, the minimum wage is pretty high, and so even the entry level jobs are not food stamp level. They have to pay a certain amount no matter what.
Hang on, I'm looking. And listen, I wanted the entire thing, not like take advantage of Snap. Okay. All right. Here we go. 70% work full time.
Because the jobs that I was talking about where you can afford a home is not working entry level Walmart.
Yeah, I agree. And this is just fucking.
And you were saying there are no jobs out there that people can work now because they're all being taken by immigrants. But I can't believe immigrants are doing upper management. And
all right, yeah. Walmart's low-wage workers cost U.S. taxpayers an estimated $6.2 billion in public assistance, including food stamps, Medicaid, and subsidized housing.
That's a very disingenuous framing.
I kind of agree, right? Because I'd like to see just food stamps.
Because it has whether they qualify for SNAP benefits has nothing to do with Walmart at all. They're probably part-time workers that are not getting.
Walmart relies
not getting enough hours to put them over the minimum the maximum that they can get SNAP on. Because if you make
Walmart,
over a certain amount, you don't get the benefits anymore. So they're probably making just enough to stay under that amount and still get the benefits. That's not Walmart. Walmart doesn't control who's eligible for SNAP.
Well, it's not that, right? It's that like they know the amount, right? That like they're gonna get from SNAP, and they literally like they fucking pay them just enough.
What,
that just
they're
to
able
be
just to be hateful? Like they don't want that?
No.
What is Walmart? What does Walmart get out of not paying the employees enough to get off of food stamps?
Well, then they spend their food stamps back at Walmart.
But they could spend their money back at I still don't understand the strategy behind it.
Yeah, they literally like they pay their workers just enough, right? That like they're able to fucking stand here and like collect welfare. So then they spend the welfare back at Walmart, and Walmart makes the money.
But if they weren't on welfare and just receiving cash, they would spend the cash back at Walmart.
They'd spend less.
Why would they spend less?
Well, because when you're spending
Walmart's not the only place you can spend welfare or SNAP. They could spend it anywhere else, just like they can cash.
Yeah, if you're spending your own money, you're more restrictive about your spending. Like, you know what the number one in? All right, you know what the number one in?
Like they still have to eat the same amount, no matter whether it's SNAP or cash.
Top 3 employers in the U.S. is number 1, the federal government. And number 2, Walmart. Number 3, Amazon. The Amazon and Walmart have been duking it out, right?
Amazon pays really well, by the way.
Amazon doesn't pay bad.
That's where people can start a good career and afford a house. Start at Amazon.
I mean, I don't think you're like making really, really good money at Amazon, but you don't make terrible money at Amazon, right?
The people I know that work at Amazon are getting paid very well. Better than any other places around here.
12.5 of the total U.S. population gets SNAP benefits.
So your theory is that Walmart is getting together and deliberately figuring out just how much to pay an employee so that they stay on welfare, so that they spend their food stamps at Walmart. That makes no sense to me. They can they don't have to spend food stamps at Walmart. There's other places they can spend them. And B, they can spend the same amount of cash at Walmart that they would food stamps. They still got to buy food. SNAP doesn't give you very much a month. I don't know if you know that.
I mean, I don't know. My kid's mom gets like $700 or $800 a month.
Does she have dependents?
Yeah. She has kids. My baby's mom.
But she'd be spending the same amount in cash if she worked a
No,
job.
no, she wouldn't. No, she wouldn't.
Why would she spend less to feed her family?
She'd cook.
But doesn't she like she? What, does she not cook on SNAP?
No, she fucking buys box shit, as every other single mom does.
But she. What I'm saying is, it's not going to cost her any less to feed her family if it's cash or SNAP. SNAP doesn't give you a lot. So if she's feeding an entire family on SNAP, she's not going to be able to do much lower on cash. And I don't see how Walmart guarantees that they spend the SNAP at Walmart. Like,
I mean, you work
we're
there.
going to pay you low wages, so you have to spend your money here. Ha ha ha. How can they ensure that that's where the employee spends their SNAP?
I mean, it would work out that way, right? If you work at a place, you know what I mean?
I don't understand any of this. It sounds like crazy internet conspiracy stuff.
It's not. This is not. This is like just.
Well, show me the meeting notes where Walmart got together in a meeting and said, hey, "This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna pay our employees because we want them to spend their SNAP money at us."
Walmart.
Not what some internet person said. Show me Walmart themselves saying this. And I'm gonna do some Googling on it, and I can't believe it's almost midnight. It feels like
It's
5 in the
2:38
afternoon. Yeah, I'm not finding anything. I'm finding articles about they have a lot of employees on food stamps because they're not making enough wages, but not that it's deliberately done by Walmart to make sure they stay on food stamps so that they
Oh,
can
and on
spend their
top of
money
that, you get a kickback for hiring people who are on TANF. I know you filled out like those fucking forms.
because SNAP is supplementary anyway.
Well, you know what TANF is?
That's that assistance for needy families.
Yeah. Right. So, like, you filled out that paperwork. So, if your employees are like being hired after they were on TANF, you get a fucking kickback from the government.
You get a tax break or something. You get some kind of.
Yeah.
You get it for hiring disability people too.
All right, here we go. Here, I got it. Walmart benefits from billions in government subsidies. Walmart and the Walton family benefit from tax breaks and taxpayer subsidies, estimated at $7.8 billion a year.
Wait, just show that again. This is about tax breaks, not about employees' SNAP benefits.
The $7.8 billion includes an estimated $6.2 billion in public assistance for low-wage Walmart employees, including programs like food stamps, subsidized housing, and Medicaid. It also includes an estimated $70 million per year.
But that's not going to Walmart.
That's good.
This is that disingenuous framing again. They're not subsidizing Walmart just because they're subsidizing the employees.
Yeah, it is. It is though.
It's
I'm sitting
not.
here thinking about
That's
what you
not what
said.
a
It is.
subsidy is.
No. Again, if you're paying
Walmart
for
might
your,
benefit indirectly from having employees that are able to feed themselves, but that's not the government subsidizing Walmart just
wait,
because
what?
the employees are on SNAP.
Wait.
That's somebody trying to put together a narrative.
No.
Yeah,
So, like,
yes,
literally, if your
they're trying to
employees
tell a
are
story,
collecting, wait, if your
and
employees
they're
are
connecting
collecting,
some dots that really
no.
have no
Okay,
essential
listen,
connection in reality.
listen. If I pay for your employees' housing, right, and it's like $1 billion a year I'm paying for your employees' housing, right? You don't have to pay them enough that they have to house themselves. That's a subsidy.
No, it's not. You're trying to wrench it
What?
into being a
What?
subsidy, but that's
That
not
is a
what a
subsidy.
subsidy is.
That's a subsidy.
The employers are not
Okay.
responsible for paying for how they give the employees cash, and the employers can do whatever they want. That's not the employer paying for the employees' houses if the employee chooses to spend it on housing.
Okay, let me ask you something. All right, because like actually, I think Amazon gets a massive subsidy too every year, right? Because they use the fucking postal service, right? So like if I keep the cost of your business artificially low by you using a government service, is that a subsidy?
No, that's not a subsidy. That's you doing
What?
exactly what Kane is saying here. People can read anything they want between those lines.
Wait, what?
I'm saying that y'all are reading between some lines and seeing what you want to see.
I don't I mean like I just 100% disagree.
Well, you can disagree, but you'd be wrong.
Okay, do you think the postal service is being subsidized as opposed to UPS and FedEx?
This U.S. Post Service is a federal
I agree, right? It's a
service.
federal
It's not
thing.
being subsidized. It's supposed to be funded by the government. That's
Okay,
not a
so it's funded
subsidy.
by
It's
the
not a
government.
private company that's being subsidized.
I agree, right? So if you're a private company, okay, and you are in the shipping industry, are you
That if you
competing
what?
against the postal service?
I didn't catch that.
Are you competing against the postal service if you're a private company in like a regular, you know what I mean,
I don't
like
know. You
fucking
might do.
economy?
Depends. You talking
All
about
right.
like UPS or FedEx?
Yeah. You're competing against the postal service, right? So would Amazon be as successful as it is without the postal service?
That's not a subsidy, though. A subsidy is a very specific thing. Here, I'll read you the definition. A subsidy, subvention, or government incentive is a type of government expenditure for individuals and households as well as businesses. So it's the government it's giving you money directly for a certain purpose. And if you indirectly benefit from something, that's not a subsidy. So trying to call it a subsidy is that is a disingenuous use of language to try to form a narrative that would not exist otherwise. No, that's not a subsidy. If I get food stamps, that's not the government subsidizing my employer. Just because the employer benefits from me being able to keep myself alive enough to go to work every day. You know how like the left stretches words like gender and harm and violence. They take a very specific thing and they
Okay.
make the category as broad as possible so that they
All right.
can tell their story and make you believe whatever they want you to is happening is happening. Y'all are doing the same thing with the word subsidy. It's a very
All right.
specific thing that you're trying to broaden to include all this other stuff that's not subsidies to try to make a point about Walmart.
Okay. So is food stamps a subsidy to farmers?
We're talking about Walmart
I got
and
you. I got you. Is
employees.
food stamps a subsidy to farmers?
I just read the definition of a subsidy.
Is it or is it not? By that definition.
To end it, are you talking about individual farmers or if they're on food stamps?
No. Just in general.
There's no in general. You subsidize specific things. There's no general subsidy. You give it to a person. In fact, that's what I just read the definition. It said specifically that individuals, households, as well as businesses. So you give it to an individual, you give it to a household, which has it's the individual head of the household, or you give it to a business. You don't just give it to general anything.
All right. So, like the food stamps program, the SNAP program, is under the Department of Agriculture. Do you know why? Because it is a subsidy to farms, right? That's what
No.
I mean. Like it is. It literally like food stamps is set up to help farmers and drive demand for agricultural goods.
That makes no sense. You're just making it
what?
up.
What?
Show me the documents when the government set up the SNAP program that says we are doing this so that people can buy agricultural products. Show me those documents when the SNAP program was set up. It's a federal government program that provides food purchasing assistance for low-income and no-income persons to help them maintain adequate nutrition and health.
Listen, I'm displaying it right now. On January 34th, 1964, President Johnson requested Congress to pass legislation making the FSP permanent. Secretary Orville Freeman had submitted proposed legislation to establish a permanent food stamps program on April 17, 1963. The bill eventually passed Congress with individual Congresswoman Sullivan. Among the official purposes of the Food Stamp Act in 1964 were strengthening the agricultural economy and providing improved levels of nutrition among low-income households. However, the practical purpose was to bring the pilot food stamp program under congressional control and enact the regulations in the law.
What is this from? How does it strengthen the agricultural economy?
The USDA.gov.
All right, drop that link so I can take a look at it because I'm on Wikipedia.
All right, copy here. Yeah, listen, this is from the fucking USDA, like directly. Right, it's literally an agricultural program. It's a subsidy for like the agricultural.
It's a subsidy to individuals, not to the agricultural industry. Again, you don't seem to understand what a subsidy is.
Again,
just because the agricultural industry might benefit from people spending money buying agricultural products does not mean it's a subsidy.
It literally is.
No, that's not what a subsidy is. You literally don't know what a subsidy is if you think that's a subsidy.
It says the purpose.
You can look up the definition yourself if you don't trust my reading of it. I just fucking read the definition.
So, strengthening the agricultural economy. It's a subsidy to farmers. That's what it was there for. That was its purpose.
It's a subsidy to individuals. Read the definition of a subsidy. We've reached an idiot wall. I don't know how to even continue this conversation if you can't accept the definition of subsidy. You're making up your own definition. You think anything that's actually subsidized, given to an individual, anything that benefits from the individual using that subsidy is also a subsidy.
Okay.
Are we subsidizing grocery stores when we go spend our money at the grocery store? No, that's not what a subsidy is.
No. So like, okay, all right, subsidy, a sum of money granted by the government or a public
by the government
to assist an industry or business that the price of a commodity or service remain low or competitive.
Right. They give it directly to the business or industry.
No.
Or to you, or to an individual. So if they give you the subsidy and then you spend it at the business, that is not a subsidy. The subsidy is only the part they're giving to you.
Wait. Cash for clunkers subsidy. All right. So, okay.
All you need is a dictionary.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain this to you. I feel like you don't understand subsidies.
You don't understand subsidy.
No, I do. Okay, so Cash for Clunkers. Remember that program, 2009?
Not really.
All right, Cash for Clunkers. Basically, like anybody could bring any car in, you automatically got like $10,000, whatever it was, right? Now, 35 to 4,500 when they traded in the older, less fuel efficient model, whatever the case is, right? What this was meant to do was to bail out the auto industry. Right? It was a subsidy for the fucking auto industry, even though you gave the money to the people to buy cars. It was a subsidy for the auto industry. You understand? You can have indirect subsidies.
No.
What?
A subsidy is a benefit given to an individual, business, or institution. Usually, the indirect subsidies are tax breaks. It can be direct, such as cash payments, or indirect, such as tax breaks. But you giving me money for a car in the hopes that I turn around and spend that money on another car is not a subsidy. Not by the standard definition of subsidy. That's by your new definition of subsidy that you're twisting it into.
No.
Where a subsidy is anybody that spends a subsidy is also anything that somebody spends a subsidy on is also a subsidy. It's given by the government, not by individuals.
Okay.
Me spending my money is not a subsidy. The government giving money to you or to a business is a subsidy.
AI agrees with me. Yes, Cash for Clunkers, formerly known as the Car Allowance Rebate Program or system, was a government subsidy program.
To the individuals.
No, to the fucking auto industry.
No.
Yeah, it's designed to stimulate the economy by providing financial
designing it to do something is not a subsidy. A subsidy is the actual benefit itself, the actual money handed over. They're handing it to you, not to the auto industry.
No. That's not.
They might have. Right? They might have planned it, done it, designed it, like you said, planning you to spend it. But that's not what the subsidy part of it is. The subsidy is the cash that they're actually handing you. Not why it was designed.
No. Okay, so here's how this worked, right? You brought your car in.
You don't have to explain to me how it works. I know how to read definitions. I know how language works.
No, I'm explaining how this is a subsidy. When you brought your card in, you didn't just automatically get like $3,500. You got $4,000 towards a new car. It was an indirect subsidy, right? The people, right, got that incentive structure to
that even if what you're saying is true there, that's not how SNAP benefits work in relation to Walmart. And that's not how the post office works in relation to Amazon. So even if that's true for this one particular program, that is not analogous to what you're trying to say about Walmart or Amazon.
Okay.
Because the government is not giving you SNAP benefits as a credit that you can then spend at Walmart. That's not what SNAP is.
All right. So SNAP, or the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, helps low-income individuals and families.
Yeah, but you're not forced to spend it at Walmart.
Market and direct marketing farmers can participate in SNAP to accept these benefits, increasing access to fresh produce for SNAP participants. By accepting SNAP benefits, farmers market and direct marketing farmers can attract a new customer base of SNAP participants, potentially boosting sales and income. It's a fucking subsidy.
No, it's not. SNAP is not a subsidy to Walmart because they don't know. You can. I've gotten SNAP before, and I've never spent it at Walmart. I never shop at Walmart. I've not spent a single penny of my SNAP money at Walmart. So I don't know how that could possibly be a subsidy to Walmart.
Percentage of SNAP benefits spent at Walmart.
Customers spending their SNAP at Walmart is not a fucking subsidy.
25% of all SNAP benefits go to Walmart.
But that's not a subsidy directly from the government to Walmart. It goes to the individuals who then choose to turn around and some of them spend it at Walmart. That's not a subsidy, dude. You're making yourself look like a fucking idiot on the internet.
Is anybody else right? You know what I mean?
Well,
Jeff,
we'll just have to let
everybody
the
in the chat
viewers
is
judge
agreeing
for
with me.
themselves.
Because
Jeff, that's not a subsidy.
Jeff, everyone's agreeing with me.
Dude, I don't care if the whole world agrees with you. That's not what a subsidy is. And the
Everyone's
intelligent
agreeing with
people,
me.
I guarantee, are not agreeing with you. So I'd be
Everyone's
very
agreeing with
skeptical
me.
of the people that are. They don't know what they don't know
You
what they're
like
talking
Kane?
about
You
any
like
more than
Kane's
you do.
catharsis? Do you like Kane's catharsis?
No, Kane, SNAP, it does not force you to spend it at Walmart. There's no way that can be a subsidy to Walmart if you don't even have to spend it at Walmart.
It is a subsidy.
It's a subsidy to the individual. To the individual. If you get SNAP, it's a subsidy to you.
I feel like you don't
Not to the
you don't
places where
understand
you
how
spend it,
subsidies
because
work.
they can't force you to spend it at any particular place. So how could it possibly be a subsidy to those places? They'd have to guarantee. I did look it up. You should look it up too. It says nothing like that. What you two are trying to describe it as.
Yeah, look, see, subsidies awarded to Amazon 11.6 billion and counting.
Okay, by who though?
By the government.
Right, to Amazon.
No, not just to Amazon. It's literally for like everything the government does for it, right? It's not like it's just giving it money. When you do things for a company, right, or like you let them use like government services,
Right,
those are
it can be an
subsidies too.
indirect subsidy, like a tax break or something like that. But
No,
that's
like
still that's still direct from the government to Amazon.
all right. If Amazon had to pay UPS and FedEx prices to the fucking postal service, they would go out of business.
But what is the government giving them?
It's not about that. The government is paying for
It has to be about that because that's where the subsidy comes from. If it's not the government doing something for Amazon, it's not a subsidy.
It's not. Like, for instance, when
you think any benefit in any subsidy is a very specific type of benefit. It's not any benefit. And you don't seem tuned into that distinction or see the significance of it.
I feel like you don't understand how subsidies work. Like, you can have a government doing
I feel like
things
you don't
like
understand what a subsidy is.
No. Like, art. So, like, you have things that end up becoming subsidies that weren't planned. Like, for instance, when they
a subsidy is planned. It is given by the government for a specific. That's planned. It's not something that just happens indirectly.
It is.
No, it's not. You're absolutely wrong there. I feel sorry for you because I'm trying to stop you from sounding so ignorant, but you just don't seem to want to be educated about this. You seem to want to think a subsidy is what you think it is, not what it actually is, and I can't help you. I can't force you to accept what a subsidy
pretty hard.
is.
Like, this is just basic like understandings of economics that when the government does
it's basic understanding of words, dude.
Of economics.
No, words. A subsidy is a specific thing. And what you're describing is not that thing.
What you're
it's
describing
something
are
that you want to, for whatever reason, you think is that thing, and you're not interested in knowing what that thing actually is. You just want to think whatever is a subsidy. Whatever you think is a subsidy is a subsidy. You just make it up your own definition. Right, but Kane, that access is provided by the government. It's a specific thing provided by the government. It's not something that just randomly happens as a result of a subsidy to somebody else.
That's a
yes,
subsidy.
A subsidy does not have to be money, but it has to be deliberate and specific.
If the government paid
the government giving me food stamps is deliberate and specific on the part of the government. Me spending those food stamps at a grocery store is not a subsidy to that grocery store just because it came to me from the government. If the government gave a tax break to the grocery store, I don't know, because I'm disabled and it gave me a discount for having a disability because the government gives it a tax break or whatever, that would be a subsidy. But that's not what SNAP is. The benefit, the subsidy stops with me, the consumer. Once I get my food stamps, what I do with it after that is not a subsidy. It's only a subsidy from the government to me.
Yeah, I mean, like in economics,
And y'all are
right?
trying to make everything that I do with the food stamps also part of the definition of subsidy, and it's just not.
Okay. Like literally the food stamp program is under the Department of Agriculture for a reason.
That doesn't change the definition of a subsidy.
You know,
That
like it
doesn't
is a
change anything I
subsidy to
just said
farmers.
about food stamps and
You
where
know,
I
it's a
spend my
subsidy
money.
to farmers, right?
It's a subsidy to the individuals.
Farmers. It's
To
a
the
subsidy to
individuals.
like American
Unless a
agriculture.
farmer is getting food stamps, that he would be the individual receiving that subsidy.
If the government gave all the people $30,000 to buy a car, would that not be a subsidy to the car industry?
It depends on how it was set up. But
Again,
that's
if they
not
gave
how
you 30
SNAP
grand to buy a
works
car, is
in
that
relation
not,
to the agricultural industry.
would that not sell 300 million cars?
The consumer doesn't even have to buy anything related to the agricultural
No.
industry.
It has to be for the car. You can only buy a car with it.
But Kane, the government can't guarantee that it's going to be spent at Walmart, so it's not a they're not subsidizing Walmart.
It doesn't have to be specific.
Yes, it has to be specific. Yes, it does.
If you're buying food, right? So food stamps you can only buy food with, right? You can't go buy cigarettes. You can't go buy
Right, but you don't have to
anything
spend it
else,
at
right?
Walmart. You can
Hang on, wait,
spend it
wait,
anywhere that
wait a
takes
minute,
SNAP.
wait a
It
minute,
doesn't
wait a
have to
minute.
be Walmart.
Wait a minute. Listen. So like if you have to buy food, your government's giving money to subsidize food.
Tough guy, I'm actually wrapping up. It's midnight over here where I am, and I've been going for almost 6 hours. But I'll be out tomorrow during the day.
See, Jeff, you know what, man? I really like you as a person. Right?
Yes,
You're
you
cool
have
guy,
to buy food,
right? So if you have
but
to
you don't
buy
have to
food,
buy it at Walmart.
yeah, you listen. So if you have
But
to buy
people
food,
without food stamps also have to buy food. That's not a subsidy to the agricultural industry either.
no. Listen, like yo, that's a normal part of the economy. But when the government gives extra money to buy food, that subsidizes the fucking agricultural industry, whether it's food production or whether it's fucking Walmart who's selling the food or whether it's the farmers who are growing it. Because it's extra money in the economy to buy food.
But that's not a
That's a subsidy,
subsidy
buddy.
to the agricultural industry. It's a subsidy to the individuals.
I can't. Like, you know, if you gave you money to buy a car, right? And everybody who wanted to go buy a car went and bought a car, right? They just gave you the money out of thin air. They just printed it out of nowhere. That's a subsidy to the auto industry. Whether or not you want to fucking agree with it, it's true.
That's not what a subsidy is.
It literally is, man.
It's not. But we're
Yo,
just going to loop on this all night, so we might as well just wrap up.
yo, listen, I agree. Jeff, listen, thank you very much for having me on, my brother. Like, yo, I enjoyed conversating with you.
Me
And I mean,
too.
I
I
am not
learned a
mad
lot.
in any way, my brother, at all. All right?
No, I'm not. I'm not either. I have
Even though
these
you called me
conversations
stupid
all the
multiple
time.
times. Like, listen, I would never call you that, right?
I
You know what I
just,
mean?
I feel sorry for y'all that y'all don't understand subsidy, but I used to teach, so I guess I take it as a personal failure that I couldn't explain it or educate you guys in a way that the message came through. So
Yeah, I mean, like, I think what you're getting hung up on is subsidy versus welfare, right? And I mean, like, giving
I
people
literally
welfare is
just
different.
pulled the definition of from the dictionary and read it to you.
I did
There's
too.
like if we can't even agree on the basic definition of words, then I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, like, I looked up subsidy definition, right?
I did too.
Economics, right? A financial benefit or
We can
incentive
use
to
Merriam-Webster, we
women
could use
to marriage.
Cambridge, we can
Wait.
use
In
dictionary.com. They're all going to
economics,
say pretty much the same thing.
hang on,
And
wait.
if we can't even agree on the definition of a word,
Okay. All right. So, like, a subsidy is a direct or indirect payment to individuals or firms, usually in the form of a cash payment from the government or targeted tax cut. In economic theory, subsidy
right?
used to
It's not
offset
me
market
spending
failures,
SNAP at Walmart.
right? a financial benefit or incentive typically provided by a government to encourage specific economic activities or advance social objectives.
Right. It could even be that, but there's no way to guarantee that it goes to Walmart.
Oh yeah. That's why like everybody hates when the government does things. You know what I'm saying? Like when the government does things, it has knock-on effects that fuck everything up, right? But like again, they will literally like the whole. That's why welfare and SNAP is under the agriculture department, because it is a subsidy to farmers. 100%. They're creating money out of thin air that you have to buy food with, so therefore it gets back to farmers.
It's not a subsidy.
I
don't want to
love you,
loop.
man.
I seriously, I
Hang it up for
can't
the night.
keep going round
Hang it
and
up for
round
the
all
night.
night on the
Hang
same
it up.
thing.
Hang it up for the
So
night, bro. Like
we're just
if
gonna
you
have
can't
to.
understand it at this point, bro, like you're not gonna get it.
I mean, if you
understand.
can't understand the definition of a word, I don't know what to
There's
tell
a
you.
difference between like definition and economic theory.
I'm talking about what a subsidy is. It's a very specific thing.
Okay. Is
And
the
it's
dollar
not just
okay?
whatever you try to stretch it to
Listen,
be. If
do you have
if it's not going to be that one thing, then we're talking about something else. Whatever you're talking about.
Listen, let me make this really easy for you. All right. In your pocket, do you have $1?
Let's pretend that I do.
Okay, let's pretend you do. What would you call that?
I'd call it $1.
Or it would be.
It's not a subsidy.
No, not at all. This you would probably call it money, right? Right.
Right, but it didn't come from the government.
Hang on, no, you're fine. It did come from the government. Fucking the government printed it, but like it's not the point.
It's not printing money is not a subsidy.
No, I agree. I'm not doing this. I just want to show you the economics.
No, Kane, I'm not wrong. It has to be deliberate and specific. You're getting confused by Google. You don't know the right questions to ask.
Wait. In economics, that dollar is not money. Right?
I don't care about economics. I care about what a subsidy. I know what a subsidy is.
Jeremy's kind of right. I mean, I'm gonna say currency, right? Currency, right, is what's used in place of like money, right? You know what I'm saying? It represents a debt. Money represents like an actual like fucking good, right? It has like a solid backing behind it, right? So like you have currency, but like nobody calls it currency, they call it money. These are economic definitions, right? There's a difference between economic definitions and like what you would find on, say, like Google.
So you are using a definition, not the dictionary definition. You're making up your own category of definition.
No. This is economics.
I'm using the dictionary definition,
right? Like
if this is an economic definition, it should be in the dictionary. It should have its own entry.
Yeah. I mean,
because they do that all the time.
I read you.
If it's a very specific use of the word for a specific discipline, then they put that as part of the definition, like in medicine, and then it'll give it how it's used in the medical industry.
Yeah. So, like for instance,
and I didn't see that in the
agriculture. Agricultural subsidies to farmers ensure food production and stabilize prices. Now, they don't just give food to farmers, or they don't give money to farmers. They give money to people to go buy shit that farmers have, which stabilizes the price. These are subsidies. Or they'll fix the price of like a good, like milk in Pennsylvania, you can't buy it for under $5.
Right, but that's not how SNAP works.
That is how SNAP works. They give you money, you go buy food. That stabilizes the price of food.
That's not what a subsidy is. I've said that like
I just read you the definition. Like in economics, that is a definition of a subsidy.
I just asked the AI, just because SNAP benefits the agricultural and food industries doesn't mean it's officially a subsidy in the same way direct farm payments or price supports are. A true subsidy involves direct government financial assistance to an industry, such as farm subsidies. Again. So while SNAP functions similar to a subsidy by boosting demand, it is not a direct subsidy to the agricultural industry. This is what it's called. It is a form of social welfare with spillover benefits. So you're calling these spillover benefits subsidies, and they're not. There's something else. There's something different from what an actual subsidy is. And I think you're confusing spillover benefits for subsidies. That's a great term. So we're talking about two different things. You're talking about spillover
Okay.
benefits, and I'm talking about actual subsidies.
All right. Do you see? All right. I'm looking at the same definition you are. Right. It says by
Here, I
increasing
can give
food
you the
demand,
link.
and the
That I
program
just
is
asked
often
the AI.
part
Give me a whole
of
conversation on it.
the program is often part of the what? What's it part of?
Do what?
You see it
You
on
posted
yours?
a link.
Do you see it on yours? Because you said you just looked up is SNAP a subsidy for farmers? We both looked up the same thing. I'm seeing the same definition you did. The program is often part of the farm bill.
That doesn't mean it's a subsidy to farmers just because it's part of something called the Farm Bill.
like how it is. It literally is. It's a farmer subsidy. But anyway, listen, you want to go to bed and do what you got to do. I understand you got to be like,
Yeah,
up
I
or
do
whatever.
want to wrap up.
Yeah, I got you, man. We can go on about our business.
I think you're. Yeah, I'll be nice. It was good talking to you.
All right, man. I'll holler at you, man. Peace.
All right. Take care. Be knowing. Oh my God. I can't help them. I don't know what to do. I can't help the children. Even the AI said what I was trying to say even better than I was trying to say it. Spillover benefits. That's what they're talking about. Which I did say, like, I call them indirect benefits. Hang on, I'm trying to get my background. There we go. All right. Yes, I am tapped out for the night. I went 6 hours. It's after midnight here. I'm going to subsidize my own body with some sleep. It says, in a way, food stamps function as a subsidy, but it's not an actual subsidy. So it's like subsidy enough for their point, but doesn't meet the rigorous definition of subsidy that I have, which is a very specific thing. Direct government financial assistance to an industry. Or it can be indirect would be tax breaks or write-offs or something like that. But it would still be something the government allows them to do to benefit. It's a very specific thing that the government says, we're providing you this so that you can get a break on your prices and stuff. But the whole conversation started with Walmart employees get SNAP benefits, therefore the government is subsidizing Walmart through the SNAP program. That is absolutely untrue by any definition of subsidy. At most, Walmart is getting some of these spillover benefits. But that's not a subsidy. The reason the subsidy was instituted and the subsidy itself are not the same thing. That's what I think is confusing y'all. And in my mind, they're very clearly two separate things. Y'all are confusing the reason they set up the subsidy for the subsidy itself. The subsidy is the thing that they hand over to the person. They might be handing it over to the person with a certain purpose in mind. But the purpose that they're handing it over for is not the thing they're handing over itself. And there's no way to guarantee in the case of SNAP benefit. Good night, Kane. In the case of SNAP benefits, there's no way to guarantee that you're going to turn around and hand it over to the people they want you to hand it over to. So if they actually want to subsidize Walmart, they just need to directly subsidize. Because this is not a foolproof way of guaranteeing that the purpose or the outcome that they're trying to engineer here. So that's it. That's all I got for y'all tonight. This was a man. The conversation went all over the place tonight. We had a lot of guests up and many, many, many conversation threads. So, which I think is a good panel. So I'll be out tomorrow, probably 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, and same on Thursday. So I'll plan to see y'all then. Take care. Have a great night. Get some sleep. Eat something healthy and nutritious, whether you buy from Walmart or the farmers or wherever. Get you some good food, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Hail Satan. All that.